A chill settled over the private booth as Damon's eyes locked on to the anonymous figure. The casual smirk on his face vanished, replaced by something sharp, something dangerous. His earlier amusement evaporated like mist under fire. It was him. He would recognize him any more. That calm demeanor, that casual look on his face, that innocent smile he wore. One look at him, and a person would feel as if they could trust him. But Damon knew better. That face, unremarkable, almost forgettable, hid something monstrous underneath. In his past life, that same smile had preceded the guy stabbing him in his back, literally. The guy had stood with him through many things, through lows and highs, through humiliation and pain, but in the end, when it mattered the most, when Damon had been so close to achieving what he wanted, he had stabbed him in the back. Aiden! Damon's blood boiled as killing intent flowed freely from his body, rampaging across the entire auction house auditorium. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with fury too great to contain. The casual smirk on his face vanished, replaced by something sharp, something dangerous. His earlier amusement evaporated like mist under fire. Aiden, the man who had once called Damon brother. The man who had watched him bleed out with a smile. The man who had taken everything from him. Damon could still remember the exact spot where the blade had gone in. The bitter metallic scent of blood, the utter disbelief that had frozen his limbs, the look of pity on Aiden's face, not regret, not guilt, pity, as if Damon were a relic of the past, something to be discarded because it was inconvenient. Damon leaned forward slowly, his eyes never leaving that unremarkable face. He had thought that he had put petty things like revenge behind him, and had wanted to live this new life without the shadows of his old one. But the moment he saw the bastard, all reasoning was gone. Fuck being Zen. He wanted his damn revenge. He wanted that bastard to burn. He wanted to cripple him just like he had crippled him. He wanted him to feel the same pain and betrayal he had felt. He wanted him to beg for death and then deny it to him. The space around Damon was filled with a murderous aura, with the weight of his emotions. Even the protective wards trembled, reacting to the sheer surge of bloodlust rolling off his body like crashing waves. Across the hall, several top-tier players instinctively turned to look at Damon. But Damon didn't care. All he could see was him, Aiden, standing there with that same gentle, fake-ass smile, the same blank stare, that casual look on his face, that innocent smile he wore. One look at him and a person would feel as if they could trust him. But Damon knew better. That face, unremarkable, almost forgettable, hid something monstrous underneath. In his past life, that same smile had preceded the guy stabbing him in his back, literally. The guy had stood with him through many things, through lows and highs, through humiliation and pain. But in the end, when it mattered the most, when Damon had been so close to achieving what he wanted, he had stabbed him in the back. And now he had finally shown up in this life? "You should have stayed dead in my past," Damon growled. He was 1 second away from throwing all caution to the wind and running to the bastard right then and there and ripping apart his head from his body. His entire being was trembling with rage. His nails dug into his palm and blood dripped, the toxin in his blood hissing as it hit the auction hall floor. But he somehow managed to settle down and sit back down barely. His entire body was shaking with rage, but he forced himself to remain calm. Damon's breath came in shallow, razor-edged draws, his chest rising and falling like a beast barely restrained. His crimson eyes locked onto Aiden, glowing faintly beneath the hood's shadow. Every instinct screamed at him to leap, to tear, to end it all now. But a small part of him knew better. Not here. Not now. If he lost his control right here and right now, and acted hastily, then everything he had worked so hard for would crumble in an instant. He had his family to think about. He had people who mattered to him more than his single bastard. He was not worth it. He was not worth risking everything for. Damon gritted his teeth. His vision tinged red for a second before he blinked it away. He forced himself to unclench his fists and quell his murderous aura. His lips curved into a smile, nothing like before, This one was dark, vicious, icy. "You don't even know I'm here, do you?" Damon murmured under his breath, gaze never leaving that unremarkable face. Then suddenly Damon realized something. He remembered something Aiden had once told him. The guy said that he had joined the game only several weeks in, around the time that Damon had joined as well. When Damon had met the guy for the first time, Aiden was merely a level 5 vampire, so he did not think too much about his words and believed him. The two of them had quickly become friends and started to play more and more together. However, now things were a bit different. The Aiden in front of me was clearly not a vampire. He was also standing here with a level 49 tag, something that should be impossible if he joined the game only later, as he claimed in his last timeline. So which was true? Damon let out a breath. It was obvious, wasn't it? This person had lied to him right from the beginning. That was the only possible explanation. And if he had lied about something so small back then, how many other lies had Damon swallowed without question? Damon's fingers curled tightly again, but this time the tremble wasn't from fury. It was clarity, cold, cutting clarity that stripped away the last pieces of nostalgia, of brotherhood, of forgiveness. Damon had played him like a damned fiddle in his past life, and now Damon saw the strings clearly for what they were. Damon had always believed the guy had acted out of instinct, unable to control himself at the sight of the legendary item. Greed and the lust for power had overcome him, and he'd betrayed Damon in a momentary lapse of judgment. At least a part of him had wanted to believe that. But deep down, he had always known it wasn't that simple. If it had been a whim, then why cripple him afterward? There were plenty of other ways to get what he wanted. Now he could see everything in a different light. It wasn't just personal, it was strategic. What if Aiden hadn't stumbled into his life by accident? What if he had calculated his approach, wormed his way into Damon's trust, and then waited for the perfect moment to strike? What if everything had been deliberate? But why even bother with a nobody like him? Sure, he had the fragment of the legendary item quest, but no one else knew about it. Unless the guy came across the same legendary item quest as well, or at least knew the head start Damon had and plotted everything right from the beginning, going as far as resetting his entire character and starting from scratch as a vampire. This seemed even more unlikely. While a legendary item was extremely valuable, a random quest that only had a small fraction of success toward resulting in a legendary item was pretty much worthless. Why would someone bet everything on an insignificant quest like that and on a nobody like him? It just did not add up. Yet it was the only explanation that made any sense. Damon's fingers curled tighter around the armrest of his chair as the implications settled in. If Aiden's betrayal had been planned from the start, if every word, every joke, every late-night dungeon grind they'd shared had been part of some long con, then what kind of idiot had he been to mistake poison for brotherhood? The man had been a snake right from day one, and he had been naive enough not to see it. His pride burned just as much as his fury. He hadn't just been betrayed, he'd been played. Damon's jaw clenched so hard it ached. He wasn't that naive kid anymore. He wasn't the clueless idiot chasing glory with stars in his eyes. He was a predator now, and Aiden had no idea what kind of monster he had helped create. He let his aura settle, suppressed the rage burning in his chest like wildfire. There would be a time for reckoning, but not here, not now, not in front of an audience. No, Damon would bide his time, and when the time came... Damon silently let out a breath. He silently observed as everyone's attention shifted back to the legendary item, and the bidding. A few still looked at his booth, but there was nothing to see, so they eventually turned around. Aiden's bid was shocking. However, this was a legendary item after all. It looked like the others were not willing to give up on it so easily, especially when the other party looked like a wimp and a nobody. The bid for the treasure chest continued to increase explosively. Phoenix was quite adamant this time, as she kept throwing money as if her funds had no limits. A few others were also equally stubborn. I recognized one of the guilds, a dark faction guild from the undead race. They were quite notorious in the game, and the players pretty much lacked any morals. Damon was going to move on to the next group when he noticed that a gaze was lingering on him. He turned to see Aiden looking directly at him. Well, he had, after all, displayed his killing intent for everyone to see, so this wasn't all that shocking. But it sent a ripple of unease through Damon's spine. He did not know why, but he felt as if the guy still had many hidden secrets behind him. Was he somehow related to one of the Super 10, maybe? Damon tried to get a read on the players around him to see if he could recognize any of them. Perhaps if he could link someone to a Super 10, then he could learn more about Aiden. He looked around quite a bit. Unfortunately, he only saw random players who even hesitated to be seen near Aiden. They were backing away as if they were backing away from a madman. Damon frowned. His stare bore into Aiden, who simply tilted his head slightly and offered a faint smile. That same disarming, harmless smile Damon had fallen for once. This time, he didn't flinch. No matter how deep Aiden had buried his secrets, he would drag them into the light, one bloody layer at a time. Aiden continued to look at him for quite some time, but Damon ignored him. There was no point in having a staring contest with each other. Rather, he needed to observe the others who had come for the auction. Meanwhile, the bids continued to rise, and soon the mid-tier guilds and even the top-tier guilds stopped messing around and stepped back. They simply couldn't afford to stay in the race any longer. Only 4 groups were now actively bidding. One was the Northern Frontier Guild, the Super Guild from Canada, which Damon was already sort of familiar with. The second one was also possibly a Super Guild, even though Damon didn't recognize any of them. He could learn a little from their identity, though. They were all of Asian origin, and there was only one place they could belong to. This group was no doubt from the Celestial Thunder sect. In the same way, Damon could guess the other 2 guilds in play. The third undoubtedly being from America, the Legion of Justice Super Guild, and the last one probably from Europe, the Saviors of Humanity. While the groups were already together, Damon was pretty sure that the guilds hadn't even been officially formed yet. In fact, all of these guilds, who were always at each other's throats, cooperated just this once to create a huge shock factor when they came together in the future and revealed themselves at the same time. This happened during a demon war. But now, in this timeline, everything was going to change. With the treasure chest now in play, at least one of them would be forced to come out of the shadows. Then it was only a matter of time before the others would be forced to reveal themselves. This did not look like much, but this in itself was a huge blow. They wouldn't be able to use the demon war to make themselves look righteous and claim the most of the player base for themselves. Damon grinned as he wondered who it would be. The first one to take the fall, and the first one to start the domino effect. No matter who it was, he did not care. He needed blood and chaos. He needed the world to burn just enough for him to rise higher in the smoke. Let them tear into each other. Let them scramble for glory, for public support, for that polished image of saviors and legends. Damon would be the monster beneath their golden pedestals. He would devour them all when they least expected it. Davina's voice rang clear again, trying to maintain composure amid the rising tension. "We have another bid, 20 million gold." Gasps rippled through the room. Surprisingly, it was Phoenix. Damon snapped out of his thoughts as he noticed the girl. She was still going at it? He bitterly smiled. If this filthy rich brother and sister duo somehow managed to flop his carefully strategized plan, that would be the ultimate fuck-up. He quickly pulled up his status screen and decided not to let that happen, even by chance. He never thought that the duo had such deep pockets. Did they perhaps run into some sort of gold mine inside the game? Thinking about it, Damon quickly sent a message. Back out of the auction, right now. He was typing and retyping some sort of explanation, which did not involve him revealing the truth, but it looked like that wasn't needed after all. As soon as he sent the first message, Phoenix stared at the words in shock for a moment before decisively shutting her mouth. When Bloodwraith tried to ask her about it, she simply shook her head. Bloodwraith blinked at her, confused. "Wait, what the hell? You were just about to break them. Why stop now?" Phoenix shrugged with practiced nonchalance, but a faint sweat glistened at her temples. "Not worth it," she muttered, gaze flicking in Damon's direction just once. Bloodwraith frowned but didn't press further. Something about the way his sister said that made even him uneasy. Damon, watching from across the room, allowed himself a breath of relief. That was one potential grenade defused. Both during the purification raid and now, Bloodwraith and Phoenix had helped him out quite a bit. She did not even try to pry and see if the masked person was him. Damon appreciated that. He made a mental note to meet with the two soon. As he was thinking about them, it looked like the auction was finally coming to an end. With Phoenix backing out, the other four aggressively bid for a while until something unexpected happened. Damon quickly caught the small development. All of a sudden, one player from each guild quickly stepped forward and whispered in the bidding player's ears. The shift was subtle, easily missed by most, but Damon wasn't most people. His eyes narrowed as he watched the chain reaction unfold. The moment those whispers landed, the bidders' expressions darkened. One by one, like dominoes toppling in sequence, they began stepping back. The momentum of the auction had slammed to a halt, not because someone had outbid the rest, but because the heavyweights, for some reason, had surrendered. Davina blinked, clearly caught off guard. It seems... She cleared her throat and glanced at the stage managers, who only shrugged helplessly. The current high bid of 25 million gold stands uncontested. That meant... Damon slowly turned toward the last bidder, the Legion of Justice. The American Super Guild was walking home with the grand prize. Or so it seemed. But something felt wrong. Damon's gaze lingered on the Legion of Justice booth. The man standing there, a tall, clean-cut warrior in silver-blue armor, was the very picture of victory, nodding calmly as Davina tried to recover her composure. The sale of the legendary treasure chest had finally come to an end, and applause kicked in, along with gasps, murmurs, and chatter. In the midst of all of this, Damon instinctively turned toward Aiden, and to his surprise, the guy was busy staring in front of him, his hands busily moving, almost as if he was orchestrating something from his system interface. The next moment, before the auction even concluded, the guy quietly slipped away from the auction house using some sort of teleportation token. "You son of a bitch," Damon muttered. "Just who the hell are you?" The person whom he had assumed to know, the petty bastard who had backstabbed him, suddenly looked very different. "Fuck you," Damon gritted his teeth. He did not care. For all it matters, he could be some Moriarty-level mastermind piece of garbage. He would still make that bastard kneel before him, weak and powerless. And it was all going to start with this single treasure chest. You should be pretty content that you managed to snag this, huh? Wait and see what happens. Damon's gaze turned cold as he continued to observe the crowd for a while longer before he too teleported out of the auction house to the outskirts of the Valamire city and then directly to the Blood Hall. He still had a lot of work to do. "Davina, can you come with me?" Damon called the eager vampire, who immediately ran over to him. "Come with me, we are going somewhere." Elora's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her crimson pupils locking onto Damon with quiet intensity. "Where to, my lord?" she asked, already matching his pace as he began walking briskly through the Blood Hall's shadowy corridors. "It doesn't matter, my lord. I would go anywhere with you. All you need to do is say the word. I would do anything for you." She beamed with happiness. "Please tell me that clothing is optional, my lord," she added with a wink. And when Damon did not respond, she became overjoyed. "Are we finally going to do that, my lord?" Elora gave a shy smile as if she were a virgin all over again. Damon snorted. He continued to ignore the woman until they reached a secluded room. Then he started explaining to her the plan. I need a favor from you. This is only for your ears and not for anyone else, not even Varnix. I need you to disguise yourself." He paused for a moment, looking at her seductive body from top to bottom. There was no way to hide this marvelous body. "Just, can you make yourself look like an old hag? I mean, like you were doing it before for your shop? Maybe just take the look of a different old woman." Elora immediately pouted. "I thought you wanted to see me naked. Why are you asking me to make myself ugly?" But she stopped joking after sensing that Damon was in no mood for jokes at the moment. "This is serious. I am trusting you and relying on you. Don't disappoint me." He then proceeded to fill her in on the details. "Observe the small city of Lotera for the next few days. As soon as you notice something out of the ordinary, message me. Keep me up to date on every small development in the city. I need to know every person who walks in and out of the city and every move the city lord makes." Elora's playful demeanor vanished in an instant. Her crimson eyes sharpened, her smile fading into something more fitting for her true station. A top-tier C-rank vampire of the Blood Hall, loyal only for her lord. "Understood," she said, bowing slightly. "You'll have eyes in every shadow. No one will enter or leave without me knowing it." Damon muttered. Everything was in play now. He had moved all the pieces he needed to. Lotera wasn't some random town. It was the stage where the chaos was going to unfold, the chaos that would inevitably unfold when the so-called legendary treasure chest opens. After he briefed Elora, Damon did not send her off right away. "Wait, I have one more task for you," he smiled. "I am short on people whom I can trust, so I am going to have to put some extra workload on you. You can take your time with this one, though, and also I am calling someone to help you with it." Elora firmly shook her head. "No need, my lord. I can handle everything you throw at me. If I fail, you can always punish me as you please." She winked. Damon chuckled. "If you get these two done properly, then maybe I will take the time to punish you a little." Elora opened her mouth in shock, as she hadn't expected Damon to finally give in to her advances and say something like this. "My lord, I am waiting for that day." She acted coyly, pushing her seductive assets together to make them even more bouncy. Damon smiled, enjoying the show. He was a man, after all. At the same time, he quickly sent a message out. "Come with me, you idiot." He flicked the head of the flirtatious scoundrel, and the two of them started walking out of the Blood Hall. "I am bringing you to someone I know. She is a human, and she is a precious friend of mine, so you better hold yourself back." "Of course, my lord." Elora smiled and nodded. She was in a very good mood, since Damon was not cold and distant like before, and even teased her a little. She loved all of it. She matched his pace, her crimson eyes twinkling mischievously. "I promise to behave. Mostly," she added, her voice lilting with amusement. Damon didn't bother replying. He just kept walking, leading her outside of Niera City. The city had now completely changed. Crimson banners embroidered with the sigil of the Blood Hall fluttered from rooftops, and patrols of vampire enforcers marched in perfect rhythm. However, other than that, the whole area was pretty much a deserted city right now, with nothing in sight. The population had dwindled to merely a dozen or so now. It looked like all the humans had run away, leaving behind only vampires and some converted human NPCs. The shops and the stalls had been pillaged, and the houses had been ransacked. There was pretty much nothing left in the city at the moment. It was a ghost of the thriving and vibrant city it used to be. Only scars of the battle were left behind on the ground. There were huge craters and burnt lands everywhere, broken down walls and half-melted structures jutting out like bones from the earth. It looked like Varnix was focused on fortifying things outside the city first, instead of repairing stuff on the inside. It made sense, considering that there weren't all that many people living in the city yet. Damon did not plan on poking his nose into these things. Varnix was an expert in these things. Damon trusted him enough to know the man would rebuild Niera into something far more formidable than it had ever been. They passed through the ruined gate, stepping out into the eerie calm of the burnt plains beyond. The wind blew gently, rustling what few burnt trees remained, and the scent of ash clung faintly to the air. Niera City and everything around it were now completely different. Damon chuckled. The change was a bit jarring, as he was used to seeing something else, but he did not care. Change was inevitable, after all. There could be no growth without change. He silently waited with Elora for a few minutes when a small figure ran towards them from a distance. The girl was panting and heaving, her small frame barely keeping up with the momentum of her sprint. But the moment her eyes landed on Damon, her exhaustion evaporated into relief and delight. "Blood God!" Arya called out, her voice breathless but warm. Her cheeks were flushed from running, a soft sheen of sweat making her already luminous skin glow under the pale light. She skidded to a halt just short of him, blinking in surprise, as her gaze flicked toward the woman beside him, especially her over-endowed assets. Arya quickly looked at her own flat chest, and an awkward expression flickered across her face. She straightened her posture immediately, as if standing taller would somehow add to her curves. Elora smirked at this. "So this is the human," she said slowly, her eyes trailing over Arya from head to toe. "How is she an alchemist? Isn't she just a child? A child who is clearly not getting enough sleep? Look at her dark circles and her small features." "Hey!" Arya timidly shot back, but she quickly looked down again, losing her nerve. Damon bitterly smiled. "All right, Elora, that's enough." He then turned to Arya and patted her on the head. "I'm sorry about that. This one doesn't know how to control her mouth." Arya glanced up at him, lips pursed and cheeks puffed out like a pouting squirrel. "She's mean," she muttered under her breath. Elora rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. If that pout was any cuter, I might actually feel bad." Damon sighed and looked between the two. "You'll be working together. At least try not to rip each other's throats out in the first hour." Arya's eyes widened. "Why? I don't need anyone's help. I'm almost done with your elixir." She quickly started rummaging through her satchel and pulled out a small vial out. "Blood God, test this and let me know what you think of it." Damon raised an eyebrow and took the vial from her delicate hands. The liquid inside shimmered faintly, silver and blue at the same time. Just the sight of it made Elora's teasing expression shift to one of mild surprise. This wasn't some beginner's brew. Damon opened the vial, and immediately an icy energy wafted from within. "You finished the affinity-increasing elixir?" Arya nodded eagerly, though her nerves made her voice come out quieter than intended. I think so. It's stable now. The mana doesn't reject the blend anymore, and the ice orchid's reaction with frost root created a binding medium for the elemental threads." Elora blinked at the explanation. "You used frost root? That stuff is volatile even in a master's hands." Damon swirled the elixir slightly before downing it in one go. Ultimately, there was only one way to check just how effective an elixir was: to drink it and personally verify the effect. A cold fire bloomed in his chest instantly, sweeping through his veins like a frostbitten wind laced with icy lightning. For a moment, his breath fogged the air despite the warmth of the burned plains, but most of the energy was contained within his body, settling somewhere deep. Soon he saw the familiar notification. "Ding! Your ice element affinity has increased. Ding! Your ice element resistance has increased." Damon slowly exhaled. It worked. His voice was even, but his glowing crimson eyes betrayed the quiet awe brewing within. Arya's eyes went round. "Really? You're not just saying that to make me feel better, right?" Damon waved her off with a smirk. "You think too little of yourself. This is an extremely valuable elixir, and if you put it up for auction, you can instantly become a millionaire, or even a billionaire." Arya immediately shook her head and put her hands up. "No way! This belongs to you. You should take all the potions I made. Without your frost pearl, I couldn't have made such an elixir at all." Damon smiled. "True, but it's your talent that made it happen. Without you, this potion might never have existed, you know." Listening to Damon's words, Elora gasped a little in shock. "You're seriously telling me she came up with this recipe, brewed it, and stabilized it all by herself? Just how long have you been training?" Elora was an experienced alchemist, so if she was impressed, one could clearly see just how rare Arya's accomplishment was. Arya flushed under the sudden attention. "I just read a lot and experimented a lot." I bit my lip before adding, "I messed up dozens of times. One time my tent froze solid. Another time I accidentally turned my hair blue for 3 days. But I kept trying." Damon chuckled softly at that. "And now you're reaping the rewards. This is more than just talent, Arya. This is effort, grit, and obsession, which in this world are more precious than any resource." Elora smiled. Then she let out a low whistle. "Obsessive little genius type, huh? You're like a mouse with dragon fangs." A flicker of admiration crossed her face before it was replaced with her usual teasing smirk. "I have a feeling the next few days are going to be a lot of fun." Arya blinked. "Next few days?" Damon nodded. "About that. I have another assignment for you." "What?" Arya immediately started to get flustered. "No, but I'm still working on the frost pearls. I am sure I can get them to become a much more powerful resource. I can—" Damon held up a hand to stop her mid-ramble, his tone calm but firm. "Relax, Arya. This isn't to take you away from your work." He smiled at the stubborn girl. "You can still continue tinkering with the frost pearls if you like. All I'm asking is that you just take a small break from making the same type of thing. Don't think it would help you more in the long run to have a change of pace? Challenge a different part of your alchemical brain." Arya blinked, still uncertain, but Damon's gaze was steady, reassuring. "You're right at the edge of a breakthrough, Arya. But breakthroughs don't always come from grinding the same stone. Sometimes a detour sharpens the blade even more. What I want is for you to work with Elora on a different kind of project, something a lot more difficult, to be frank. Here, take a look at these notes." Damon took out the 3 alchemy journals and handed 1 to Arya and 2 to Elora. "Take a look at this. This should technically talk about something called soul brew alchemy, or something related to that. The information I have might not be accurate, but there is definitely something in these journals. Can you read anything from it, Arya?" Soul brew alchemy? It looked like Damon's words had caught her interest. The girl took the journal carefully, her fingers brushing over the cracked leather binding like it was some ancient relic, because to her it might as well have been. Her brows furrowed in concentration as she flipped it open, eyes scanning the first few pages filled with tightly packed handwriting, complex diagrams, and faded arcane symbols. She muttered softly, her lips moving as if reading aloud in her mind. For a moment Arya's eyes widened, but shortly afterwards a look of frustration appeared. "You are right, I don't understand the language. I need to read it." She looked at Damon desperately. "Blood God, what is this language? How can I learn it?" Damon bitterly smiled. "1 second." He then turned to Elora. "What about you? Can you understand anything?" Elora, who had been quietly flipping through her own volume, tilted the book in the light and narrowed her eyes, tracing her fingers over the intricate calligraphy, or rather mad scramblings. Some of it," she muttered. "Not fluently, but I've seen fragments of this script before. It's not entirely Veltharic, it's older, possibly Proto-Veltharic, or a dialect closely related to it." Her fingers paused at a page filled with layered sigils. This is not standard potion work. This is essence-level refinement. They're not just brewing for physical effects. They're trying to tether alchemical properties to the soul." Arya leaned in, curious despite herself. "Tether to the soul? Like make it stronger? Yes, they're trying to use alchemy to make the soul stronger, but that's just a small part of it. Mostly, the work is about extracting souls and making them obedient slaves." Arya gasped, dropping the journal in her hands to the ground. "Extracting souls? That's necromancy, isn't it?" Elora shook her head slowly, her tone grave. "Not quite. Necromancy is crude in comparison. This isn't just about animating corpses or stealing spirits. Soul brew alchemy is about distilling the essence of a soul into a reagent, preserving its memory, power, even affinities and its identity, and then using that as a foundational catalyst." Daman nodded. "You should be correct. That crazy guy had created a weird mix of chimera, which should have been impossible to put together unless he did some shenanigans with their souls." I cannot do something like that. How? I cannot." Daman started stammering. Damon immediately stopped her before she spiraled further. "Relax. You do not need to create some sort of abomination for me. All I need is a way to increase soul strength, or increase soul integrity, or something that could help with soul cultivation, that sort of thing." He picked up the journal she had dropped onto the ground and handed it back to her. "Think about it. Soul strength is very important right now, not just to me, but also for you. There should be many limitations on what you can and cannot do at the moment, just based on your soul strength. Don't you think reading this could help you?" Arya began hesitating. It was clear that the girl was still nervous and did not want to go anywhere near the evil thing, but a part of her wanted to understand, to read everything, to know everything. Daman smiled. He knew he had the girl. "Come on, all knowledge is necessary knowledge. You can simply learn and understand things without ever having to use them in your entire life. Worse, if someone else is dabbling in these things, then you would have the perfect weapon to stop them." Arya nodded, as she also saw no reason in disagreeing with Damon's practical words. It was simply way too tempting for someone like her. I cannot do something like that. How? I cannot," she started stammering. Damon immediately stopped her before she spiraled further. "Relax. You do not need to create some sort of abomination for me. All I need is a way to increase soul strength or increase soul integrity, or something that could help with soul cultivation, that sort of thing." He picked up the journal she had dropped onto the ground and handed it back to her. "Think about it. Soul strength is very important right now, not just to me, but also for you. There should be many limitations on what you can and cannot do at the moment, just based on your soul strength. Don't you think reading this could help you?" Arya began hesitating. It was clear that the girl was still nervous and did not want to go anywhere near the evil thing, but a part of her wanted to understand, to read everything, to know everything. Daman smiled. He knew he had the girl. "Come on. All knowledge is necessary knowledge. You can simply learn and understand things without ever having to use them in your entire life. Worse, if someone else is dabbling in these things, then you would have the perfect weapon to stop them." Arya nodded, as she also saw no reason in disagreeing with Damon's practical words. It was simply way too tempting for someone like her. I will do it. Once again, you have done me a great favor, Blood God. This kind of knowledge is not easy to come by. Thank you. I will not disappoint you." Daman awkwardly laughed. "Don't worry. You are helping me as much as I am helping you. Elora here will be with you for the next few days. You should take her help with whatever you need. She is a very capable fighter and also an experienced alchemist." Her? Arya once again became a little nervous. Elora smirked. "I don't bite, little genius, not unless the Lord requests it," she added with a wink. The joke completely went over Arya's head, making Elora shake her head helplessly. The next few days were going to be tiresome. Arya offered a hesitant smile, clearly unsure how to respond. "Right. Thank you. I'll, try not to get in your way?" She bowed slightly. Damon watched the exchange with a faint smile. "Good. Then I'll leave you two to it. I've got other preparations to handle." Wait," Arya called after him. Then she handed over to him about 20 ice affinity potions. "I am sorry, I was only able to make so many of them since I'm still working on the formula. The next time we meet, I will definitely have more for you, I promise. I did not waste any pearls." Damon patted the girl. "These are more than enough, Arya. You've exceeded expectations already." Elora watched the brief exchange with an amused glint in her eyes, arms folded as Damon accepted the potions. The girl was trying so hard to be dependable, and somehow that raw eagerness made her more endearing than annoying. Damon carefully stored the potions. "Thank you for this. I trust you. Take your time and do whatever you can." Then he turned toward Elora. "Make sure she rests. I don't want her collapsing face first into soul magic." "Don't worry," Elora said with a mock salute. "I'll take good care of your precious alchemist." Damon had shook his head helplessly. "Please don't corrupt her too much. She is a very young, inexperienced girl." I'm 21 years old." Elora raised her eyebrow, then burst into laughter. "Oh, gods, even better. That's prime age for corruption." She winked again, more dramatically this time, just to see Arya squirm, which she did magnificently. The poor girl flushed to the tips of her ears, unsure whether to feel offended or complimented. Damon stifled a laugh and gave Elora a look that was half warning, half amused indulgence. "Don't push her too much and don't make her uncomfortable." Arya looked at him grateful for these words, but Damon knew that these were really not going to help that much. Elora was a mischievous vixen, and spending several days with someone like that was not going to do a lot of good for this naive, innocent soul. "I'll behave," Elora promised, though the gleam in her eye made it sound more like a lie than a vow. "On my honor." Damon wanted to say that she had none, but he gave her one last narrowed glance, then turned back to Arya and spoke more softly. "Good luck. If you need anything or if anyone is bothering you, feel free to message me or call me any time." "Okay," Arya nodded with a blush, not used to anyone giving her so much importance and consideration. Damon gave her a final reassuring smile before turning away and walking back to the city. Elora stretched her arms behind her head, eyeing Arya like a cat sizing up a particularly delicate bird. "So, little genius, looks like we're stuck with each other." Arya blinked. Elora flipped through the journal in her hand again. "Soul magic, huh? Looks like we've got ourselves a taboo project. Excited yet?" Arya clutched the journal tighter, her voice small, more terrified than excited, actually. "Shall we get started?" "Okay." The next second, Arya gasped as she watched Elora weave her blood magic, creating a teleportation portal almost instantly. "Wow, you are strong." Elora grinned. "That I am." Her seductive and sinful figure then turned into something plain and aged. The sexy bombshell all of a sudden became a plain old hag, wearing just a rag. Arya was confused. "Just a little dress up?" Elora laughed, stepping onto the teleportation circle. "Are you coming?" Arya gulped, and then quickly followed. She actually preferred this version of the vampire more, as it was far less intimidating, but she did not dare say it out loud, as it would be too rude. The two of them shortly left the place, vanishing in a flash of red light. The teleportation circle pulsed a couple of times before completely disappearing from the spot. Damon observed this from a distance and helplessly shook his head. He had made two polar opposite women work together and had a feeling that this was not going to end as he expected. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Maybe both would be better off in the end from this experience. Nah, probably not. Damon let out a sigh and chuckled. He then continued walking and blinking to the blood hall, reaching the place in a couple of seconds. He still had more things to take care of before setting out to the Bloodlands, and he needed to make every second count. "Varnix, can you help me set up one more training chamber? Same setting as before?" "Greetings, my lord." Varnix stopped for a moment from the busy dance he was doing and bowed to Damon. "Another training chamber, my lord, with the time dilation." "Yup." Varnix paused for a moment and asked again. "Are you sure, my lord? It is not advised to repeatedly use time dilation training chambers in such short intervals. The temporal strain on your soul has not yet fully stabilized. Overuse could lead to temporal backlash." "Don't worry, just a couple more hours. I will not overdo it." "If you say so, my lord." Varnix did not argue and immediately started working on preparing the training chamber again. It was ready in a few minutes. Damon stepped into the center, flexing his fingers and rotating his neck with a few sharp cracks. Time for another training session. Probably his last one before he stepped into the Bloodlands. He had to make this one count. Damon made himself comfortable and sat down. But before he started tinkering with his long list of skills again, he first took out the ice affinity elixirs that Arya had finished concocting. He laid them out before him in a neat semicircle. Each vial glimmered faintly with a pale blue sheen, tiny frost patterns forming on the outside of the glass, as if the elixirs themselves were alive with cold intent. Damon examined them with narrowed eyes. Arya's technique had improved again. He could feel it just from the mana density and stability in each potion. The girl was progressing frighteningly fast. He picked one up and uncorked it with a soft hiss. A burst of cold air tickled his senses, and he downed it without hesitation. Instantly, a sharp chill coursed through his veins. A couple of seconds passed by when he received the system notifications, confirming the upgrade. "Ding! Your ice element affinity has increased." "Ding! Your ice element resistance has increased." Again, huh? These elixirs are pretty great. In all honesty, Damon did not expect an increase, because he had already gone down to the 6th threshold back in the trial area, the Black Pool. His ice affinity and resistance had increased quite a bit there. It was surprising the Frost Pearl still had the ability to increase his affinity further. Let's see how much I can get from these. He took the next vial and then downed it just as swiftly, the chill intensifying within his core like a creeping frostbite, but controlled, elegant, and deeply invigorating. Damon could feel his mana circuits reacting more readily now, adapting to the icy mana. His breath misted in the air as his body began subtly attuning itself to the element. Once he felt the elixir settle in his body, and the next set of notifications appeared, he once again took another vial and emptied it. He continued, drinking vial after vial, careful to pace himself, and observed how each reacted with his internal flow. He finally stopped when he finished 18 of the 20 vials. He did not notice any change after the last vial. And no system notification appeared. "That's the limit then," Damon murmured, licking the last traces of the elixir. He did not notice any change after the last vial, and no system notification appeared. "That's the limit then," Damon murmured, licking the last traces of the elixir. There was no point in drinking any more of these elixirs. They were not going to give him any more boosts. He carefully put them back again. Kate had told me it was a surprise, but I could already smell it in her blood. That girl was upgrading her ice affinity as well, and these could be pretty useful for her. 2 of these elixirs was definitely not enough, but if I was not wrong, then Arya should soon be ready with more. He slipped the 2 vials into his inventory and then took out the next item he had planned to examine, the black ring he had obtained from the Snake Shrine, hopefully the personal ring of the Venom King. At least Damon wanted it to be, because then there was a chance it could have many invaluable items. Damon still remembered the powerful aura from the man. He was a figure akin to a god, and one could only imagine what a god's personal ring could have. Damon quickly allowed a drop of his blood to fall on the ring. The next moment he no longer felt any rejection from the ring, and he could use his consciousness to freely examine its internal space. A sharp pulse spread through his mind, and he found himself staring into an inner world shrouded in dark green mist. Unlike most spatial rings, this one had an eerie atmosphere, a particularly poisonous atmosphere. Ding! You have successfully claimed Venom King's Coil. Venom King's Coil, partially unsealed. Grade, legendary, with mythic evolution potential. Fuck! Damon cursed out loud, unable to believe what he was reading. A legendary ring. He had actually managed to obtain a legendary ring, and that too with an evolution potential. Wait, does this one have an item spirit just like Blood Rain? Damon became excited as he quickly looked into the details of the ring. Venom King's Coil. Legendary, mythic evolution potential. Bound status, partially unsealed. Once worn by the ancient Venom King, a sovereign of poisons, feared across worlds and universes, feared even by other monarchs of the abyss. This ring contains a fragmented realm forged from the Venom King's own blood, spirit, and mana. Plus 25% poison affinity, plus 25% poison resistance. Reduces cooldowns of poison-based skills by 25%. Fang of Dominion, sealed. ? Serpent's Wake, sealed. ? Allows limited access to the Coil Realm, a hidden spatial dimension infused with toxic spiritual energy. Can be unlocked. Grants the passive trait Toxic Resilience, immunity to all basic poisons, and resistance to curse-type venoms. Toxin Sanctum, passive. All poisons stored within are preserved indefinitely and may increase in potency over time. Venom Master's Insight, passive. Grants a bonus to all poison and antidote-related crafting attempts, plus 40% success rate, plus 15% potency. Damon's heart raced as he took in the staggering details, his fingers tightening instinctively around the cold metal band. The ring looked simple enough, but nothing about it was simple. What the heck were these effects? This wasn't just a powerful accessory, it was a legacy artifact soaked in the blood and ambition of a godslayer. The Venom King's Coil didn't just support poison builds, it amplified them, twisted them, and evolved them. The last effect was the most important one. It granted a 40% success rate, which was basically a cheat. Just a few hours before, Damon was disappointed with the crappy version of Philosopher's Stone, but this ring right here, wasn't this pretty much the same? A Philosopher's Stone in ring form? Moreover, the ring wasn't even fully unlocked. Damon could only imagine the effects if the thing were completely unlocked and upgraded. And then there was the Coil Realm, a hidden spatial dimension infused with toxic spiritual energy. Damon reread the details. That's not just a vault, that's a damn training ground, or a forge, or... His voice trailed off, pupils narrowing slightly. Or maybe even a whole world. Whatever it was, he wanted it. There were also the Fang of Dominion and the Serpent's Wake, which were sealed. Ch! He clicked his tongue and immediately equipped it. What poison should I put in first? He wanted to test out the Toxin Sanctum, but currently the only poison in his possession was, well, it's worth a try. Damon took out a vial and the next second placed the vial close to his mouth and, hack, spat right into it. Seeing a good amount of saliva fill up the vial, he proudly placed the vial into the ring. My master's legacy, to see it being used in such a way? A voice suddenly sounded next to him. Damon froze. Wasn't this the same voice of that veiled woman from back in the legacy? His head whipped toward the source of the voice, and there, hovering a few feet off the ground, was a translucent green serpent with multiple spectral heads. Each one shimmered with venomous energy, eyes glowing like twin viridin moons. Its form was elegant and eerie, a perfect blend of grace and lethal malice. The mist in the training chamber instantly thickened with spiritual toxicity. I was half kidding about an item spirit, Damon muttered, shocked by what he was seeing. Now that he thought about it, did every legendary item have an item spirit? I am not an item spirit, the serpent hissed, one head curling toward him. I am what remains of His Majesty's soul fragment. The Venom King himself tore away part of his essence to preserve this ring. You are its new bearer, but your disrespect is a blasphemy I should dissolve you for. Damon blinked, then grinned. Relax, that's not just any spit, that's mine. I'm unique. All 5 heads stared at him in stunned silence. Then the serpent groaned. I have finished 1 complete cycle of the 9. I know that. I personally saw you do that, I just did not think you would be so proud of just that meager achievement. You are my master's heir, and yet your thoughts are so limited. Damon's face twitched, but he did not say anything to that blatant insult. If he allowed this woman, he was sure that the lunatic was going to continue singing praises of the Venom King for the foreseeable future. He did not want to waste his limited time on that. Do you think you could help me access that spatial dimension linked to the ring? Damon tried probing. The spectral serpent turned slowly, coils flickering like smoke in the stagnant mana haze. Its 5 heads narrowed their viridin eyes in tandem, scrutinizing Damon like a half-rotten fruit masquerading as a divine offering. You? One of the heads scoffed. The gate to the coil realm only opens to those who've embraced true venom, not just as a weapon, but as a philosophy. Your body may carry blood potent enough to trigger its pulse, but your mind? The head drifted closer, almost nose to nose with him. Still soft. Damon didn't flinch. Yet the ring accepted me. I got your master's legacy. Isn't that enough? The serpent reared back slightly, tension rippling through its translucent form. It speaks of potential, nothing more. Power without purpose is rot. You need a vision, a creed. A creed? Damon asked the spectral serpent blankly. What the hell do you mean by creed? For a moment, the snake seemed as if she was going to answer, but the next second she loudly hissed and then disappeared as smoke into the ring. Damon could only watch the whole thing. What the heck? I had 3 item spirits so far, and all 3 of them were equally uncooperative. At least Blood Rain actually wanted to help me, and the poor woman is now out of commission. LaRocha and this woman were both simply outright hostile to me, one being a snake in disguise and the other being an actual snake. Legendary items really aren't simple at all. Despite everything, Damon grinned, looking at the new ring on his finger. This was not bad. Not bad at all. Now he had 1 more weapon in his arsenal against the Super 10. Damon then proceeded to completely ignore the woman's words and spat in a dozen more vials before storing them all in the ring. He made a mental note to periodically do this to test out things as much as possible and stock up on deadly venom. You truly have no shame, the same voice spoke up again, this time in his mind. Damon casually shrugged with a grin. Shame is for people who die early. I prefer survivability. Now that everything he needed to do was out of the way, he quickly got back to training. Bloodlands was not going to be easy, but there was still 1 more place he needed to visit before heading to the Bloodlands. This place was going to be a lot tougher than Bloodlands ever could be. He needed to prepare for that. A lot was riding on his ability to get into this place. To be more specific, A staggering 2.5 billion gold was riding on this. Damon quickly started working on his skills consolidation, and soon the entire training time was gone in the blink of an eye. The last round his work had yielded immediate results, but this time he did not really have anything to show for the several hours of training except for some minor improvements. Damon did not feel disheartened. In fact, this was the expected outcome. It takes many, many days of training to progress to the next level in any skill, let alone create new skills from existing skills, a more powerful one at that. Sweat beaded on Damon's forehead as he finally opened his eyes, rising from the center of the training platform. Though there had been no new flashy gains, he could feel his mana control had deepened, and his cast grown more instinctive. Sometimes the smallest polish made the sharpest weapons deadlier. "Training complete," Varnix's voice echoed from the chamber's boundary. "Would you like my help with the temporal distortion effects, my lord?" The old vampire sounded genuinely concerned. "It's okay. I will handle it." As soon as the timer ticked down, Damon felt a wave of imbalance wash over him, and his mental exhaustion doubling back on him and hitting him several times higher. Damon staggered slightly, catching himself on the edge of the platform. The after effects of intense time dilation weren't just physical, they rippled through one's soul, making the world feel too fast, too loud, too real. His vision shimmered with phantom afterimages of mana circuits and half-cast spells. But he forced himself upright, gritting his teeth. This was part of the price for pushing limits, of clawing past thresholds others wouldn't even dare glance at. He took a deep breath, steadying his soul, feeling it slowly recalibrate with the natural flow of time outside the chamber. Varnix approached cautiously, holding a steaming cup of something thick and crimson. Blood brew elixir, designed to alleviate some of the temporal recoil, a gift from the alchemy wing. Damon accepted it without a word and downed the brew in one gulp. The taste was awful, somewhere between rust and bitter herbs, but the effects were immediate. The buzzing in his nerves dulled, and his thoughts began to clear. He exhaled and finally stood tall again. "Thanks," he muttered, rolling his shoulders. "I needed that. Do you have more?" "Of course, my lord," Varnix replied with a slight bow. "I will go and bring more right now." Damon gave a nod and stretched his limbs one final time. There was a stiffness in his joints that even the elixir couldn't fully erase, but the haze in his mind had lifted. The subtle increase in elemental sensitivity, the smoother mana flow, and the instinctive feel for his skill synergy, all of it told him that his foundation was sharper than before. While Varnix left to fetch more elixirs, Damon walked to the main area where his throne for the week was located. Damon felt surreal as he sat on it. Of course, this was all going to last for only a couple more days if he did not manage to somehow prepare the 2.5 billion gold coins he needed. The auction netted him some money, but it was never going to give the full amount. No player or guild had the ability to bring out such an enormous amount. Even if he tried amassing wealth from the masses by auctioning more of his spit, it wouldn't be enough. Any more of those vials in the market and the value would come down, and eventually he would only be able to make money if his spit ended up being as commonplace as health potions. Even then, it was doubtful that he would be able to touch the numbers. Damon leaned back on the throne, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest, as he mulled over his options. The gold requirement wasn't just steep, it was borderline insane. He didn't even want to think about how close the deadline was creeping. Naturally, he had a plan. This was not like 100 gold coin loan he had taken in the beginning of the game was yet to return. Wait, did Elora just cancel it? He checked his status screen and it was nowhere to be seen. Damon chuckled and shook his head. Elora had exceeded his expectations in many ways. He needed to make sure that the woman became his permanent follower no matter what happened with the blood haul. He wasn't foolish enough to think that holding the Lord position was going to be an easy task. It was an impossible one and an uphill fight. And the first step towards it was making sure he got the elite backup he needed for the upcoming wars. There was no more point in hesitating. He needed to visit that place. Only that place had the ability to throw money at him left and right until he was good and satisfied. Damon stood up from the throne, preparing to head out. He was about to blink out of Naira City to start his impossible gold grind when suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, interrupting him. "Wait, my lord." Kelthorne stood in front of Damon, unexpectedly bowing his head. "Hmm?" Damon raised a brow. "What? Haven't you sneaked around enough yet?" Kelthorne immediately looked shocked. "My lord." Damon sneered. "You think I did not notice you sniffing around when I was with Alora before, plotting something new, are we?" Kelthorne shook his head. "My lord, you don't understand. Let me stop you right there. I really do not have the time or patience to deal with you right now. I have far more important matters to take care of. I thought that I would give you a chance. I thought you would at least wait to show your true colors, and that I would have some time to change your mind or understand you, but I was wrong." Kelthorne looked regretful, but Damon did not care. He was already done with him. There was no point in taking this extra risk. In fact, you shouldn't even be standing outside right now. Who knows, you might somehow find out where Alora is and cause some trouble there. I already have enough enemies without adding you to the docket. Damon truly meant what he said as he started to open up his system interface to dismiss the guy from his follower's position. It was best to leave it empty until he could come up with a better candidate. Who knows? Maybe his choice wouldn't end up being too bad. He thought out loud and moved his fingers as he began voiding the follower contract. "No, wait!" Kelthorne suddenly shouted. "Please, my lord, just give me a moment, 1 moment, to explain." Damon didn't pause. His finger hovered over the confirmation option, his expression cold. You already had dozens of moments. You wasted them skulking around. But Kelthorne dropped to his knees. "I wasn't spying on Alora," he said, his tone low and raw. "I was watching you because I did not expect to see something like that. Because He clenched his fists, head bowed. "I didn't want to lose what little chance I had left." Damon blinked, slightly taken aback. "Chance? What the hell are you talking about?" "My lord," Kelthorne said softly, not raising his head, "I know you don't trust me, and frankly, I don't deserve your trust. But everything changed when I saw you behaving in that way towards the human girl." Damon's gaze turned cold. "That human is none of your concern." His decision was correct after all. This guy was definitely going to cook up some trouble for Alora and Arya, and it was best to nip this problem in the bud. His gaze shifted to the system screen again, but Kelthorne's voice once more stopped him. "My lord!" The vampire shouted at the top of his lungs, directly falling on his knees this time around. "My lord, just hear me out one last time." Damon's finger hovered over the final confirmation. His patience was measured in seconds now, and Kelthorne had already used up far too many. Yet the desperation in the man's voice made him hesitate again. Damon paused, just a fraction. His eyes, which had been sharp and narrowed, shifted ever so slightly. He turned back towards Kelthorne, who was still kneeling, his shoulders trembling. "I thought you were like them," Kelthorne began, his voice quiet and hoarse. "Just another arrogant vampire noble, haughty, cruel, with a superiority complex the size of a continent, someone who saw other beings as nothing more than livestock or playthings." He raised his head slowly, eyes bloodshot and wet, meeting Damon's gaze with raw honesty. "But then I saw how you treated that girl, Arya. You didn't bark orders. You didn't grope her or feed from her. You treated her like a person, a companion. I thought it was some elaborate act at first, but then you kept doing it. And then I understood. You're not like them. You're something else entirely." Damon said nothing, but he didn't look away. Kelthorne continued, his voice growing colder. "There was once someone I loved, an elf. She was light, pure, bright, always humming little songs while weaving mana threads. She used to call me Cal. She gave me meaning at a time when I had none. I was a lesser vampire then, sworn to a mid-tier noble lord. I kept my love a secret, thought I could protect her if no one knew. But he found out, my lord. The word came out like bile. He took her, used her, raped her, fed from her, then tossed her body out like garbage. I remember that day clearly, the way her hair still shimmered, even as it was matted with blood, the way her fingers reached out for me, even after she was gone. I confronted him afterwards, he whispered, voice breaking, asked him for why. He didn't even remember her, said she was one of many, just a pretty little bite. He laughed. He looked down again, voice hollow now, and I did nothing. I stayed. I was too weak to defy him, too afraid. Eventually, many years later, I killed someone else, a lesser powerful lord. It was nowhere near enough to quench my anger because he is still alive. But I was caught, and I was labeled as the rabid dog, the traitor who no one could trust. I did not care. Without her, my life was over anyway. I didn't care if I died or rotted in some prison somewhere. And then you came. You released me from my prison, and you took me back to the outside world again. I saw your strength, and I assumed you were another one of them, weak, and yet somehow promoted to the Blood Hall Lord because of your status. Calethorn didn't raise his head this time. I did not even bother to ask around about you. I simply assumed everything and took the first chance I got to kill you and free myself. Calethorn's shoulders shook and then slumped. All those years of being shut inside that dark room with no end in sight, it was easier to believe that you were also one of those pigs. I just wanted to kill more, to vent my anger. I didn't care who you were. He swallowed hard. But I was wrong. And the worst part is, it took watching you care not just for Elora, but for that fragile human girl to realize just how wrong I've been. It is too late now. No one can be that merciful to grant forgiveness to someone who had tried to backstab him multiple times, especially when he was at his weakest. I know that. Calethorn trembled. You are probably going to toss me back into that prison anyway. I know that, and I still stayed back instead of fleeing from here and disappearing. That was the only way I had left to show my sincerity, and I did it. Now it is up to you to trust me or not. Calethorn let out a slow, shuddering breath, and for the first time since he'd spoken, he truly sounded broken. I couldn't protect the person I loved. I couldn't avenge her. And when I had the chance to serve someone who might actually change everything, I spat in his face and tried to stab him in the back. He bowed again, lower than before, pressing his forehead to the cold stone floor. If you still want to dismiss me, do it. I won't resist. But if there's even a sliver of use you can find for a broken weapon like me, then give me another chance. Please, my lord. Damon paused, looking at the man with an indifferent expression. Everything he said was fine, but there was one thing that still did not add up. You are still not honest with me. Damon let out a sigh. Don't you think you should be open about everything, especially when you are trying to beg for forgiveness? Calethorn trembled. No, my lord, I did not hide anything from you. I really do not intend to do anything else before confirming whether it would harm your future plans or not. Come on, don't bullshit me, Damon sneered. My lord, I won't hide my intentions anymore. I want to follow you. I want you to give me another chance only because I believe that following you would give me more strength and power than I can manage to scrounge up myself, he admitted. That wasn't all. Calethorn continued resolutely, and I want to become stronger because the person I want to kill is so much stronger than I, even you. He is someone whom you cannot afford to make an enemy of. This was why I wanted to wait to tell you about this. If he truly becomes your ally or remains neutral to you, if he does not cross paths with you, I was prepared to let go of my vengeance, even though it means everything to me." Damon's eyes narrowed. "You were prepared to completely forget about your revenge, even after all this?" He simply couldn't believe something like that. If it were him, he could and would never let go of something like that. Cale Thorne lifted his head just slightly, just enough for his gaze to meet Damon's again. "No," he said softly, "I wouldn't have forgotten. Never. But I would have buried it so deep that even I couldn't reach it. Because you are giving me another chance and a small hope. Maybe not in this decade, maybe not in the next, but someday, sometime in the future, I believe your strength will vastly surpass that bastard's. And when that time comes, when he is as insignificant as an insect to you, perhaps then you would consider this humble servant's small request. Until then, I will serve you sincerely, my lord. I am willing to stake everything on my words, my lord. I am ready to take the blood oath. If I betray you again, I will become crippled, something worse than a corpse." Damon didn't answer right away. He stood still, unmoving, the system interface still open in front of him. The dismiss follower button gleamed red under his finger, a single tap away. Cale Thorne remained on his knees, exposed and vulnerable in every way that mattered. There were no defenses left in the man, no lies, no bravado, not even dignity. Just a broken sword begging to be reforged. Damon stared at the glowing button. So simple. One touch and it would all be over. No second chances, no extra burdens. He could erase Cale Thorne from his list of worries, walk away clean, and never have to think of the man again. But the vampire was willing to take a blood oath. Would he be so crazy to cripple himself just to have another shot at backstabbing him and killing him? They didn't have any personal enmity between them. No matter how he thought about it, it was just not logical. Not that the madman had to be logical. There was no point in trying to search for logic in the crazy. There was also the deeply emotional sob story he had made up. Damon knew he was probably a dick, not readily believing and sympathizing with the guy, but it was still a hard no. He wasn't going to hand out forgiveness like candy to every sobbing bastard who crawled up to him with a tragic past and wet eyes. And yet, his gaze dropped to Cale Thorne again, the vampire still kneeling with his forehead to the floor. Since he was willing to take the blood oath, and their next destination would be that place, then he really had nothing to lose in this deal. It was a win-win situation, and there was nothing stopping him from accepting it. Damon stared at the system interface for a moment longer before selecting yes without hesitation and decisively ended the binding follower contract. "I'm rejecting you as a follower," he said flatly. The words hit harder than any blow. Cale Thorne paled as he looked up in confusion and despair. "My lord?" "I said you're not my follower," Damon repeated. "I'm not giving you a system-bound contract. You will not receive any official follower benefits. You won't get a title, a share of my loot, or access to faction resources. You'll have no privileges, no immunity, and no name under my banner. In the eyes of the Blood Hall, you'll just be a rogue vampire loitering near a rising lord without permission. You will still be a prisoner, and you might even be hunted down." Cale Thorne opened his mouth, but Damon didn't stop. "Your life will get worse from here, not better. I'm heading to a place where even I might die, much less a traitor without a fraction of his former strength. You won't have system teleport privileges, and no guarantee I'll lift a finger if things go sideways." Damon looked at him and spelled it out. "Let me ask you again. Do you still wish to follow me?" Cale Thorne didn't answer immediately. He looked down at his hands, scarred, trembling, empty. Then he forced himself up to his knees. If that's the path I must take, then so be it. I was already dead the day she died. Everything since has just been borrowed time. If I have to walk through fire without armor to prove I'm worthy, I will. I'll serve without a title, without a bond. I'll serve until I burn out or until you see something in me. Damon watched him silently. Then swear it. Let me see that blood oath. Calethorn bit his thumb without hesitation, letting the blood drip onto the stone. He slammed his fist over his chest. By my blood and soul, I swear to serve Lord Blood God until death claims me, or he no longer finds use in me. If I betray him again, may my blood rot and my soul be damned. Ding! You have a new follower request. Do you wish to accept it? Damon gave a small nod and quickly accepted it this time. Get up. You're not my follower, but you'll walk behind me for now. Calethorn rose slowly, a strange calm settling over him. Yes, my lord. Damon didn't respond. He simply turned and walked away. Let's see if you're still standing when we reach the other side. Damon prepared to head out when Calethorn stopped him for a second time. My lord, please wait. Before we leave, might I suggest that we stop by the Bloodhall Treasury? Calethorn suggested. Bloodhall has a treasury? Its second-level upgrade was still not complete, so he did not think it would have one. Calethorn gave a faint smile. Of course it has one, my lord. Every hall, no matter how small or big, has one. Lord Varnix is usually stingy when it comes to things like this. Unless you pry things from the man's claws, he would not willingly hand over anything to you. I nodded. Fine, let's go and take a look. He did not expect the guy to become useful so soon, and was pretty curious to see what this treasury actually offered. Calethorn bowed deeply and turned without hesitation, guiding Damon down into the winding corridors of the Blood Hall. He finally stopped before a sealed obsidian door adorned with blood-red glyphs. This is the first treasury vault. He bowed and stepped back. Damon stepped forward and placed his palm on the door. Almost immediately, the door shuddered. A deep growling hum echoed through the hallway, and the glyphs flared one by one, pulsing like a heartbeat. With a grating groan, the vault slowly opened, releasing a cold rush of air. Before Damon could see what was inside, Varnix quickly appeared in front of him. My lord, if you had asked me, I would have personally escorted you here. He turned to glare slightly at Calethorn before shifting his gaze back to Damon again. I am telling you that I should inform you of every little thing before I move a muscle, Varnix? The ancient vampire's expression tightened, though his bow remained impeccable. Of course not, my lord. You are free to do as you please. I merely meant there are certain protocols in place to ensure your safety. The treasury is not just a room of loot. It's a chamber of blood-bound relics, some of which remember their last wielders, and not all of them are fond of new hands. Damon's eyes gleamed. Every little bit could help him with his next destination, so he needed to be as prepared as possible. When he saw that Damon did not respond, Varnix bowed again and offered, Then at least allow me to serve as your guide. Damon nodded, and Varnix stepped inside. The huge chamber stretched wide, carved from black stone that glistened faintly with crimson veins. Rows of sealed cases lined the walls, but most of them were just potions from the looks of it. My lord, let me remind you that you are now allowed to withdraw one treasure from the vault due to your current title. Any more would trigger the Blood Vault's protective curse, and even you are not yet immune to that. Calethorn immediately added, I think the Lord can also withdraw some consumables and 3 skill bucks, or am I wrong? You are not wrong, Varnix admitted through clenched teeth, clearly displeased that Calethorn had known something he hadn't intended to share just yet. I was coming to that. You merely stated it before I could explain things to the Lord. Sure, you were, Calethorn smiled. Varnex ignored him and continued to explain. Those allowances are granted under the provisional clause of a rising hall lord, tied to the current authority level and blood rank. However, he said, turning his piercing gaze back to Damon, those additional items must still be chosen wisely. The vault does not suffer greed lightly. Damon chuckled. No problem. I will only take what I am allowed to take. He strolled further in, his eyes sweeping over the potion cases. Most of them were advanced potions that could only be consumed after one reached level 50. Damon already had plenty of these and did not particularly need more of them. Of course, having more could never really hurt. If there was nothing else, he could simply stock up on these. He continued looking around, and surprisingly, there were even more valuable potions at the far end of the vault. These were potions that could only be used after one reached level 100 and officially stepped into C rank. These were extremely valuable and rare, and even a single potion sold for thousands of gold coins. A C-rank tier health potion could essentially be considered a second life and was usually hoarded by large guilds for emergencies. In his last life, Damon had yearned for several days to just have one in his hand so that he would be more efficient when it came to bigger kills. But there were several just sitting in front of him. Either Varnex was far more resourceful than he let on, or the blood hall had deeper reserves than Damon initially thought. Tsk. Damon clicked his tongue. That old bastard died too soon. If he had known that the Poison Master was a trap NPC beforehand, he would have definitely milked some more potions before everything went to hell. He walked over and casually picked up a sleek black vial labeled Heartmend Draft, C rank. Kalethorn quickly explained, "That's not just a health potion. That one regenerates flesh, bone, and mana simultaneously. It can even delay death by freezing the soul's dissipation for 10 full seconds." Damon smiled with a nod. He already knew it, but he was fine with his new overeager unpaid intern explaining everything. He then placed the vial back. This was good, but he still wanted to take a look at the rest. Moving on, his attention was caught by a huge shelf filled with all kinds of books. The skill book collection. The shelf was split into tiers. The lower shelves contained common skill books such as alchemy, sword mastery, and blood slash. Even though he lacked some of these, Damon was fairly certain he would be able to obtain many of them in the Bloodlands. There was no need to waste his 3 choices on these books. He barely glanced at them. He had long since surpassed that stage. Next were the middle shelves that contained some of the crucial vampire clan-specific skills. There was blood manipulation, which he already had, sanguine chains, a rare control-type skill that allowed one to manifest blood as living chains, useful for both crowd control and battlefield manipulation, and quite a bit more. Damon's eyes landed on Bloodgate, a teleportation skill similar to the one Elora was using. He only had minor teleportation skills so far, and this could come in particularly handy and save a lot of time and gold for him. He decided to pick this one and continued browsing. There were all sorts of eye-catching skills, but Damon zeroed in on a skill that could be particularly useful for him. Blood Dominion, an aura-based skill that can force lower-tiered bloodline beings into submission, causing a sort of fear and momentary paralysis effect if the difference was big enough. Damon grinned. With his bloodline, such an ability was basically a cheat skill. He would definitely be picking this for his second choice. He then saw a few other skills that could be very useful, some that he hadn't even heard of before, but ultimately he refrained from making a choice as he looked up to see the upper shelf that had the top-tier skill books. Naturally, these should be the best skill books available in the vault, and there were only 5 of them. These top-tier skill books radiated an oppressive presence. Unlike the orderly rows of the lower shelves, these were spaced out, each sealed in protective glass or bound in chains inscribed with ancient glyphs. The first was bound in what looked like scaled leather and exhaled heat with every breath it took. Its title shimmered, Blood Flame Ascendance. From its brief system description, Damon learned it was a fusion technique that allowed the user to ignite their bloodline, temporarily combining fire affinity with blood magic to unleash explosive attacks that scaled with rage and vitality, a volatile but incredibly destructive power. Damon already had permanent high fire affinity, so he had no need for a skill like this. The next book also turned out to be an equally useless one, Ritual of the Crimson Moon. This one wasn't a skill in the traditional sense, it was essentially a dark ritual, a group-wide enhancement that required a blood rite under moonlight, empowering all vampires within range. It required 1,000 sacrifices. Even though Damon was pretty sure he did not fall into the morally good category, he also did not plan to do something like this anytime soon. He would have at least considered it for guild wars and such, if not for the absurd soul sacrifice it demanded. There was also the part where the sacrifices did not have to be human. This meant that he could sacrifice 1,000 demons or similarly vicious creatures to obtain the same effect. In this instance, he wouldn't mind using the skill, and his consciousness didn't have any problem with it. But it can wait. There was no rush to learn this skill, and it was definitely not his top priority at the moment, especially when so many more utility skills were available that he badly needed. Then came Blood Requiem, a skill that used the caster's own health to fuel area of effect debuffs. Bleed, slow, silence, it had it all. However, the skill had a huge cast time, and if interrupted midway, the backlash could leave the caster half dead. Damon frowned. The top-tier skills were not shaping the way he thought that they would. At this rate, the middle shelves would be a lot more useful for him than the top shelf. He clicked his tongue and looked at the next one. The fourth book was the one Varnix kept glancing at, Cradle of the First Fang. It was sealed tighter than the rest, humming with layered protection spells. Damon couldn't get any information from the system except for one term, not available. When he asked Varnix about it, the old vampire hesitated, then murmured, "That was left behind by the first lord of the Blood Hall. No one has dared claim it since." Was this some legacy of sorts? Well, it did not matter. If he couldn't take it, then he couldn't take it. There was no point in fussing over it. He moved on to the last one. There was the fifth and final tome. Unlike the others, it had no bindings, no chains. It hovered in place, surrounded by drifting motes of blood essence. There was no title, only a mark etched into the air above it, shaped like a crown. The moment Damon looked at it, a chill ran down his spine. Ding! Unknown skill book detected. Bloodline authority required. Ding! Warning! Interacting may alter your soul imprint permanently. Ding! Condition. Only those who have unlocked a fragmented ancestral bloodline may attempt to bond. Damon's eyes narrowed. This one was clearly meant for him. He could feel his blood boiling with need, urging him forward. In the back, Varnix talked about how this one required some sort of recognition as well, and warned him from selecting the book, but Damon reached out without hesitation. The motes of blood coalesced, the crown symbol flared once, and the book shattered, its contents pouring into him like liquid flame. Ding! You have acquired the incomplete skill, Blood Sovereign's Mandate. Ding! Passive effect. All bloodline-based skills gain plus 15% effectiveness. Damon exhaled, his vision flashing crimson for a moment. Now that, he muttered, was worth the trip. A 15% boost might not mean much for some other bloodlines, but his bloodline was special. This was once again going to improve his extraction ability and make it more efficient. Damon grinned. He truly did not expect such a windfall sitting right inside his house. On the side, Varnix stood frozen in shock. No one had been able to touch these last two books for years and years, and now, finally, one of them had been claimed just like that. He turned to look at the young lord in a new light once again. "It seems the vault has acknowledged your claim, my lord. The blood hall may yet rise again." Calethorn, standing off to the side, swallowed hard. His knees felt weak. His decision had indeed been the right one. He could feel it in his guts. The Lord has become stronger yet again. Damon took some time to sit down and fully absorb the aftermath of the skill book absorbing, but it looked like this was not a traditional skill. No memories or knowledge were transferred. It was just the passive effect. It was fine. He did not complain. He then went back and picked the 2 choices he had already confirmed. He decided to learn these 2 later when he was outside the treasury. He still had one main treasure to pick after all. "I will also take these 2 books." Damon pulled them out from the shelf and Varnix nodded with a bitter smile. One of his main treasured books was already gone, and the old vampire couldn't care less about the mid-tier skills. Damon continued looking around, his gaze sweeping across the room. There were more potion shelves, talisman shelves, and even some gems lying around. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. The gems are considered as treasures and not consumables. Damon chuckled and nodded. "Okay, I understand." He had already taken a lot from the poor guy, but that did not mean he was going to stop. He still had his quota left after all. He drifted past the shelves, taking a look at everything. Still, he had one final pick. Currently, all of his items are shit, so he needed to make this one count. He browsed through shelves after shelves of more consumables before finally arriving at the equipment section. The equipment section was pretty sparse. Just like the skill books, not many were there, the selection barely filling out 3 shelves. Even then, the items on the shelf were nothing to write home about. The good ones were definitely picked clean a long time ago. Damon ignored the bulk of the shelf until his eyes caught something strange in the corner, enclosed in a blood barrier of sorts. An amulet. More specifically, a golden amulet that radiated holy energy. Wait, is this an epic tier amulet? Damon instantly picked it up. He did not expect an epic tier item to simply sit on shelves collecting dust. But then again, it made sense. No one in the blood hall would be able to use it. "My lord, are you sure? Many were injured just trying to pick it up." Varnix was once again quick to remind him. "It's okay," Damon nodded. "I have some resistance," he vaguely answered before picking up the amulet and checking its stats. Ding! Sunveil Amulet. Grade, Epic. Type, Accessory, Amulet. Origin, Sanctified Vault of the Dawn Temple. Once worn by a noble paladin, the amulet was designed to shield its bearer from corruption and deceit. Bathed in holy rituals for decades, it retains a stubborn light that rejects darkness. Yet the corruption of war, death, and betrayal has left a crack in its sanctity, because of which its effects have diminished. All holy skills have 30% reduced cooldowns. All healing is increased by 10%, and the amulet can absorb up to 1 million damage every 5 minutes. Damon's eyes instantly widened as he read the description. A crack? Diminished effects? The tier of the amulet was currently labeled as Epic, but if this so-called sanctity crack was removed, and if the corruption could be purified or the original rituals restored, Then what would its true form be? A slow grin curled across his lips. If the tier's been downgraded due to damage, he murmured, fingers tightening around the golden artifact, then restoring it would push it back to its original grade. No, higher. This wasn't just an epic tier accessory. This was a legendary item that had fallen from grace, a radiant shield that absorbed 1,000,000 damage, healing amplification, and cooldown reduction. It was already powerful in its ruined state. Just how much more powerful could it become in its complete state? What exactly cracked it? He asked aloud, half to himself. Thankfully, someone had the good sense to store it. Damn, does this mean he had somehow gotten his hands on a third legendary item? Well, sort of. Damon bitterly smiled. One could say he now had 3 legendary items, but all of them were either damaged, broken, sealed, or incomplete. It looked like repairing them and restoring them to their former glory was up to him. He grinned to himself. Not a bad little side project. All right, I will take this. He grabbed the amulet and prepared to head back to the potion section to stock up on some consumables. Why miss the opportunity when he could take some for free? However, just as he turned, all of a sudden Bloodrain's faint voice sounded in his mind. Take the gem. Damon froze. If Bloodrain took the effort to communicate with him despite her weakened state, he needed to get that shit no matter what it was. Wait, what gem was she talking about? He looked around and started searching the shelves with raw gems to see if there was something valuable hidden in plain sight. He spent several minutes doing so, but nothing was working. Bloodrain remained silent, and he couldn't find anything special either. Damon let out a sigh. He had no idea what to do now when he suddenly thought of something. Bloodrain had spoken up when he was near the equipment shelves. Was there perhaps something in those shelves? He went back and looked at the items. Most of the equipment looked the same. Weathered blades, blood-stained armor fragments, trinkets with blood runes. But then, in the farthest corner of the third shelf, Damon noticed it. A gem nestled in the eye socket of a scorched blade. The whole thing looked broken and good for nothing. Even the gem did not look extraordinary, but Damon could immediately tell this was the one. The gem, Bloodrain's voice once again sounded. He reached for it without hesitation. However, before he could touch it, Varnix's stern voice sounded. You have already made your selection, my lord. Huh? Damon stopped. You can't be serious. This thing is shit. Look, it's clearly broken. There are no stats, no effects, nothing. Varnix shrugged. Rules, my lord. Even I am not above them. Damon looked at his maybe legendary grade amulet, and his heart hurt. He could only take one of them? He let out a sigh and stared at the 2 items. He couldn't bring himself to put down the amulet. Only a fool would put back a legendary item sitting in his palm. But at the same time, Bloodrain needed this gem. There was no putting that back either. Unexpectedly, Kalethorn spoke up. My lord, perhaps you could use your contribution points from the purification raid. Huh? Damon looked surprised at the suggestion. There was such a thing? Now that he thought about it, he did get a bunch of titles, experience points, reputation, fame, and his status as the Bloodhall Lord from the Purification Raid, but he did not actually get any item reward, which was pretty weird. Varnix's expression twisted slightly. That is technically true. The system should have awarded contribution points. I assumed you had already redeemed them. Damon's eyes gleamed. You assumed wrong. So can I or can I not use it? Varnix remained silent for a moment before he nodded. That would be half your contribution points. What, half for this broken thing? That seems very unfair." Varnick shook his head. "The blade is useless, but the gem is a very rare gem that is still not clearly understood. There is a chance it could be valuable. We could always have it appraised, and I could revise your contribution point cost," the shrewd vampire suggested with a smile. Damon quickly backed up. "Not needed. Why go through so much unnecessary trouble? Contribution points are dime a dozen. I could always earn more in the upcoming battle." He laughed awkwardly, shoved both the amulet and the blade with the gem into his spatial ring. He still had to grab potions, maybe a few talismans, but at this point, Damon already felt like he'd robbed the Bloodhall treasury blind. Of course, he still went ahead and took several potion bottles until finally, Varnick stopped him. "You've exceeded your limit, my lord," Varnick said with a pained smile. He suddenly felt as if the guy in front of him had come here to loot the treasury rather than as a lord of the Bloodhall. Damon reluctantly let go of the bottle he had just picked up, a vibrant crimson vial that practically radiated vitality, and gave a shrug. All right. You've been unusually generous today, Varnix. I'll stop here. For now." The old vampire narrowed his eyes, already sensing Damon's next raid on the treasury was only a matter of time. Just when he thought the worst was over and they were finally done here, Calethorn once again stepped forward. "My lord, you can also pick out some consumables on behalf of your followers." Damon blinked. Calethorn, looking both helpful and oddly too prepared, nodded quickly. "As the Bloodhall Lord, you may redeem a basic allowance of consumables for your direct followers. It's not much, but it should cover some potions and talismans. Maybe even 1 or 2 combat scrolls, depending on rarity." Damon tilted his head, slowly turning toward Varnix with a wolfish smile. "Is this true?" Seeing Damon rummage through the treasury again, the old vampire looked like someone had just poured vinegar into his blood. "Technically, yes, but it's rarely used. Most lords don't bother with their followers." He tried to stop him, but it was of no use. "Well, I'm not most lords," Damon cut in cheerfully, and continued looting the place until he filled up with even more potions. When Calethorn and Damon finally left the place, the poor vampire weakly leaned against the massive doors, watching the young lord in shock and awe. He did not know whether to be afraid or impressed. Damon, on the other hand, looked very pleased. He patted Calethorn on the back with a big old smile. "Keep this up, and you will have redeemed yourself in no time at all." Calethorn coughed lightly at the force of the slap, his shoulder nearly dislocating under Damon's enthusiastic encouragement. He managed a stiff smile, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of pride. "It is my honor to serve, my lord." "Good, because next we're heading somewhere suicidal." Calethorn blinked. "Suicidal?" Damon gave him a look that practically glowed with mischief. "Very. High mortality rate. Rumors say even the emperors don't dare send anyone to that place anymore. Still want to tag along?" Calethorn smiled a little. "I swore to follow, not to cower." "Lead the way, my lord." Damon's grin widened. "That's the spirit. Let's go and court death." Damon sped out of Nira City, and Calethorn was barely able to keep up. Luckily for him, Damon was not going at full speed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do even that. Calethorn wanted to ask how someone in D rank could effortlessly match a C ranker's speed, but he did not dare. In fact, there were more things he was curious about, like why the Lord was constantly spitting into glass vials and tossing them into his storage space. But he kept his mouth shut, like he planned to, and silently followed as best as he could. Soon Damon stopped at an isolated location. It was a perfect place without any other players or landmarks nearby. He then focused and activated his newly acquired skill, Bloodgate. Immediately, a ring of blood-red glyphs ignited beneath Damon's boots. Ribbons of crimson mist rose from the soil, spiraling around him. The next second, a vertical slit opened in the air before him, bordered by writhing runes made of blood. The space within shimmered, showing flashes of another place, one Calethorn didn't recognize, but Damon only knew too well. The abyssal plague lands. The small strands of aura that slipped through the portal and entered this side were enough to send chills down Calethorn's spine. The stench of decay, rot, and something far older seeped into the air like an invisible toxin. The sky on the other side of the Bloodgate was a bruised purple, streaked with clouds that wept ash instead of rain. Shadows moved unnaturally across blackened hills. Even in glimpses, the land pulsed like a festering wound. Calethorn took an involuntary step back. "We are going there?" Damon didn't answer immediately. He stared through the gate, eyes narrowing with focused intensity. "Yep, we are going there. We are going there to take something from the big boss of that place." "Take something from him," Calethorn gulped. His hand hovered near his weapon. "I've heard stories of plague beasts immune to magic, of cursed zones that twist your soul if you linger too long, of ghosts that devour your minds." "Good," Damon said, stepping forward. "Then maybe you'll be alert enough to survive." The blood runes flared brighter as he approached, reacting to his presence. Damon didn't hesitate. He walked straight through the Bloodgate, vanishing into the corruption-tinted light. Calethorn stared for a breath longer, then two, then followed right behind Damon, entering the portal and vanishing into the other side. The Bloodgate snapped shut behind them almost instantly. All that remained was the stench of death and decay lingering in the air. On the other side, Damon immediately scrambled to erect a barrier. This place was not for the weak, but unlike before, the feeling of weakness and corruption did not instantly overwhelm him. Damon paused. He took a deep breath to confirm. It was indeed as he suspected. The air here was pretty much the same as the air outside. In fact, it could even be better for him as his body felt fresh and energetic. Calethorn on the other side was now buckling over and retching. He was pale, with veins twitching beneath his skin as if something foreign was trying to burrow through them. The corruption here was alive, crawling into lungs, bloodstreams, and even thoughts. It was the kind of place that didn't just kill you, it changed you. However, Damon was completely fine. He did not have to wonder why this was happening. He immediately received a bunch of notifications. Ding, you have gained +1 poison resistance. Ding, you have gained +1 poison resistance. Ding, you have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding, you have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding, you have gained +1 poison resistance. Ding, you have gained +1 poison affinity. Ding, you have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding, you have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding, you have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding, you have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding, you have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding, you have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. The few strands of aura that slipped through the portal and entered this side were enough to send chills down Calethorn's spine. It seemed corruption was also a kind of poison. Damon flicked his wrist and deployed a small crimson dome of blood magic around Calethorn. "Here, that should buy you an hour or two. You will get used to it soon enough." The weak him of previous life had done just fine here. Someone like Calethorn should be able to boot and rally. Calethorn collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily as the haze of rot finally stopped gnawing at his bones. "Thank you, my lord. Forgive my incompetence. I didn't think..." He coughed violently. "Didn't think it'd be this bad." Damon nodded. "It's worse for most. Don't worry." He stretched his fingers, watching faint threads of corrupted mana drift toward him and dissolve like mist on contact. His blood, his magic, no, his very presence was purifying the air around him. His blood archives were quickly expanding with the sheer amount of corruption and toxins in the air. He looked around, gaze falling on the cursed terrain. The place hadn't changed a bit. This land is sick. The creatures here are twisted, but there is a special secret hidden here. My lord? Calethorn tried his best to focus on Damon's words and compose himself back to a respectful form, but it was proving to be impossible. The weight of the corruption was simply crushing him down. Leaving him behind, Damon dashed forward. Not wanting to fail so soon, Calethorn gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. Every breath was pain. Every step felt like he was dragging chains made of curses and poisons, but he followed. Up ahead, Damon came to a stop at the edge of a sunken ravine, if it could even be called that. It looked like the earth had been chewed out by some massive forgotten predator, the bottom writhed with blackened roots, twitching vines, and numerous bones of beasts. Damon gazed down into the pit and smiled. It's still here. Calethorn stumbled to his side, trembling, his eyes barely holding focus. What is it? An amazing treasure chest, of course. Damon grinned. Calethorn staggered to the edge, peering down with a mix of horror and awe. Treasure, he echoed, voice hoarse. Damon directly jumped down to the bottom of the ravine, landing with a quiet thud amidst the bones and twitching roots. A thick, toxic stench of rot and decay assaulted him, only to be sucked in by him. Ding! You have gained +1 poison resistance. Ding! You have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding! You have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. Ding! You have gained +1 poison affinity. Ding! You have acquired 1 new type of poison. Ding! You have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. One more round of notifications popped in front of Damon, making him grin from ear to ear. He came here for the treasure chest, and now he was getting some unexpected bonus gifts. Damon crouched low, brushing away bone fragments and grime with his hand until the gaudy, eye-catching, super-on-the-nose treasure chest was completely revealed. Damon quickly opened it, and immediately a blinding light spilled out of it. Gold coins! A mountain of gold coins! Ding! You have gained +5,000 gold coins. Sweet! Damon did not linger. He dusted his hands, and immediately a pair of blood wings appeared on his back. He then flew out of the ravine, landing back near Calethorn. All done. Let's go to the next location. Calethorn blinked up at him in disbelief. There's a next location? Damon nodded with a big shit-eating grin that split his face. This entire place is full of treasure chests like this. And he knew every single damned location. Damon spun in place, dramatically pointing down the corrupted trail. This place is a cesspit of death, curses, disease, and poison, but it's also an S-tier loot fest if you know where to look. Calethorn muttered a few prayers to gods he didn't even believe in anymore. He tried to stand but slumped against a gnarled black root instead. My lord, please continue without me. I don't want to hold you back. Damon nodded. It's fine. Just do your best. I didn't expect you to do well in the first place. I just wanted to see if you would come. And you did. He gave the vampire another smile and dashed towards another location. There were a lot of treasure chests to be claimed and not enough time. Damon was like a kid doing an Easter hunt as he spent the next hour hopping through the death-infested landscape with infectious glee. If the abyssal plaguelands had a mood, it would have been confused. The corrupted terrain twisted and pulsed underfoot, malevolent spirits stirred in the shadows, and grotesque plague beasts hissed from the distance. But Damon? He was whistling. It looked as if he was taking a walk in the park. Each cursed zone he visited felt like it should have been a dungeon on its own. Poisonous fogs that melted skin, undead trees that screamed, pools of sludge that burped out malformed homunculi. None of it fazed him. All the abominations were swiftly put down. The monsters were around level 150, and this area should have technically been above his current level, posing a tremendous difficulty. At least without a proper antidote potion, he shouldn't have been able to do anything. But Damon's body was more than capable of handling it, and he was culling down everything that blocked his path with casual ease. The plus point of the monsters here was poison and corruption, and when that did not work, the fights became no-brainers. In fact, half the time he was muttering to himself about which chest was trapped, which one spawned illusions, and which one rewarded him with something extra if he managed to clear all the monsters around the chest. And he did, cheerfully. Blood magic danced in the air, warding out corruption while feeding on it at the same time. Every treasure chest popped open with a satisfying click, followed by a chime and a fresh round of loot notifications. Ding! You have gained plus 7,000 gold coins. Ding! You have acquired Vile Blood Serpent Ring. Epic! Naturally, he also absorbed the corrupted blood of the monsters, which gave him even more boosts. Ding! You have extracted +1 poison affinity. Ding! You have killed Corrupted Abomination level 35. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have extracted +1 poison affinity. Ding! You have extracted the skill Poison Pustules. Poison pustules mutate your flesh to form volatile pustules filled with poisonous blood. These pustules rupture upon impact or manual trigger, releasing a burst of toxic mist in a 3-meter radius. Enemies caught in the mist suffer poison damage over time and have their defense reduced by 10% for 6 seconds. Pustules regenerate slowly over time, up to 3 charges. Damage taken while pustules are active has a 20% chance to trigger a spray burst, infecting nearby enemies with a contagious poison effect. Damon stared at the notification floating in front of him, a deep frown creasing his brow. Poison pustules? He muttered aloud, tilting his head. That's disgusting. He winced as he read the skill description. Volatile pustules? Exploding poisonous blood? Spray burst? There was no way he was ever going to activate something like this. He mentally slapped a "do not touch" tag on it and moved on to the next abomination. It was not until he killed a bunch that he actually got an interesting skill that he did not expect. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Poison Boost. Ding! Minor Poison Boost. Your stats receive a small upgrade when you are present in a toxic environment. Ding! You have killed Corrupted Abomination level 56. Ding! You have gained experience points. Damon's interest was immediately piqued. Just this skill alone was pretty much nothing. It was a simple boost skill, but in the current environment, it was pretty OP and could do wonders for him. Come on, you ugly bastards, give me more of this skill. Damon hurriedly started killing more and more abominations, even the ones that he did not have to for obtaining the treasure chest. He had been thinking too narrowly before. He had only thought of this place for the gold, but now he was gaining a lot more from it, and the poison part of his body was getting an insane boost. A while later, another common, simple, and yet interesting skill fell into his hands. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Poison Burst. Poison Burst. Generate a burst of poison energy. Deals area of effect poison damage in a 5-meter radius, with bonus damage scaling based on your poison affinity. Enemies hit by the burst have their healing reduced for 6 seconds. Damon's eyes lit up. Now that is what I'm talking about, he murmured, feeling the venomous mana simmer in his veins. He could already sense how beautifully this would synergize, not just with his growing poison affinity and his poison body, but also with his other newly acquired skills, like Minor Poison Boost. The corrupted air around him was pretty much a fuel right now. Not to mention he could also receive passive healing benefits from the Poison Burst. Another OP build was quickly forming, and this one even synergized with his 9 million poison body. Damon continued grinding for more abominations and unlocking more treasure chests. His body was also constantly absorbing more poisonous, corrupted air from the surroundings. His rate of absorption had increased so much that many spots now had visibly lower corruption. It was just like back in the poison lake from the dungeon. He was sucking everything around him and making his own. The abominations also kept on coming. At first, it was just beasts, but then all sorts of creatures also started popping up like goblins, kobolds, and dwarves. Damon was pleasantly surprised to find dwarves in the game. If he was not wrong, then this was a completely undiscovered race. In his last life, no one had interacted with the dwarven race as far as the public knowledge went. Now he was actually seeing these guys in such a place. They were bloated and twisted, their beards matted with filth, their once proud armor corroded and fused to their flesh. These weren't your classic stout, beer-loving dwarves. These were plague-forged, mutated by the abyssal corruption of the land. Their eyes glowed a sickly green, and they swung jagged tools that hissed with venom. The poor bastards still fell pretty easily. Damon had no problems dealing with them since, just like the other corrupted beings, these guys were pretty much mindless monsters now. They didn't have any of their racial skills and instead only had a bunch of corruption-based skills. Were these guys lured here because of the treasure chests? Damon muttered as he flicked a strand of poisonous spit off his cloak as another plague-forged dwarf exploded into a cloud of virulent mist. He couldn't exactly fault them. Even Damon couldn't believe the number of treasure chests in this area. The person who gave the info about this place in his last life had clearly lied. The bastard took home a lot more than he had claimed to have had. Damon noted as he sliced through another corrupted kobold that tried to ambush him from a dying tree's canopy. The loot was pouring in, skills were stacking like cards in a gambler's hand, and his poison synergy was evolving with every breath he took. The 9 million poison body refining technique was practically singing inside his bones. Damon had first thought that this place was going to be a life and death experience, but now he had practically come for a vacation. His gaze then quickly flicked to a tall mountain in the distance. Well, it would be a vacation as long as he did not disturb the big boss who was sleeping inside that mountain. Damon continued his slaughter and pilfering, thoroughly enjoying his trip here. Which gamer would not like to open treasure chests? Gold, weapons, armor, and odd trinkets filled his storage space to the brim. The abominations also kept on coming, and the skill grinding was going at a great pace. There was no sign of Kelthorn yet, which was to be expected. Everything was going great. At this rate, I'm going to make bank in no time. Damon grinned and continued. Naturally, he made sure to stay away from the tall mountain in the distance. Somewhere high above, the jagged peak of that distant mountain caught the sickly light filtering through the haze. Damon's grin lingered as he cut down another plague-forged dwarf, venom hissing from the corpse. He knew exactly what was sleeping up there. He also knew the moment he woke it, this little vacation would turn into a war zone. But for now, the big boss could keep dreaming. Damon still had plenty of chests to loot, monsters to butcher, and poisons to claim. The real fun hadn't even started yet. Meanwhile, inside the same mountain something stirred. Deep within the cavernous heart of the mountain, past walls slicked with black resin and veins of luminous green crystal, a single eye cracked open. It was not the eye of any normal beast. It was a vertical slit, the iris glowing with the molten green-yellow of toxic flame. The corruption here was a lot stronger than the one outside, but it did not seem to matter to the being. In fact, wisps of strongly corrupted air surged out of its body every second, filling the cavern with even more poisonous miasma. The haze coiled and twisted, seeping into cracks in the stone and pulsing in rhythm with the creature's slow, deliberate breaths. A massive tail shifted in the darkness, scales glistening wetly with a blend of venom and abyssal ichor. Each movement scraped against the cavern floor, sending out a low grating echo like stone being ground to dust. A forked tongue flickered briefly from the shadows, tasting the air, and the beast's eye narrowed. "A new commotion in my territory? Who dares to create chaos in my area?" The next moment, the being closed its eyes and spread out its senses. A normal awakener's senses were merely limited to a few meters, maybe a few hundred if they were talented. But this creature's perception stretched far beyond that, threading through the rock, the air, even the poisoned roots of long-dead trees. It slithered effortlessly through the corrupted lines of the land, tasting every drop of venom in the wind. It finally understood who was causing all of this ruckus: a presence. Not one of its plague-forged minions, not some mindless beast, but something sharp, deliberate, and disturbingly alive. Even worse, it was somehow sucking in all the corruption? How was it doing this? A low rumble echoed through the chamber, and the green crystals overhead quivered as if in fear. The beast's tail lashed again, harder this time, gouging deep scars into the cavern floor. "A thief," it hissed, the word dripping with poisonous contempt. "A thief, fattening itself on my breath." For a long moment, the creature merely listened, senses brushing over Damon's position like the touch of a phantom hand, before it retracted its awareness. Its coil shifted, settling once again into the darkness. "Grow, little thief. When you are ripe enough, I will make you my new puppet." And just like that, the mountain fell silent again. Outside, Damon kept killing, looting, and stacking skills, utterly unaware that his vacation had just earned him the attention of the one thing he did not want to wake up. Another chest clinked open under his hands, spilling gold and a silver dagger. He smirked, tossing it into his inventory without a second thought. "I could get used to this," he muttered, already stepping over a heap of plague-forged corpses to reach his next target. He slashed at the first one and sucked in its blood essence when a new notification popped up in front of him. "Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Mental Corruption. Minor Mental Corruption. Your presence seeps a subtle venom into the minds of nearby enemies. Their decision-making slows, instincts dull, and susceptibility to fear effects increases. The corruption strengthens when you are within a highly toxic environment." Damon's brow arched. This was a very unique and rare skill. It wasn't a direct damage skill, but it could turn aggressive mobs into sluggish, confused targets, softening up players before they even realized what was wrong. In the right fight, a moment of hesitation was all it took to land a killing blow. When upgraded to a high enough level, he might even be capable of controlling their minds. Damon had a feeling that maybe it was because of this skill that the abominations here were able to corrupt the others who stepped into this place and wandered long enough. He tried using it on the next plague-forged goblin that came charging at him, and the creature stumbled mid-swing. Its eyes momentarily glazed over as if it had forgotten why it was attacking. Damon ended the monster the next moment, extracting its blood. "Ding! You have gained +1 mental resistance. Ding! You have gained experience points." Damon was once again surprised. He had once again received a new notification, and he couldn't believe that it was mental resistance. Attributes like mental damage resistance and soul damage resistance are a lot harder to improve when compared to physical damage resistance, and he was easily gaining such an attribute in this place. Damon thought about it and looked at where he was currently standing. He was no longer on the outskirts of the territory. He had already ventured into the inner areas. Perhaps this was why he was encountering differently mutated beasts. After all, the air here wasn't merely poisonous, it was corrupted. There was a component of mental corruption in the poisonous, corrupted air, which made the creatures who entered here essentially mindless zombies. And even in my last life, I had never come this far. After hearing about the treasure chests here, I had come to this place to try my luck, but I was only able to stick to the outer regions, and luckily, I had somehow managed to stumble on a treasure chest. But now things were different. I was able to, and so I was already in the depths of these plague lands. Damon looked up at the mountain, which was still quite a far distance from him. He couldn't help but wonder just how far he should go today.
Ding! You have gained +1 mental resistance. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Mental Corruption. Ding! Minor Mental Corruption has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! You have extracted the ability Toxic Burst. Ding! Toxic Burst has been upgraded to level 3. Ding! You have extracted the ability Malignant Pulse. Malignant Pulse unleashes a shockwave of corruptive energy in a short radius. Enemies hit suffer reduced healing effectiveness, minor stat decay, and a stacking sickness effect that worsens with each pulse. Ding! You have gained +1 soul resistance. Damon smiled and swiped the notifications away. He had truly underestimated the number of corrupted abominations in this place, as well as the treasure chests. His list of poison skills and corruption skills was stacking up quite nicely, and he had amassed a total of 1 million gold coins already. There were also some rare drops here and there, which he quickly tossed into his inventory without breaking a stride. His blood archives were expanding at an alarming pace. He had barely slogged for 7 or 8 hours, and he had already gained so much. It looked like this place was truly a death trap, as countless beings were roaming around mindlessly and corrupted, looking to pull in even more companions. The treasure chests here were equally staggering. If one entered this place with eyes greedy for the treasure chests all around, then one would only have their mind corrupted and become a part of this place. Damon sighed as he saw the creatures milling about in the distance. Thanks to his ridiculous stamina from his mana-forged and blood-forged body, he was able to keep going. Otherwise, he would have been forced to take a break by now. The thing was, if he wanted, he could even bypass all these abominations and move around them in stealth mode to collect the treasures. These abominations were not really the sharpest tools in the shed, but doing that would only make him lose out on some wonderful upgrades. The Bloodlands were a brutal place. He had a feeling that maybe he was rushing, but after farming for stats and skills here, he no longer had that concern. He could now confidently step into that desolate territory. Coincidentally, the place there would probably be similar to this one, with demons and undead throwing themselves at him, except they wouldn't be this dumb and mindless, only relying on the poison and corruption to do most of their work. Ding! You have extracted the ability Malignant Pulse. Malignant Pulse unleashes a shockwave of corruptive energy in a short radius. Enemies hit suffer reduced healing effectiveness, minor stat decay, and a stacking sickness effect that worsens with each pulse. Ding! You have gained +1 soul resistance. Damon's eyes widened. Just when he thought this couldn't get better, a new stat popped up in front of him. Soul resistance. That was an entirely different beast from mental resistance. Mental resistance guarded the mind, thoughts, emotions, and perception, but soul resistance was the wall between his very existence and anything that could shatter, twist, or consume it. It was the sort of stat that most players would spend months grinding for, and even then, they'd be lucky to see it increase by a single point. If he had more of this, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered the backlash when he formed the primordial core. And now he had just gotten one for casually blasting a group of plague-forged into corrosive sludge. He wondered just what other surprises this place had in store for him. Everything about this place was built to beef him up. The entire territory was a treasure trove for him. He grinned, baring fangs. I could get addicted to this place. However, there was one thing that was bothering him. He did not know why, but from time to time, he felt uneasy. It felt like someone was watching him from somewhere. His primordial senses tingled, warning him that something was off. From time to time, the miasma around him shifted in a way that made no sense. Poison clouds didn't swirl against the wind like that. And twice now, his primordial senses had brushed against something vast, something that retreated the instant he noticed it, like a shadow ducking out of sight. This is why Damon had stopped going further in and simply continued to kill stuff in the outer areas. But still, he couldn't shake that feeling of danger away. Did he maybe already wake up that thing that was sleeping in the tall mountain? That had to be the only explanation. Naturally, a part of him was alert, and he even kept the teleport to Bloodhall option open and ready, but he couldn't bring himself to leave just yet. Damon did not reveal anything on his face and continued to farm with a happy-go-lucky expression, acting as if he did not have a single care in the world. He also continued to check on Blood Rain mentally. He had already consumed the gem, or more specifically, a red mist appeared from his body which surrounded the gem and corroded it completely, going back in after finishing the meal. But he did not get any response from her after that. Seeing she was not going to be up and running anytime soon, Damon decided to try his luck with the other woman. "Hello, Miss Snake, are you there?" He tried to mentally reach out to her. Unlike Blood Rain, who constantly popped up in his mind even when he didn't want her to, this woman's presence was basically non-existent. Even when he reached out for a long moment, there was no response. Then, finally, after an hour or so, the familiar voice lazily sounded, "You call, little vampire?" Damon's face twitched. To his surprise, the woman continued speaking. "You play in the breath of my kin's blood. I can feel it on you." "Yeah, I noticed," Damon said, slashing another rotten dwarf with his blood cleave. "So, how about you stop lurking and tell me what's watching me from the mountain? Can you sense anything? It's a dragon, right? Some sort of dragon snake? If you can't see it yet, you're not ready to face it. That it has seen you. That much I am sure of." A low chuckle rippled through his mind before her presence faded entirely, leaving Damon alone with his thoughts.
Hey, get back here. Don't say something like that and just disappear. What the hell? Damon started sweating. So he was right after all. The damn thing had seen him and was definitely continuing to see him. Then why the hell hadn't it attacked him yet? He waited for the damn snake woman, but she went completely radio silent and did not bother answering anything he asked. Could she even do that, considering he was now bonded with the ring? Damon did not know, but it sure looked like it. Whatever. Damon gave up after a few minutes. The corrupted continued recklessly running towards him, and nothing had really changed. There was only one question in front of him: leave now or stay a while and leave later. A part of him also doubted if he would be able to leave peacefully. What if the thing was only calm because he hadn't tried to leave yet? What if it decided to finally make its move when he activated the teleportation skill? Damon thought about it, but then shook his head. He was definitely overthinking things. He had come here only after knowing how dangerous things were, but this was not the same as the purification raid. Even if the boss was triggered, it wouldn't be an impossible fight. The big boss inside was peak C-Lank at most. Damon still had no idea what specific beast it was, but the information about its power level was rock solid. He knew it was some sort of draconic beast, but the exact boss details were not released to the public. The only thing everyone warned about was the noxious environment here and how the players were susceptible to mental corruption and physical sickness once they stepped into the zone. Apparently, some even experience sudden health loss and inexplicable death. Damon still hadn't experienced this sort of sudden health loss, but everything else was well within control. The only thing that was slightly shocking was the mana sense of the beast. Damon couldn't help but feel that something was off. Could a peak C-rank beast really have such strong mana sense? Mana sense spreading to this distance without even stepping outside its lair felt unnatural? Even the strongest C ranks he had fought before couldn't project their perception through layers of stone, poison haze, and corrupted mana streams like this. He cut down another plague-forged ogre, its corpse collapsing into a puddle of oily sludge, and the thought stuck in his mind like a burr. Either the intel he had was wrong, or this peak C rank wasn't what it seemed. Maybe it was wounded, maybe it was sealed, or maybe it was something far older pretending to be weaker so idiots like him would wander in unprepared. Maybe it was using some sort of natural array to sense those who wandered into its territory. Maybe its power depended on the amount of corrupted here, and since he was culling down quite a few, it came to notice him. Damon had a lot of theories and a lot of hypotheses, but ultimately it did not matter. As long as the thing was silently observing him, he was not prepared to leave this gold mine just yet. Not just his skills, but his mental resistance and soul resistance was also increasing little by little. He needed to prepare at least this much for the Bloodlands. A lot was riding on his trip to Bloodlands, including finding a suitable soul cultivation technique. Besides, he took out a shiny stone and rolled it in his palm. He had already acquired 2 evolution stones here. If he could somehow acquire a few more, and then he would be able to evolve his race once again. Damon quickly doubled down and continued his slaughter. He stuck to the outer area and farmed some more. Soon some more time passed by, and system shutdown kicked all the players within the world. Damon was still fine inside the world, and he used this time to continue grinding. The next 12 hours as well passed by in a jiffy, and once again everyone else logged back into the game. By this time, Kalethorn had somewhat adjusted to the toxic environment, but he still only managed to stay in the outer boundary, not able to get too far in. Damon, on the other hand, finally encountered something interesting. As he cut down the abomination in front of him, he noticed a sudden disturbance in the distance. The abominations seemed to be clustered together weirdly. The corrupted creatures that only roamed in 3s or 5s until now, all of a sudden started gathering together, heading in a single direction. His direction. The huge herd of corrupted abominations were heading straight for him. The ground began to tremble under the synchronized, uneven march of hundreds of feet, claws, and talons. Damon narrowed his eyes, his vision cutting through the poison haze just enough to make out shapes, twisted silhouettes moving in jerky unison, their glowing eyes fixed entirely on him. The poisonous mist seemed to grow thicker with every heartbeat, curling around their bodies like a living shroud, hiding their numbers but not their intent. A wave of hostile intent crashed against him like an icy tide. This wasn't random. This was a call to arms, and the big boss had blown the horn. Whatever was inside that mountain had finally made its first move. Damon was grinning internally. He was just now thinking that all of this was taking too long, and he needed to hurry up if he actually wanted to meet the deadline and get the money ready before the next city raid started. And just as he wished, things had started to speed up. So many bodies, so much blood, and endless toxicity, all for him to devour. Damon's entire body trembled with excitement. However, the next second, he turned around and started to run. He was even screaming at the top of his lungs with a look of shock and terror on his face. Damon ran at his full speed, or rather at the speed he wanted his stalker to think was his full speed. Even though he was brimming with excitement inwardly, none of it could be seen on his face. He looked genuinely terrified as he tried to scramble the hell out of this place. The poisonous mist whipped past him in blurred streaks as Damon darted between shattered boulders and warped tree husks, his legs splashing through puddles of blackened sludge. His every movement was calculated. Just enough stumble here, just enough ragged breath there to sell the image of prey fleeing for its life. The perfect bait. A VIP was watching him. It was only polite to put on a good show for the big boss. Behind him, the cacophony of the advancing horde was deafening.
The sickly thud of clawed feet striking corrupted earth, the guttural howls of beasts too far gone for reason, the wet gurgles of bloated monstrosities bursting as they trampled over each other. The miasma itself seemed to pulse with their bloodlust, curling into long tendrils that chased him like spectral hands. Naturally, Damon's plan was never to outrun these tasty meals. In due time, he allowed himself to be swallowed by the charging horde, exactly what was supposed to happen to anyone foolish enough to fight in this terrain. Damon found himself hemmed in on all sides by the corrupted monstrosities, his gaze darting in pure, desperate terror. Blood spheres appeared around him, shooting outward in all directions. A plain and simple blood lance flashed in his hands, which he used to skewer the first creature that lunged at him, its skull popping like an overripe fruit under the crimson spear's force. The impact sent a spray of steaming ichor across the blackened ground, sizzling where it landed. Another beast barreled in from his flank, and Damon's lance blurred in a horizontal arc, carving through 3 torsos at once before dissolving into mist that reformed in his other hand. The blood spheres spun faster, weaving between bodies with unerring precision, piercing eyes, throats, and joints. Each kill sent a fresh rush of corrupted vitality into him, his vampiric hunger greedily siphoning strength from the fallen. Yet on his face, the mask of panic never faltered, eyes wide, breaths ragged, movements seemingly frantic to any observer. Even though notifications were popping up like crazy, pouring in skills and stats continuously, there was only desperation on his face. It was as if he were fighting for his life on the verge of collapse. Damon had a feeling that his rock-solid information was probably not as rock-solid as he wanted it to be. He couldn't ignore the evidence in front of him, staring at his face, even though he had his past life knowledge. He would be a fool to do so. His chance of winning this fight was probably low, if anything at all. He needed as many aces up his sleeve as possible. Deliberately leading his observer to think he was failing and weakened was probably the best card he could play right now. If the stalker thought he was burning through his stamina, bleeding resources just to keep the swarm at bay, then when it finally moved in for the kill, it would do so carelessly. This could potentially be his best shot at winning this whole damn thing, or getting out of here alive. Meanwhile, he did not forget to message Cawthorn, even though he was amidst the fight of his life. "I need to get a nasty poison out of me." He knew he was asking for the impossible from the man, but he wanted to see just how far Cawthorn was willing to go to obey his order. Besides, all the miasma in the area was gathering in his location, lighting up his passive boosts like Christmas lights. The corrupted beings were also here. The complete attention of the big boss was here. The guy would essentially be walking around and opening treasure chests. He should be able to achieve this much. The man proved to be resourceful enough until now, but Damon needed to know if he could really count on him when it mattered the most. Words were words, and actions are actions. "Come on, Cawthorn, bring this home!" He shrieked some more as if he was in pain and even took a couple of hits as he pushed away another abomination. The abominations pressed closer, fangs gnashing, claws raking the air, and Damon doubled over with a convincing grunt of pain, blood splattering across the corrupted ground. At the same time, he caught the faint ping of Cawthorn's acknowledgement. Good. Now let's see if the man had the guts to stroll through a poisoned battlefield while the devil himself threw a welcome party on the other side. The horde churned around Damon like a living tide, snapping and clawing, their bodies pressing close enough that the reek of rotting venom clung to his skin. He let himself stumble, knees buckling just enough to make it look like his footing had given way. A beast lunged for his throat, and he barely twisted aside, the swipe grazing his cheek and leaving a burning line of poison. It did nothing for him, but he flinched anyway. He slowed down, he took hits, and he was even bleeding profusely. He was only barely hanging on as he continued to kill one corrupted monster after another. Meanwhile, deep inside the tall mountain, a pair of eyes glowed faintly in the dark.
Slitted pupils narrowed as they tracked Damon's every movement through the haze, drinking in the false staggers, the desperate swings, the trail of carnage he left behind. Little thief. You disappoint me. Not as special as I hoped. It shifted slightly, the sound of scales dragging over stone. And yet, a low chuckle reverberated through the cavern. You lasted longer than the others, but you too will fall and become mine. A pulse of corrupted mana radiated outward as it gave a lazy, almost dismissive grunt. Immediately, shadows stirred. From the darkness emerged a group of humanoid beasts. These beasts also had slit-like eyes, but they were a lot more humanoid than monstrous. They had scales, like the massive beast, and a vicious lashing tail, but they were bipedal. All of them bowed before the massive creature in reverence, patiently waiting for the order. The creature's gaze lingered on the swirling image of Damon in the haze. "Take care of that intruder," it said, each syllable dripping with venomous command. "He has potential, and I want his vessel. If he doesn't yield to the corruption in the miasma, take him to the lake and drown him there." The humanoid creatures did not answer. They didn't need to. Their obedience was absolute. With a single flick of the beast's tail, they quickly disappeared and appeared outside the mountain. Their gaze then flickered to the sight of disturbance in the distance. Who was this foolish creature who dared enter their sacred lands?
Back in the chaos, Damon continued his act and pretended as if he was still only barely holding on. He really had the aura of a true hero who should have died long ago, and yet was still somehow surviving and struggling with just an inch of his life. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Mental Corruption. Ding! Minor Mental Corruption has been upgraded to level 3. Damn! That took a lot of time. 1 to 2 was easy enough, but 2 to 3 was a real pain in the ass. Even if I continue to kill 100 of these, this skill is not getting to 4 today. Damon clicked his tongue and continued to farm. Though it was still level 3, some skills can already be powerful, even at that level. Since Damon was pretty much chilling at the moment, he decided to try out a couple of the new skills. Minor Mental Corruption, Mental Rot, and Terror Bloom. All right, let's see what these babies can do when I apply them together. Damon picked one of the corrupted monsters from a distance and targeted it with all 3 skills. The chosen beast was a hulking brute, its body twisted with bone spurs and patches of scaly hide. It was charging straight for him, eyes wild, mouth foaming black sludge. It did not have much of a mind in the first place, but as soon as Damon activated the skills, the creature stumbled and fell as if whatever was left of it was also completely gone. It was then crushed by the others, killed in the stampede and the blink of an eye. The blood essence twirled and flew towards Damon. It was the fastest kill he had made in this shithole. Ding! You have extracted the ability Minor Mental Corruption. Ding! Minor Mental Corruption has been upgraded to level 3. Damn, that took a lot of time. 1 to 2 was easy enough, but 2 to 3 was a real pain in the ass. Even if I continue to kill 100 of these, this skill is not getting to 4 today. Damon clicked his tongue and continued to farm. Though it was still level 3, some skills can already be powerful even at that level. Since Damon was pretty much chilling at the moment, he decided to try out a couple of the new skills: Minor Mental Corruption, Mental Rot, and Terror Bloom. All right, let's see what these babies can do when I apply them together. Damon picked one of the corrupted monsters from a distance and targeted it with all 3 skills. The chosen beast was a hulking brute, its body twisted with bone spurs and patches of scaly hide. It was charging straight for him, eyes wild, mouth foaming black sludge. It did not have much of a mind in the first place,
But as soon as Damon activated the skills, the creature stumbled and fell as if whatever was left of it was also completely gone. It was then crushed by the others, killed in the stampede in the blink of an eye. The blood essence twirled and flew towards Damon. It was the fastest kill he had made in this shithole. Ding! You have gained +1 strength. Ding! You have gained experience points. Damon grinned inwardly as he started picking off more and more targets in the distance, spread out enough to make sure that the anomalies went unnoticed. His farming efficiency went up just like that. He happily continued the shenanigans when suddenly a frown creased his forehead. Not a fake one, but a real one. Trouble was coming. C rank? Peak C rank? Damon could sense someone powerful coming his way. The big boss was finally making its move. He clenched his fists, preparing for the worst. Though he thought his info could be wrong, it looked like the big boss was C rank after all. But a C rank boss was no joke in itself. This was not K-Thorn or Elora. This was a peak C rank creature, even rumored to have draconic features. If he underestimated this opponent, he would, without a doubt, lose the fight and be either forced to run away or get killed. Damon continued to act oblivious and kill the mindless creatures surrounding him when a low, vibrating hiss slithered through the poisoned air, cutting through the howls and screeches of the swarm like a blade. The corrupted monstrosities nearest to Damon froze mid-charge, their movements faltering as if someone screamed at them to move aside. And they did. Through the gap stepped a figure, tall, lean, and unnervingly graceful, despite the heavy miasma clinging to it. Scaled skin shimmered faintly under the dim light, the hues a muted blend of stone and ash. Slit-pupiled eyes locked onto Damon with a predator's calm focus, and a long, sinuous tail swayed behind it in a slow arc. Ding! Scale Fiend! Level 148. Its armor looked grown rather than forged. Bone-like plates fused seamlessly into its scaled body. In its clawed hands it carried a weapon that seemed more like natural extensions than a crafted tool, a blade that glimmered faintly with a poisonous sheen. The Scale Fiend's tongue flicked out like a serpent's, tasting the air as if savoring the scent of Damon's blood. Its chest expanded with a deep inhale, and a low growl resonated from its throat. The nearby abominations didn't just make way, they cowered, shrinking back into the miasma, as though fearful of being caught in its path. "Vessel," the Scale Fiend growled. "You were nothing but a filthy bloodsucker. You were not worthy." Damon's face twitched. What is up with these guys constantly wanting his body? Damon, still keeping up his act, let his eyes widen as though finally realizing the danger in front of him. He took a half-step back, letting the blood spheres falter and spin sluggishly around him. Outwardly, he looked like a man whose stamina was on its last threads. Inwardly, his mind was racing. A level 148 peak C rank. This fight was going to be interesting. The Scale Fiend charged forward, slashing down its weapon at Damon, bursts of miasma erupting from it, miasma rich enough with poison that could instantly kill a normal player. However, Damon only received a few notifications. Ding! You have acquired a new type of poison. Ding! You have acquired a new type of poison. Ding! You have acquired a new type of poison. Ding! You have made small progress in the second cycle of the 9 million poison body refining technique. The miasma swirled violently as the Scale Fiend's blade carved through the space Damon had been standing in a heartbeat earlier, the ground erupting in a hiss of corrosive smoke. Damon staggered back, clutching his side as though the blow had nearly gutted him, when in reality, everything the Scale Fiend had done had only invigorated him. His stats were already up by 30%. His attack damage was further boosted by another 50%. His blood's toxic potency was technically higher than the miasma they were currently standing in. He was in a perfect position to end this fight. The Scale Fiend's lips curled in something between a snarl and a grin, its tail lashing behind it like a whip. "You bleed. Good. I will savor every drop." Damon coughed, forcing a rasp into his voice, even letting his knees bend as though they might give out. "Guess I'm not going to make it," he panted, all while using his toxic blood energy to form 6 blood spheres that swirled around him. The fiend lunged again, a streak of scaled muscle and poisoned steel, but this time Damon didn't retreat. Instead, his blood spheres darted forward at blinding speed, 2 slamming into the Scale Fiend's eyes and mouth, while the rest turned into sharp blades that attempted to cut through the creature's body. Shadow step. In a blur of darkness, he was behind it, blood lance already forming in his grip. The weapon stabbed forward, its tip glowing faintly as fire mana bled into the crimson spear, his fusion skill ready to explode on impact. However, the creature was already writhing in agony from the effect of the poison. "How?" it growled in horror, as its tail whipped around in a frenzy. The creature convulsed violently, tail lashing, claws gouging deep trenches in the ground as blackened miasma boiled off its flesh. Damon only grinned before slamming his lance into its skull. His blood core surged with energy, pumping energy into the attack so much that it looked like a miniature sun blew up from inside its head. The creature's body shuddered one last time before collapsing into the sludge-covered ground, as its once proud scales now cracked, blackened, and steaming from the inside out. The poisonous miasma it had exuded so dominantly began to unravel, curling away like smoke dissipating in the wind. Without its master, the haze lost its oppressive weight, though the battlefield still stank of venom and rot. Ding! You have gained +1 soul strength. Ding! You have gained +1 strength. Ding! You have extracted the skill Miasmic Dominion. Ding! You have gained +2 poison resistance. Ding! You have killed Scale Fiend level 148. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. 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 A C-rank beast was a C-rank beast. It was very generous with the experience points. Damon had gained 5 whole levels from the single beast. It was a good deal. He stood over the corpse, breathing steadily, his earlier act of exhaustion long forgotten. Blood spheres lazily orbited him. His eyes glowed crimson as he inspected his newly acquired prize, Miasmic Dominion, a domain skill. Miasmic Dominion, rank B. Unleashes a poisonous domain centered on the user, saturating the area in corrosive miasma that seeps into air, ground, and living flesh. Within the domain, enemy regeneration is reduced by 30%, poison damage bypasses basic resistances, and afflicted targets suffer progressive stat decay the longer they remain inside. The domain absorbs lingering toxins in the environment and converts them into mana or blood energy for the user. Killing a poisoned target inside the domain causes a burst of contagion, infecting nearby enemies. Duration 60 seconds per activation, extendable with sustained mana or blood energy. Cooldown 3 minutes. Damon's lips curved in satisfaction as the details appeared. Domain skills were always overpowered. This was why C-ranked players could never be touched by even elite D-ranked players. Developing a powerful domain skill meant half the victory was already achieved, and this skill was pretty powerful. It would let him suffocate groups, cripple bosses, and even replenish himself mid-fight if the situation dragged on. With this, he would now be able to finish the swarm around him even faster. Obtaining such a skill before even stepping into C rank was insane. However, Damon did not have the mood to celebrate. He looked at the fallen, bloodless corpse, and something about it was off. It seemed weak. Too weak to be the big boss of this place. Did he miscalculate? Damon's eyes narrowed as he crouched beside the body, brushing a clawed fingertip over the charred scales. The flesh beneath crumbled too easily. This thing had been strong, yes, but not that strong. It wasn't the apex predator he had been expecting. Just as he was mulling over this, a ripple in the miasma made him glance up. All of a sudden, powerful surges appeared in the distance, revealing 10 other opponents. They were so powerful that their mere presence created a tornado of miasma around them, and these tornadoes were directly headed for him. In the blink of an eye, 10 other C-rank scale fiends were standing in front of him. Their scaled hides shimmered with different hues: slate gray, moss green, volcanic red, each variant exuding a unique poisonous aura. Miasma whipped into spiraling columns around them, laced with streaks of venomous light, as if the very atmosphere had bent to their will. His gaze slid across the formation, noting the subtle differences. 2 of them bore jagged great blades that seemed to drip molten venom. Another clutched a polearm grown from petrified bone, and one in the back carried no weapon at all, but its miasma was so thick that the sludge beneath its feet dissolved into a bubbling pit. One stepped forward, its tail slamming into the ground with enough force to split the earth. Its voice was a low rumble. "You killed our brother. For that we will strip your flesh and drink your heart's blood." The others hissed in unison. Damon's blood spheres began to vibrate, swirling tighter around him. His crimson eyes burned like fresh embers as his monocore throbbed with anticipation. 10 at once, huh? Guess it's time to see how well my new domain works under extreme testing conditions. This was the most dangerous situation he had faced in a while, and he wanted to push himself to see how far he could go. The 10 scale fiends moved as one, their combined auras crushing down on the battlefield until the very air felt toxic enough to burn through lungs. Lesser abominations simply withered where they stood, collapsing into pools of sludge before they could even crawl away. Each step the fiends took stirred the miasma into violent eddies, as if the very atmosphere had become their weapon. Damon laughed internally. Everything they were doing was only making him stronger. Come on, give me more, give me more. He patiently waited for them to buff up the miasma even more, but the scale fiends quickly took matters into their own hands. 4 of them charged forward while the other 4 started casting some sort of skill. Damon did not want to take any chances while fighting against C-rank monsters. He instantly activated his strongest and newly acquired skill, Mismic Dominion. The next second, a crimson-tinged poison mist erupted from Damon's body, spreading outward like a tidal wave, swallowing the area around him in moments. It was heavier, denser, and far more insidious than the fiend's miasma. The creatures looked shocked. Their regeneration faltered instantly, their scales dulling as the toxic decay began gnawing at them from within. Every breath they took now siphoned mana and vitality away. Their speed reduced, their movements became weak, and they were even unable to think clearly. What was happening? How could this weak bloodsucker in front of them affect their superior corruption-forged bodies? Impossible! The first of the 4 charging fiends reached Damon, swinging its venom-dripping great blade in a murderous arc, but the motion was now sluggish, weighted down by the creeping rot of his domain. Damon dissolved into a blur of shadows with shadow step, reappearing at the creature's flank. 3 blood spheres shot forward in an instant, piercing through the gaps in its neck armor like hot red nails. The fiend choked, clutching at its throat as the poison in its blood mixed with the decay of the domain. The second it toppled, Mismic Dominion triggered its contagion effect. An invisible shockwave of venom blasted outward, latching on to the nearest 2 fiends and instantly deepening their toxic decay. "Beautiful," Damon murmured, already weaving fire mana into the tip of a forming blood lance. He spun, hurling it at the moss-green fiend behind the front line. The spear detonated inside its chest in a burst of molten crimson, the heat boiling its miasma into nothing and leaving the creature writhing. At the same time, Damon used Poison Burst successively, followed by Poison Explode, extending the effect of his domain even further. The 4 in the back, still in mid-cast, faltered as their concentration wavered. He could feel their willpower eroding, their mental clarity slipping beneath the combined influence of his poison generation skills and the suffocating domain. The battlefield had now successfully become his hunting ground. This was his domain now. One by one, he took down the scale fiends, the beasts standing no chance after being affected by his poison, as if they were no longer even C rank. The battle became completely one-sided, and Damon won in no time. But just as the last one fell, Damon froze as a powerful aura swept past him the next moment. The stench of decay was swept aside in an instant, replaced by something far heavier, an oppressive, primal killing intent that made him stop in his tracks. Whatever was sleeping in the tall mountains was finally awake, and it was about to fuck him up. Damon mentally prepared himself as he drained the last bit of blood essence from the fallen scale fiends in a hurry. He had wanted to evolve first before he fought this thing. He had wanted to level up his poison body and his poison generation further. Heck, he would have preferred if all of his skills had been upgraded once more. And now he was out of time. The big boss was about to show up any moment now.
Damon's mind raced. He quickly tried activating the teleportation skill, but it was already grayed out. Bloodgate takes about a minute to get set up. Blink and Shadow Step were useless as it would become a game of tag, which he would be on the losing end. There was no other way. He was going to have to face whatever was coming at him, right now. In the distance, a powerful aura erupted. An intense shock wave spread from the tall mountain outward. The shock wave ripped through the miasma-choked battlefield like a tidal wave, shredding the toxic fog and scattering it into thin, useless wisps. The ground beneath his feet cracked in jagged lines. The trees didn't just fall, they exploded into splinters under the sheer weight of the force, their trunks snapping like brittle bones. Waves and waves of corrupted beasts exploded into blood and gore. Damon's miasmic dominion shuddered under the pressure and dissipated. Before Damon had a chance to erect a blood shield, a huge presence loomed over him. It had only taken the beast a fraction of a second to move from there to here. The creature's shadow fell over him, blotting out what little light remained in the miasma-thinned sky. A stench rolled off it, thick and acrid, making the back of his throat burn as though he'd swallowed molten poison. The miasma around it cleared, and Damon was finally able to get a good glimpse of the big creature. A massive serpentine body coiled and uncoiled with deliberate menace, thick emerald scales refracting pale light like shards of polished jade, each one edged in a frost-white outline that made them gleam unnaturally in the gloom.
The creature's body alone stretched far beyond what his eyes could track, serpentine loops fading into the haze, while its long, muscular neck arched forward, ending in a head crowned with white antler-like horns. Its eyes, a piercing mix of glacial blue and venom green, locked onto him, and in that gaze he felt the weight of a predator that had ruled this place long before he'd set foot in it. How was he supposed to face a creature like this? It might as well be the god that ruled this world. And he was the foolish mortal who vainly thought that he could slay a god? Damon's entire body trembled in fear from top to bottom. Maybe if he knelt down and prostrated himself in front of the beast, he would be granted mercy? Maybe if he completely submitted to this venerable god, then it would see him as too insignificant to bother killing. That treacherous thought slithered through his mind unbidden, a poisonous whisper urging surrender. His knees bent slightly without him meaning to, his instincts screaming at him to submit. The sheer pressure radiating from the creature was primal, suffocating and ancient dominance that reached into the marrow of his bones and commanded obedience. But then something else stirred within him, deep, dark, hungry. The predator that had grown inside him since the day he'd awakened as a vampire surged up in defiance, baring its fangs at the idea of kneeling to anything. His trembling eased, replaced by a slow burning heat crawling through his veins. His lips peeled back into a bloodthirsty grin. "This damned thing almost cooked me mentally," Damon snarled under his breath. The spark of defiance flared into a wildfire as his crimson eyes blazed brighter. His golden slit-like eyes that had disappeared after the monocore was locked faintly flickered in and out. The suffocating weight pressing on his mind cracked, not gone, but fractured enough for him to breathe. Damon was instantly shocked. The beast standing in front of him looked very different at the moment. It was only a fraction of its previous size and looked far less menacing. More importantly, the thing was only peak C rank at most. Ding! Aaron Drowl, the Pale Coil, level 150. His willpower and mental strength stripped away the illusion, showing the thing for what it really was. Damon did not hesitate any longer and used Shadow Step to instantly appear behind the beast. A powerful crimson lance took shape in his hand, pulsing with an overwhelming amount of mana. Unlike the other C-rank scale fiends, this opponent was different. Just like how he was different from the other players, the very foundation of this beast was exceedingly strong. He could feel it. This was a fight he needed to win in a single shot. Just as the lance roared to life in his hand, power rippling through it, Damon also conjured two more of his most powerful attacks from his arsenal: Bastion of the Condemned and Radiant Wellspring. He did not hold back at all, and his primordial monocore roared to life, showing its capabilities. Even in its locked state, it was able to pump out crazy amounts of mana, far more than any normal C-rank could hope to channel without tearing themselves apart. The skills were a little conflicting, and the buff he received from the poisonous miasma had reduced slightly, but still huge wafts of poisonous aura seeped out of the beast, which kept him topped up. This, with the added boosts from the holy skills, bumped up his damage power to a whopping 130%. And Damon's already high stats pushed his base damage power to even higher levels. Aaron Drowl's slit-pupilled eyes narrowed, reading the danger in an instant. The pale coil recoiled, coils tightening with whipcord tension before it struck, not with its head, but with a sudden burst of venom mist, so thick it blotted out the radiance from his radiant wellspring. The poison reeked like rotting corpses, heavy and cloying, trying to smother his momentum. But Damon's blood arts drank it in greedily, siphoning the venom into his body and transmuting it into a raw, throbbing mana surge. "Bad move," Damon growled. He launched forward, the crimson lance erupting with enough force to tear through the damn thing's scales to expose the softer flesh beneath its white-edged emerald plating. Damon's heart raced as he watched his beefed-up attack tear apart a chunk of the damn beast's fleshy body, crimson shards of scale and gore raining down around them. But to his shock, the very next second, the torn flesh writhed like worms in meat and began knitting back together at an impossible speed. The shredded muscle smoothed over, scales reformed with a crystalline shimmer, and in mere breaths, the wound was gone. The sight made Damon curse inwardly. That wasn't normal regeneration, that was cheating. A vicious voice, hissing with venom, rumbled through the air. Not bad for a measly bloodsucker. Arendral's antlered head lowered, its glacial blue and venom-green eyes blazing with disdain. But you are not worthy to stand in front of the great Arendral. The declaration came with a fresh wave of oppressive aura, heavier and sharper than before, as if the beast had been toying with him until now. The ground beneath Damon cracked deeper, the miasma curling into jagged, ghostly shapes that whispered in his ears. Another mental attack. His muscles locked for a fraction of a second, every instinct screaming at him to move, but his blood surged hotter in defiance. He was not going to lose this fight because of a damned mental attack. While Damon once again fought to wrench himself free from the crushing mental bind, Arendral's smug expression unexpectedly fractured. Its coils tightened in on themselves as an odd tremor rippled through its body. That imperious gaze faltered, replaced by a flicker of confusion, then pain. The poison had taken root. Damon's toxic blood, steeped in the vicious alchemy of the first cycle of the 9 million poison body, had already slipped past its natural resistances, threading itself into every channel of the beast's mana flow. Like molten acid poured into the veins, it crawled along nerves, corroding them from the inside out, and gnawed at the creature's life force. Arendral's hiss deepened into a guttural roar, its antlered head thrashing violently. The miasma around them bucked like a living storm, surging out in chaotic waves as the beast tried to flesh the venom from its system. Damon's mind was still caught in the echoing whispers of submission, his vision flickering between reality and the suffocating mental illusion, but through the pain and haze, he felt it. The monster's aura faltering, its once absolute dominance cracking. The weakness was small, fleeting, but enough. "Got you," he rasped through clenched teeth, forcing mana into his legs. His will lashed outward like a whip, shattering the illusion just enough for him to see clearly. The beast was still reeling, coils twisting in agony. If he struck now, with everything he had, before the poison burned itself out, this fight could end in one blow. Damon immediately began to conjure another all-out attack, but before he could actually unleash anything, the beast suddenly disappeared into a violent ripple in the air, only a gust of miasma left in its wake. One moment, Arendral's antlered head was thrashing within striking range, and the next, the space in front of Damon collapsed inward with a whump of displaced air. "What the hell?" Damon was startled. Did the boss just run? Damn it! He did not care anymore. This was a fight he at best had a 65% chance to win. Maybe even that was pushing it. There was no need to risk things unnecessarily. Not when his body had only just healed from a major fuck-up. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Yeah, screw that. Kelthorn should have grabbed a nice haul of treasure chests by now. Better to cash out than push his luck. With one last glance into the swirling miasma, Damon turned and started making his way back. This trip wasn't worth dying for. He could mass-produce his spit and sell the shit for the remaining amount of money. There were also plenty of items he had hoarded from the purification raid, and in the worst case, he could even mass-produce some shortcut alchemy recipes and farm a few more treasure chest spots. He could always ask Mark and Kate to temporarily pause their work and focus on gold grinding before resuming the portal quest again.
Damon quickly started making new plans in his mind as he started retreating from the plague lands at high speed, using blink as quickly as he could. Then he stopped as he almost forgot something. The entire place was still filled with the blood essence of the exploded corrupted monsters and abominations. There was still a lot of the blood essence left, and it would be a shame to leave it all here. Damon quickly started absorbing all the corrupted blood essence he could get his hands on. At the same time, he also sent a message to Calethorn to fall back and meet him at the Blood Hall. With the decision made, he only needed a few more seconds, maybe a minute or two. Damon knew he was pushing it, but he had to take at least this much risk. If he always played it safe, his power would stagnate and he would never go. In the meantime, he also set up Bloodgate straight back to the Blood Hall. Seconds ticked by slowly. There was still no sign of that beast. Damon clenched his fists, keeping his senses sharp and locked onto the tall mountain. The moment he sensed that beast again, he would make a run for it. Another few seconds passed, and now a portal appeared as well. Now he was truly safe. That thing, no matter how powerful it was, could no longer hold him back. Damon stayed back just a few more seconds to suck off all the spilled-over blood essence. Every drop was strength, and leaving it behind would be a waste. His crimson aura swirled, tendrils of it drinking greedily from the blackened puddles and steaming carcasses that littered the ground. Only when the last traces were absorbed, he finally decided to leave. He gave the mountain one last glance, half expecting the beast to come barreling down after him, then turned to step into the portal. However, the next second, he froze. The big boss, who had run away, silently appeared in front of him.
Arendral stood in front of him once again, its massive frame coiled low, glacial blue and venom-green eyes burning with fresh fury. The oppressive aura slammed into him instantly, heavier than before, as if the short break had only made it stronger and angrier. Damon staggered back from the jump-scare scene, quickly retreating. His instinct screamed that this was no longer the 65% fight he'd walked away from. Something had changed. He needed to get to his fucking Bloodgate. Maybe if he somehow did a feint, he could... His thoughts were interrupted when Arendral casually destroyed the portal with a flick of its tail. His escape route became non-existent in the blink of an eye. Persistent bastard. Damon's eyes darkened. This damn cheating thing wanted a death match with him? Fine. If he was going down today, he was not going to go down without a damn brawl where he dragged that thing to death. Blood roared in his ears, his aura igniting like a scarlet storm. The ground under his feet cracked as he pulled on every drop of mana, forcing it into his limbs until they thrummed with power. Yet another crimson lance appeared in his hands as he used Shadow Step again. All right, you oversized snake bastard, let's see which of us bleeds out first. I have a lot more poison in my body. I will let you taste all of it. To his surprise, the beast in front of him did not react at all. Arendral stood frozen, its slitted eyes locked onto him, eyeing him curiously. It then unexpectedly dissolved into miasma once again, leaving nothing behind except toxic air. Damon almost stumbled and fell as he stared in disbelief. What the hell? Why did you come here if you were just going to run away again? Make up your mind, you little bitch. Coincidentally, right at this moment, the miasma in front of him once again shifted, and this time, instead of the scaly draconic snake bastard, a slender figure appeared. Huh? Wait, what? He stared as a slender figure stepped out of the haze with the kind of unhurried grace that made Damon's instincts flare. Wasn't this a repeat of what happened back in the Venom King trial? They were clad in dark, layered robes that shimmered faintly in the dim light. A hood shadowed most of their face, but beneath it, two pale eyes glimmered faintly, cold, sharp, and far too mesmerizing. Just staring at those eyes could make one lose their mind. Fuck! Damon instantly snapped out of it. Another mental attack? A sweet laughter rang as if the person had read his thoughts. I am not attacking your highness mentally again. Please relax. A voice came out. Your highness? Damon had absolutely no idea what was going on. Then suddenly a thought struck him. Could this somehow be linked to him being the heir of the Venom King? They were all snakes, so the idea was not totally ridiculous. "So you finally realized who I was, huh?" Damon adjusted his expression and tried his luck. He knew he was pushing things here, but he was shameless enough to try everything he could. The hooded figure lowered her head, bowing deeply to Damon. "Your Highness, please forgive my stupidity. I should have realized who you were sooner." The woman then slowly raised her head and pulled back the hood, revealing a face with peerless beauty. A cascade of obsidian hair spilled free, framing a face that was utterly beautiful and mesmerizing. Her pupils were slitted like a serpent's, glacial blue fading into venom green, the same unsettling colors as Arundel's, only warmer, softer, when they rested on him. And then she knelt, not just a polite dip of the head, but full submission, prostrating herself on the ground. "I am Arundel of the Pale Coil bloodline. From this moment, my life is yours to command. Please accept this humble servant, my highness." Damon was doing a backflip inwardly. He did not expect this at all. In fact, he was very sure that he was going to die fighting this beast today, and now she was offering herself to become a servant for him. The woman's head remained bowed as she continued. "Please accept me, your highness. I will serve you without question. My claws, my fangs, my magic, they belong to you. My power might currently be insufficient because I am outside my restricted area, but I swear that soon I will regain my original power and stand beside you as the shield that guards your life and the thang that strikes your enemies." Damon arched his brow. Well, this turned around fast. He stepped closer, studying her bowed form. "You sure about that? Because not even 5 minutes ago you were trying to crush me like a bug." "That is my folly, your highness. I will never repeat that grave error ever again. Please punish me as you fit for my act of treason, but don't reject my servitude. It would be my utmost honor and life's salvation to become your devoted and loyal slave." Damon grinned ecstatically. He was getting a free top-tier mount, a powerhouse fighter, and a loyal servant all rolled into one, and all without having to risk his neck in a drawn-out death match. This was the kind of deal you didn't question, you just grabbed it with both hands and ran. "All right then," he said, his tone aloof and indifferent as if this did not matter to him at all. "You are allowed to serve me. Don't make me regret this decision." Ding. You have a new follower request. Do you wish to accept Arundel of the Pale Coil bloodline as your bound servant? A system prompt popped up in front of Damon. Before someone changed their mind and this glorious opportunity disappeared, he quickly selected yes. Ding. Arundel has been bound to you as a loyal servant. Her strength will scale with your power, and her restrictions will weaken over time as your power progresses. "Restrictions, huh?" Damon muttered under his breath, his gaze lingering on the woman kneeling before him. The word rolled around in his head, heavy with implication. This wasn't just about power limitations. This could be an opening, a crack in the wall of silence everyone else seemed determined to maintain. For the first time in a long while, he realized he might be standing in front of someone who could actually talk to him. Someone who wouldn't deflect with riddles like blood rain, or act like an unhelpful, smug dickhead like LaRocha. Both of them clearly knew far more than they let on, but one refused out of sheer indifference, while the other hid behind the excuse of, "for your own good." Then there was the other snake woman, hostile, arrogant, and outright dismissive from the start. Another dead end. But Arundel, she was different. Completely different. Not only had she submitted without a fight, but she addressed him as your highness and offered her claws, fangs, and magic without condition. If her loyalty was genuine, she might be the first person in this damned world willing to give him straight answers. And I need those answers, Damon thought, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the system prompt again. Arundel, wait, can I just call you Aaron? Yep, that's much better. Arundel's head tilted slightly at the sudden change. her serpent-slit eyes blinking once in what might have been surprise. Then, slowly, she nodded. "If it pleases you, my highness, you may call me whatever you wish." Her lips curved into the faintest smile, making her look even more mesmerizing than before. "Perfect." Damon stepped closer. "Can you get up now? We have a lot to chat about." "Yes, your highness." Erin rose gracefully. Even standing at her full height, she kept her head slightly bowed and waited patiently for Damon's word. Damon scratched his head awkwardly. Of course, he loved the fact that the monstrous dragon snake beast in front of him was now obedient and faithful to him, but a person acting this way in front of him made him very uncomfortable. "Listen, Erin, you do not have to be so formal with me." Erin blinked at him, her expression unreadable for a moment before the faintest trace of confusion crossed her features. "But you are my highness. It is only proper." "Yeah, well," Damon said, waving a hand dismissively, "I'm not exactly the crown and throne type. If you keep bowing and calling me my highness every 2 seconds, I'm going to start feeling like I need to wear some ridiculous royal crown. And I hate crowns. I think they're very obnoxious, on the nose." Erin smiled. "Then how would you prefer I address you?" "My lord," he said simply. "All the others use the same thing, so you might as well too. At least it doesn't make me feel like I should be sitting on some oversized golden chair." Erin smiled again and nodded. "As you wish, my lord." "Also, please feel free to laugh and relax. You can also dance if you want. You do not have to be so rigid in my presence. I prefer that you show your loyalty and servitude in ways that actually matter, not in these trivial, vain gestures." Erin smiled once again, this time a lot more relaxed. "As you wish, my lord." "So, are you going to invite me into your lair, or what? If we are going to chat for a while, we might as well do it in there. I am also very curious to see what you've got going on inside that place." Erin immediately became a little anxious. "But, my lord, the miasma inside my lair is a lot stronger than the one here. I must warn you, even though you are God's heir, you might not be able to handle it just yet." Damon gave him a lopsided grin. "About that. Give me a few minutes. Let's walk and talk." He slowly started walking toward the tall mountain, and at the same time he began absorbing all the miasma in the surroundings. As they got closer and closer to the tall mountain, the intensity, the corruption, and the toxicity of the miasma exponentially increased, but Damon's body was quickly adapting to it. Erin gaped in awe and shock as she realized what was happening. Her steps faltered for the first time, her normally composed expression breaking into open astonishment. "My lord, you're consuming it," she asked with unbelief. "This miasma is the heartblood of my domain. Even my kin must tread carefully near its core, yet you—" Damon glanced over his shoulder and smiled. "As your lord, I should be capable of at least this much, right?" The dense fog writhed around him as if aware of his presence, its corrupted energy flowing into his body in thick streams. The once sickly energy was being devoured and claimed piece by piece. Erin's serpent-slit eyes widened further. No wonder he calls you heir," she murmured under her breath, as if speaking to herself. "Only one of his blood could drink from the venom sea and thrive." Damon heard her, but he did not bother correcting her. He couldn't really be considered the Venom King's heir yet, and he was definitely not of his blood, but hey, those details didn't matter. He half expected the other snake woman to burst out in anger, but she remained unusually silent, as if it was below her to participate in this whole thing. Damon did not care. He continued slowly walking forward and absorbing everything that he could get his hands on. This time there was no hurry, and he took his sweet time. When they finally arrived at the tall mountain, the entire territory had changed. The foggy haze in the zone had disappeared, leaving behind only trace miasma here and there. The once oppressive darkness now looked strangely bare. the jagged rocks and withered trees standing starkly exposed without their shroud of venomous mist. The air still carried a faint tang of corruption, but it was thin and almost non-existent. Erin stopped just short of the mountain's base, glancing around as if she barely recognized her own territory.
"Welcome, my lord," Erin said softly, both proud and reverent, "to the heart of my domain." She moved ahead, and with a flick of her wrist, one of the fissures on the mountain wall split wider, revealing an entrance. Thick waves of corrupted, toxic miasma instantly poured out, and for a moment Damon staggered because of the sheer force of it. His body burned and his blood churned. All sorts of toxic wisps drilled into his pores, blood seeping out of his orifices. Erin had not exaggerated at all. This place was too far out of his reach. But thankfully, he took the time to condition his body by absorbing all of the miasma around him, so he was able to manage it somewhat. Damon immediately sat down and allowed his body to do the work while he focused on using some skills to heal himself constantly. He closed his eyes, forcing his breathing into a steady rhythm while his crimson aura thickened around him like a second skin. Every heartbeat felt like it was pumping molten lead through his veins. The toxic wisps didn't just claw at his skin, they sank deep, worming into muscle and marrow, testing every fiber of his being. His health bar flickered dangerously with each pulse, but he pushed through, weaving his healing skills into a constant cycle of absorb, purge, repair. Notifications continued rolling in, and slowly, little by little, the dense miasma became tamer and tamer. Erin watched in silence, shock and awe in her mesmerizing eyes as she observed Damon forgetting even to blink. "You adapt quickly, my lord," she said silently, not to disturb Damon. "Perhaps faster than even I imagined." Another couple of hours passed by, and Damon was finally done. The miasma around him was completely harmless now. In fact, it was not just harmless, it nourished him and boosted a whole bunch of things. Erin, who was clearly able to sense this, gasped in shock. She did not say it out loud, but right at this moment she already knew that her new lord was an entirely different beast than the Venom King. In the future, her lord might even surpass him. No, he will definitely surpass him. And she had the honor to serve such a being. That thought sent an unexpected shiver through her, a shiver of intoxication. She clenched her fists, silently vowing to stand by him no matter what path he chose, no matter how bloody or perilous it became. If the world dared to rise against him, she would coil around him like an unbreakable shield. If his enemies hid in the shadows, she would hunt them down and crush them without mercy. Fierce and absolute devotion shone in her eyes. A few more minutes later, Damon finally opened his eyes. He flexed his fingers, feeling the surge of newfound vitality coursing through him. "All right," he said, rolling his shoulders as if he had just woken from a nap instead of enduring hours of poisonous baptism. "I am ready, Erin. Let's see your lair." Erin nodded. "Follow me, my lord," she said. With a graceful motion, she turned toward the gaping fissure. At her command, the stone split wider to reveal a tunnel bathed in an eerie emerald glow. She led the way, and Damon followed her. The moment they stepped inside, Damon instantly opened his mouth in shock. In front of him was a mountain of gold. Not just coins, though there were enough of those to bury a city, but artifacts, weapons, armor, and strange relics piled in dazzling chaos. Jewels the size of fists glimmered in every shade imaginable. Damon gulped. He had gotten himself a sugar mommy.
No wonder so many treasure chests were freely thrown out around the territory so casually. This errand was loaded beyond reason. The piles weren't neat. They were chaotic mounds, the kind only someone who didn't need to care about counting their wealth would leave lying around. Did this snake have a hoarding habit? "Forgive me, my lord. It is embarrassing that you had to see this. I will destroy these useless baubles right now," Aaron said with a perfectly straight face, as if annihilating enough wealth to bankrupt entire kingdoms was a completely reasonable course of action. Damon thought for a moment she was joking, but then he realized she was not. Before she did something crazy, he immediately stopped her. Wait, don't do anything." "They are meaningless to me, my lord. They are not worth anything. They are trivial trinkets left behind by weaker beings. They are of no value at all. If you desire them, they are yours. If you wish them gone, I will see to it that not even dust remains." Damon stepped closer, picking up a particularly shiny red gem. Ding. You have acquired Bloodfire Ruby. This gem can permanently increase fire affinity by 5%. Can be embedded into a weapon or armor for an additional burn effect. Meaningless. Huh? Damon smiled bitterly. "If such baubles please you, my lord, then please take them." With a wave of her hand, she instantly tossed everything into a storage pouch and handed it over to Damon without any question or judgment in her eyes. "You really don't care about any of this?" he asked, half in disbelief. Erin shook her head. "I was just collecting them because I was bored. If you wait a moment, I can give you some more. I have some more trinkets scattered about this area. Also, there is a fly buzzing around that has pocketed quite a bit of my gold. Give me a moment. I will be back." Damon instantly realized who she was talking about. "Erin, wait. That's my follower. Don't kill him off." "Your follower?" "Yes," Damon smiled bitterly. "Both of us came here together." Erin quickly understood. "As you wish, my lord." She stepped back. Damon sighed in relief, sending a message to Calethorn to stop and take a break. His gaze then darted around the huge cave, looking at the rest of the lair.
The cavern stretched far beyond what Damon had first assumed. Massive stalactites hung like the fangs of a great beast, some encrusted with glittering crystals, others dripping a slow, viscous green liquid that hissed faintly as it hit the stone floor. All the drops of the liquid gathered together to form a big oozing pool at the center of the chamber, its surface bubbling like lava. The air above it shimmered with toxic heat waves. Dense wisps of corrupted, toxic miasma wafted out of it. "Well, hello," Damon grinned. It looked like another skinny dipping session was in order. The pool seemed to react to his presence, its bubbling intensifying, sending up fat globules of venom that popped with wet, hissing sounds. Each burst released an acrid scent that clawed at his lungs, but instead of coughing, Damon inhaled deeply, letting the poison roll through him like a fine wine. His skin prickled and his blood hummed, the faint burn spreading into something oddly invigorating. "So, do you mind if I take this lake as well?" Erin was confused. "Take? Do you wish for me to store the miasmic waters in vials, my lord?" Damon shook his head, smiling. "Don't worry about that. I can just directly absorb it." Erin's eyes widened for a moment before she simply smiled and nodded. "Perfect. Thanks." Damon did not bother feeling guilty about robbing every little thing from his newest follower. He stepped right up to the edge of the oozing pool, the venomous heat rolling over him like a suffocating blanket, and then started undressing. "Allow me, my lord." Erin quickly stepped forward and started helping Damon. Her fingers deftly undid clasps and buckles, and piece by piece removed all of the armor and garments.
When the last of his clothing was gone, she stepped back, bowing her head slightly. There was no awkwardness or shyness in her behavior. Damon chuckled lightly and shook his head. Well, if she did not care, then he did not mind it either. Without another word, he stepped forward, the soles of his feet meeting the slick stone at the edge of the pool, and then stepped into the pool without hesitation. The moment the bubbling miasmic liquid closed over his ankles, a sharp, searing sensation shot up his legs, racing into his veins like molten acid. Instead of recoiling, he sank deeper, crimson eyes glinting with anticipation as the toxic embrace began its work. The concentrated miasmic waters were a lot more intense than the miasma he had absorbed outside, so it took a while for Damon to settle into the place and adapt to the new environment. For a couple of seconds, it was even touch and go, as he had to pump a lot more healing energy into his body to keep up. But eventually the initial agony dulled into a deep thrumming heat that settled in his bones. His muscles loosened, his veins sang, and every breath he drew tasted of venom and raw power. The water no longer felt hostile. Toxic energy swirled in his core, twisting and mingling with his own blood essence, refining it in ways he hadn't thought possible. Notifications flared in the corner of his vision, system messages blurring together as his resistance skyrocketed and his affinity climbed with every passing moment. Erin watched from the shore. She knew this pool had claimed the lives of countless intruders over the centuries, yet here was her lord, drinking it all in. "Why are you just standing over there and staring at me? Come on in, the water's fine. Let's have that chat." Damon grinned, already feeling the poison energy in his body explosively increasing. At this rate, he might even end up finishing the second cycle of the 9 million poison body technique right here. He was fully absorbed in feeling the poison move through his body when suddenly he heard a faint ripple in the miasmic waters. His crimson eyes snapped open, and his gaze flicked toward the source. It was Erin, slithering into the pool without a single splash, her movements serpentine and unnervingly graceful. The venom-laden water seemed to welcome her, coiling around her body and hugging her. Damon finally had a chance to observe her beast form in its full, unrestrained glory. Her massive serpentine body stretched far into the pool, so vast that Damon couldn't tell where she ended. Sections of her tail looped and disappeared beneath the bubbling miasmic surface before reappearing elsewhere. Her entire body was covered with emerald scales, like shards of polished jade, each scale edged with a frost-white outline that made them shine amidst the toxic haze. Her head was crowned with white, antler-like horns, and her eyes were a piercing fusion of glacial blue and venom green. This same beast had appeared menacing and predatory just a while ago, but now Damon could only appreciate how beautiful she really was. The lethal grace in the way her body moved, the subtle shimmer of her scales under the emerald glow, and the quiet authority in her gaze gave her an almost regal allure. "You look very beautiful," he gave a thumbs up. Erin blinked, not used to such a compliment. She then hurriedly responded, "My lord flatters me." Damon smiled. The bubbling miasmic waters lapped at his shoulders, searing his skin in that strangely addictive way, while Erin's massive coil shifted lazily through the depths around him like a living current. He was actually taking a dip in a poisonous lake with a snake monster as his company. Never in a million years would he have ever expected something like this to happen. He chuckled lightly and then came to the main point. "Erin, can you tell me a bit more about yourself?" The great serpent's head lifted slightly from the water, droplets of venomous liquid sliding down her polished jade scales and hissing as they struck the pool again. "My lord, I am Erin Drawl, from the Pale Coil bloodline. My bloodline allows me to create and command miasma. I can weave it into clouds that devour armies, rivers that melt fortresses, or threads so fine that they can slip through armor and poison the heart before the victim even knows they've been struck. The pale coil were once feared across the abyssal depths for our ability to turn entire regions into uninhabitable wastelands. Our breath could strip the life from forests. Our gaze could cloud the minds of even the most disciplined warriors, Aaron explained. Damon listened in silence, eyes on her massive coils shifting languidly through the venomous waters. "Wow, you are very powerful indeed," he nodded. "I enjoyed learning about your bloodline and your background. Can you also tell me more about this world and why you are here?" Her head dipped, but no words followed. After a pause, she finally hissed, "My lord, please forgive me. I am unable to answer that." Damon exhaled softly. "Another dead end? Can you tell me why you can't answer?" "My lord, I would if I could. I simply do not remember." His eyes narrowed. "Wait, what do you mean you don't remember?" Her movements below the surface were silent, yet he could feel the ripple of power each time she shifted. "Not forgotten in the way mortals do," she murmured. "It is as if the memories are locked away, sealed. I know there are pieces missing, but I cannot reach them." "I remember many things," she continued, voice low and measured. "I remember our God, the Venom King, my great ancestors, my lineage, the meaning of my powers and how to evolve. These truths live in my blood. But I do not remember my childhood. I do not remember my parents, nor where I was born. All I know is that I awoke here, in this mountain, and it became my prison. Beyond its borders, I grow weaker, until even dire wolves could end me." Damon studied her, the horns atop her head catching the sickly glow of the pool's light. "So you have the memories of your bloodline, but not of yourself. And this mountain isn't just your home, it's you chain." "Yes," she said, coils sliding beneath the surface. "Out there I am prey. In here I am queen. And I do not know why." "Wait, does this change now that you are my bound follower?" "I do not know yet, my lord." Damon's lips curved faintly. "So the leash the mountain has on you might not be as tight now." "Perhaps. When you accepted me, I felt it, faint but real. The borders no longer claw at me as they once did. Still, I cannot say if it is true freedom or merely a longer chain. If you wish, my lord, we could test this." "Go ahead!" She vanished in a curl of miasma, leaving only the sound of bubbling venom and distant dripping stone. A full minute passed before she returned, water hissing off her emerald scales. "My lord!" she hissed, her eyes bright with triumph. "I was not wrong. I can retain much of my strength no matter how far I go. I am not a prisoner of this mountain any longer. Thanks to you, I am already saved." "That's great news," Damon grinned. "Looks like binding you to me really did change things." He leaned back, letting the venomous sting bite into his skin. "From now on, you're not just a queen in your mountain. You can be my queen anywhere." Her hiss this time was pure happiness. Damon told her about the system message he had received. There was a good chance that more of her restrictions, even her missing pieces of memory, could return. The more he grows in power, the more her restrictions could be lifted. The two of them continued talking when suddenly Aaron sprang up, her coils sloshing around the miasmic waters. "My lord, I know of a faster way." "Faster way for what?" "To break the seals on my mind." Her coils tightened in the water, sending dark waves lapping against the stone. "If the bond we shared truly erodes my chains, then there are ways that could tear away the rest. But they require particular conditions." "What conditions?" Dexter quickly asked. At this point, he was willing to try pretty much anything. Erin then, out of nowhere, bowed deeply, deep enough that her voice was now a gurgled mess. "I cannot understand you." Erin then bobbed her head out and spoke hesitantly. "My lord, please, would you please grant me the honor of planting your seed in me?" "My lord, if you grant me this boon, then the bond we share will deepen, pushing against the seals in my mind until they fracture. With each break, I will remember more, who I was, where I came from, and why I was imprisoned. And, my lord, I will grow stronger than I have ever been." Damon now fully understood what she meant after giving himself a couple of seconds to let her words sink in. "Ah, so that's what you meant." "Wait, what? You mean you want to actually become pregnant? Knocked up by me?" "Yes, my lord. It would be my greatest honor and privilege to become a carrier of your lineage." Erin did not flinch beneath his directness. If anything, her eyes burned hotter, the slitted pupils narrowing with conviction. "For years to come, we could serve you and your family, protectors bound by both oath and blood." Damon's head was spinning. What the hell was she talking about? "What do you mean? If you become pregnant, then wouldn't you be my family?" "My lord!" Erin froze as though he had just uttered blasphemy. Her head reared back slightly, and for a moment the coils beneath the surface stilled entirely. "My lord," she whispered, as if unsure she'd heard him right. Then, after a heartbeat, a hiss escaped her that was both startled and flustered. "My lord, I dare not presume such a thing. A lowly being like me could never dream of becoming your concubine. To share blood with you would not make me your equal. It would make me your vessel, the bearer of the duty, nothing more. My loyalty, my strength, and any life born from me would belong wholly to you, not as kin, but as your property to command." Damon scratched his head. He did not know how they suddenly ended up here. While he was desperate to learn more about everything, he was definitely sure he was not ready to start a random family with a random snake, whom he had only just met today. Clearly, having children meant very different things for him and the snake. It felt shitty to reject her, but it had to be done. "Let's wait. Wait for some time to see if there are other better ways to get back your memories." Damon shook his head. Erin looked a little startled to hear that answer. "My lord, I should tell you that even if you impregnate me, it would take at least 1,000 years for any progeny to appear. So if your concern is my offspring, I would gladly kill them all before they ever draw breath, if that is your wish." Damon just stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. "You really didn't have to phrase it like that," he muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He wasn't sure if her statement was horrifying, absurd, or just her twisted way of trying to reassure him. Probably all three. The massive serpent didn't seem to notice his discomfort. Her tone was almost reverent, as if she'd just made the most reasonable offer in the world. "My existence belongs to you now, my lord. Any life born of me would be an extension of your will, nothing more. If you desired it, they would not be allowed to exist. If you desired it, they would inherit the world at your feet. My lord, I only need a little bit of your blood to complete the ritual. I do not need anything else from you. From all the prisoners I have been capturing for the past several years, I know that some races prefer a mating dance before impregnation. So if you wish, you can use my body any way you please." Before Damon even had time to register her words, the massive beast in front of him once again shifted to a humanoid form. But this time, no robe or hood was covering her body and face. Standing in front of Damon was a stark-naked, peerless beauty, her eyes particularly soul-capturing. Even the faint pattern of scales tracing her shoulders and thighs only made her seem more otherworldly. She didn't flinch under his gaze, didn't avert her eyes or hide her body. Damon gulped, unable to avert his eyes from the dangerously beautiful snake. The passionate look on her face made it even more impossible to ignore her. She was asking for it in the most seductive way possible, and somehow it was not off-putting at all. "My lord," her lips parted as she seductively walked closer. "My lord, please accept me as your vessel." Then she tilted her neck, revealing her slender neck and the veins of blood flowing underneath. "Please taste me, my lord," she breathed, voice a low, sultry hiss that slid along his spine. Damon didn't move for a heartbeat, every instinct torn between caution and the primal pull of her invitation. His jaw tightened, his fangs itching beneath his gums, the scent of her blood now curling into his senses like smoke through a keyhole. It was rich, intoxicating, far too tempting. Damon forced a breath through his nose, heat crawling up the back of his neck. The woman was now standing so close that Damon could feel the warmth radiating from her skin. Her soft mounds hovered just inches from his chest, close enough that the slightest shift forward would have had them press against him. A droplet of water slid down the smooth curve of her collarbone, tracing the faint shimmer of scales before disappearing into the shadows between them. Damon's throat tightened. He told himself to step back, to reclaim the space between them, yet his feet refused to move. The venomous pool hissed quietly behind them, the sound almost lost beneath the pounding in his ears. His fingers twitched at his sides, his instincts pulling him in two directions at once. He was also very painfully aware that both of them were completely naked at the moment. And his general did not make things easy. He was a simple-minded man. He stood straight for those who pleased him. However, Damon had many other things to consider. He simply could not think of children at the moment, let alone with someone like her. Even if it would take 1,000 years, that kind of commitment to someone, it made him at least want to think twice about everything. Erin, on the other hand, seemed pretty determined to achieve her goals. She tilted her head ever so slightly, exposing the elegant line of her throat, the slow pulse that beckoned like a drumbeat. "Taste me," she murmured again. "I am dying to offer myself to you, my lord. Please take my blood as tribute." Damon's heart raced. On one side, her beauty was overwhelming. On the other, the smell of her blood was simply intoxicating. His pulse thundered in his ears, each beat syncing with the hypnotic rhythm of her slow, steady breathing. The intoxicating pull of her blood made it hard to think, each inhalation a struggle between logic and desire. Fuck it, he was a vampire, and there was no reason why he needed to refuse a simple drink as long as he learned to control himself and stop with just a drink. Slowly Damon stepped forward, closing the final inches between them. His hand rose, fingers brushing the side of her neck, skin warming beneath his touch. Erin's breath caught, her pupils dilating into wide, dark pools. "You wanted me to taste you." His voice was low. "That I'll accept. No children, just blood." Erin's lips parted, but no words came. She simply tilted her head further, baring herself completely. Damon didn't hesitate this time. His fangs slid down, sharp and ready, and he sank them into her offered vein. Damon jerked. The first rush of her blood hit him like lightning, thick, rich, and venomous. He could taste it, the trace amounts of draconic blood that made her so irresistible to him. It was faint, diluted, but unmistakable. The same tantalizing essence he'd tasted once before when he'd devoured the blood essence of the mutated worm. A frenzy took over him as his one hand grabbed her silky hair and yanked her head closer, while his other hand found her marvelous, perky behind. He grabbed her tighter and sucked her as hard as he could, drinking in with an unrestrained hunger. Aaron moaned from pleasure and pain, which only made everything even more irresistible. Damon allowed himself to completely indulge for a good minute before he quickly snapped out of it and regained a sense of control. He took a few more slow sips, savoring the last bit of her blood as he pulled himself back. Are you fine? Did I drink too much blood?" Erin's breathing was ragged, her body trembling in the aftermath of his bite. The wound at her neck oozed a thin line of dark green venom-tinged blood, but she made no move to heal it immediately. Instead, she bowed deeply, her eyes filled with reverence. "My lord, I have never had a higher honor in my entire life. You have truly blessed me today beyond my wildest dreams. Just tell me if it gets too much. I'm not looking to drain you dry." Her eyes flashed, pupils narrowing in amusement. "If you did, my lord, I would only thank you on my way to the abyss." The sight of her naked, trembling body once again invoked a burning desire inside him, but Damon stopped himself this time. After all, it would take her only a second to do the thing that Aurora had pulled off successfully, bite him back. He honestly did not think that she would do such a thing, as she seemed extremely loyal and submissive. Still, there was no need to risk things. Even with their loyalty and her attitude, she still did not hesitate to seduce him and try her best to get what she wanted. Damon let out a sigh. It was not that he did not understand her intention or desperation. He moved closer and pulled her into a hug. "Listen, about the request you made earlier. I am sorry I said no. It's not a no forever. I will genuinely think about what you asked me for. I promise you, we will definitely try and get back your memories, as soon as possible." He then let her go and stepped back. Erin immediately shook her head. "My lord, you misunderstand me. I would indeed like my memories back, and the restriction on my mind, body, and soul erased, but I only suggested this because you seemed in great need of my memories. Even if you blessed me with such an honor, I would not be able to remember everything instantly. It would only aid me in improving my ability to unravel my memory slowly." Damon's brow furrowed slightly. He thought so too. It's not like a pregnancy can magically unlock compartments in her mind, but he was still surprised at her response. "So you were willing to go that far, not for yourself, but because you thought I needed your memories right now?" "Yes, my lord, my own desires are secondary. What I seek is to be useful to you, truly, wholly, without restraint. If bearing your seed would accelerate that, I would have offered myself 1,000 times over, but I am not so heretic as to demand it if you wish otherwise." Damon could see it in her eyes that she was being extremely sincere. It was the fierce, almost sacred commitment of a believer who had already decided her life's purpose, and that purpose, somehow, was him. Him being the heir of that Venom King changed her so much. Damon let out a sigh as his gaze drifted to the lake around them. He then suddenly noticed that he had absorbed a lot more of the miasmic waters in the past few seconds. Was it because of drinking her blood? It was something worth testing.
Hey, Aaron, tell me, are you feeling weak right now? Do you have more blood? I mean, can I drink more blood without weakening you or harming you? Answer honestly. Damon knew he was being shameless here, but he was extremely short on time. He needed to get out of here and take care of other things, especially now that he also had to find a way to bring her memories back. Also, he wouldn't mind drinking some more. While Aaron's blood wasn't as divine as Aurora's, it was still one of the most intoxicating flavors he had ever tasted. Aaron, of course, immediately obliged. "My lord, I have more than enough to give. My body regenerates faster than most, and my blood, it replenishes itself at a pace that has kept me alive through battles far worse than this." She took a slow, deliberate step toward him, the faint scent of her venom-laced essence curling into the air like a lure. "If my blood strengthens you, then you may drink as much as you wish. I will not break. Please take me, my lord." His hand reached up again, brushing her jaw as his thumb grazed her puncture marks on her neck. Despite her regenerative powers, these did not seem to be fading. He could tell that it was not normal, but he did not want to go into that right now. "Tell me when to stop," he murmured. "If I go too far, say it. Don't hesitate." Damon leaned closer, his breath brushing against her ear. Then, without another word, he bared his fangs once more and sank them back into her. Damon's grip tightened on her jaw, pulling her closer until her trembling naked body pressed flush against him. His blood essence roared in hunger. The lake's miasma seemed to stir and twist in response, drawn toward him in heavier currents, and he realized with a jolt that his absorption of it was accelerating. The miasma around them churned more violently than before, seeping into his skin in visible tendrils, and the surge of strength rushing through his veins made his fangs itch for more taste. His hand slid from his jaw to cradle the back of her neck, holding her in place as he drew deeper, slower, savoring every pulse of power she poured into him. This day had really taken an unexpected turn, and he was not going to shy away from making the best use of it. After a few more hours, Damon walked out of the tall mountain, which was pretty much empty now. Aaron followed him quietly, her robes back on and her face covered up, revealing only her mesmerizing eyes. The two of them stood outside the mountain and waited. Soon, a horde of corrupted, mindless monsters appeared in front of them. "These are the last of them, my lord." Aaron eagerly offered up all the minions she had gathered so far. "Don't you have any more of those scale fiends?" Damon had gained a lot more from those powerful C-rank monsters. Each of them had given a lot more stats, levels, and a couple of unique skills. Besides, they also had a slight touch of the draconic taste, though it was extremely minuscule and just barely there. However, it looked like he was out of luck, as Aaron only shook her head. "Please forgive me, my lord. I do not have any more of those scaled fiends for your consumption. I only managed to encounter those rare creatures one time in all these years. A group of them wandered into my lair, and my corruption overtook them. It was easier for me to manipulate them. They were similar to me in some ways. But despite my control over them, I couldn't bring them to give up any information. I have no idea where they even hail from. If I am not wrong, they probably live in some kind of hidden territory, and perhaps even they forget where they are from once they set outside. This is just my assumption." Damon nodded. If she didn't have them, then she didn't have them. There was no point in dwelling on it. "Don't worry about it. These many corrupted monsters are more than enough to give me another solid boost. You did well." He then ended up spending a couple more hours absorbing more of the miasma and the corrupted blood essence from the mindless monsters. They did not net him any new skills, but he got a couple of upgrades on the existing skills. By the time Damon finished, the air around them felt thinner and cleaner. The entire place was different,
with not much of the corruption left. Erin looked at the place one last time as she quietly followed Damon into the Blood Gate. There was no hesitation or doubt in her actions. She did not look back as she stepped through the portal. Calethorn, who had found them by now, also stepped into the Blood Gate as the three of them disappeared from the area and arrived back at the Blood Hall. It was the normal game time cycle again, and in fact almost the end of it, and many vampire players were roaming around the Blood Hall. As soon as they saw Damon, many of them tried to approach him, but Calethorn quickly stopped them. He stepped forward like a wall of steel, one hand on the hilt of his blade and the other raised in a silent command to halt, not hiding his murderous aura. His cold, unblinking glare made it clear that Damon wasn't entertaining casual conversation right now. The crowd hesitated, some players looking frustrated, others backing away quickly as they couldn't handle the killing intent. Even Erin approved of Calethorn's swift method of dealing with the pests. "Should I permanently erase these flies, my lord?" Erin offered her services. Damon chuckled. "Let them be. As you command, my lord. I simply thought to save you the nuisance of ever seeing them again." Her gaze slid over the crowd like a blade, and several players who met her eyes quickly froze on the spot, some even trembling and shaking in fear. Behind them, whispers resumed in hushed tones, but no one dared approach again. Damon continued to walk to the throne room, where only he was allowed, and some high-ranking officials in the Blood Hall on occasions. He sat down on the throne and let out a sigh. He was pretty exhausted from the constant use of his bloodline ability. In a way, it was also a sort of body tempering, and he had only just now undergone hours and hours of intense training. He had expected this trip to be problematic, but everything had turned out in a completely different way. He had gained a lot more than just gold coins. But the problem now was these gold coins. He needed them, and he needed a lot of them. Damon let out a sigh and rubbed his temples. Then he immediately put his exhaustion aside and started taking inventory of all his loot from the Plague Lands. He drew up the translucent system interface with a flick of thought, the tally of loot spreading out like a glowing ledger before his eyes. Corrupted cores, monster hides, venom sacs, weapons still dripping with miasma, stacks of fragmented bones, corrupted meat, and so on. The system neatly listed their sell value in shimmering golden numbers, and Damon's lips pressed into a thin line. Naturally, this was nothing. The big haul was the treasure chests. The abundant gold coins he had pocketed from these treasure chests, along with different items and trinkets and gems. The even bigger haul was the mountain of gold coins and miscellaneous items he had pulled straight from Erin's lair. The poor woman had been collecting these for who knows how long, and clearly she had a thing for them, but she gave them all away without a word. Damon smiled, throwing a glance her way. Erin was still busy glaring at the entrance of the throne room. Some players were trying to enter, and it clearly made her very displeased. Damon shook his head and returned to his system interface. Now for the final verdict. Did he have enough or not? Compared to the measly vendor values the system listed for corrupted junk, this mountain of treasure was the real prize. Piles of gleaming coins, intricate chalices with various enchantments, strings of pearls and rare gemstones whose cut suggested they once belonged to nobles or ancient sects. Even if half of it turned out to be ornamental scrap, the sheer weight of wealth he had amassed was staggering. Surely it should be enough. It only took a couple of seconds for the system to tally all the gold coins and spit out the number. Damon blinked, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. 999,342,600 gold coins. Not a billion, not yet, but close enough that his head swam just looking at it. It was an astronomical amount, and Erin had simply given it all to him without asking for anything in return. He turned to her and quickly pulled her in for a hug. She was truly the best sugar mommy in the whole world. Erin, on the other hand, blinked in confusion. Her arms stiffened for a moment, clearly not expecting the sudden contact. She had never been embraced like this by anyone. "My lord," she whispered, her voice trembling, as if she feared she had somehow offended him. "Did I do something worthy of this honor?" Her beautiful blue-green eyes searched his face when he pulled back slightly, trying to read his expression. Damon smirked, his crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. "Worthy? Erin, you just made me the richest player in Earth Online." He held her by the shoulders, giving her the faintest shake. "You've given me the kind of power entire guilds would sell their souls for. If I didn't hug you after that, I'd be the biggest bastard alive." Her lips parted in stunned silence, then curved into a smile. "Then I am glad, my lord. If my existence can bring you closer to your throne, then I am already fulfilled." Damon chuckled and let her go. "Best sugar mommy in the world, hands down." Erin blinked, tilting her head in confusion. "Sugar mommy?" She did not understand the foreign phrase. Damon nearly choked on his own laughter. "Forget it. Thanks. Really, thanks for the big help." He then turned his attention to the rest of his storage space. He now had 1 billion, but there was still 1.5 billion more to go. There was a lot more work to be done. "My lord." Calethorn stepped forward, interrupting his thoughts. He then handed over to Damon a storage pouch. "These are the treasures and gold coins I collected from all the treasure chests around that place." "Oh, right on time." Damon quickly took the pouch and checked out the contents. "Oh, not bad at all." He gave Calethorn a big thumbs up. "I didn't expect you to collect these many treasure chests in such a short time. You have done well." Even though Erin would have collected all those gold coins and items from the treasure chests and handed it over to him, he still had to appreciate the effort the guy had put into it. "All right, so that's 1 billion and then some change." Damon sighed. Even with the proceeds from the auction house, he was still more than half the amount short. Damon leaned back in the throne, one hand resting lazily against the armrest while his other flicked through the glowing tally. Close to 1 billion already, yet still far from his insane goal. "That auction will help," he muttered, half to himself. "Maybe another 100 million or so. But 1.5 billion more? Tch, even I can't squeeze that much out of thin air." His eyes narrowed, thoughts racing. "My lord," Erin called him. "Hmm?" "If I may suggest something," she bowed and continued. "I have read some of the weaker creatures' minds. There are some energy-rich minds in this world, lying around here and there." "Mana minds," Damon nodded. He knew about these too, but the problem was, "Do you by chance know the location of any?" Erin shook her head. "Please forgive me, my lord. Since I did not care about this information, I never bothered to retain the exact coordinates," she admitted softly, filled with regret. "The whispers came to me as fragments, scattered images from dying minds. I only know the general regions, vast valleys where the ground breathes mist, caverns that reek of burnt mana, and mountains that bleed with light at night. Each of these is likely home to such a mine." Damon smiled bitterly. He couldn't really use that information. Even in his last life, he knew that some guilds had control over such mines, but naturally, information about their location was safely guarded and not public knowledge. He thought about it for some time and then called Calethorn over. "I need you to get to the auction house and put up these items for sale. Look at the current prices for similar items and make the other decisions on your own." Calethorn stepped forward, bowing low, his hand pressed over his chest in solemn acknowledgement. "As you command, my lord." His eyes flicked briefly to the storage pouch Damon held out to him. It was brimming with all sorts of valuable items. It contained rare loot, various powerful weapons, armors, accessory items, and enough enchanted trinkets to make any guild froth at the mouth. Calethorn gave a sharp nod, fastened the pouch to his belt, adjusted his cloak, and, without further hesitation, vanished into the hallways of the blood hall. There was one other thing he could auction, but he decided to hold off on it. Damon gave another look at the many bottles of spit he had collected. If he unleashed these in the world, then there would be utter chaos and commotion everywhere, with suddenly even the weaker guilds leveling up fast and overtaking the stronger ones. Everything would become haphazard, and those who possessed his spit would get the chance to become champions of the new world. In a way, his fluids would become the greatest currency the game had ever seen. Damon tapped one finger against the throne's armrest, his lips curling in a wry half-smile. Should he do it or not? On one hand, he would be giving his enemies an advantage, perhaps even helping them out a little. This felt a little dangerous to him, but on the other hand, there would be chaos. Damon grinned. He knew what he was going to do. Chaos meant unpredictability, and unpredictability meant opportunity. Damon was someone who thrived on chaos. If he freely spread his bodily fluids across this world, then it might fuck up a lot of things. The whole timeline from his past life would be thrown out, and everything that happened would be new. Not that it mattered. Thanks to him, the timeline was already beyond recognition. He couldn't possibly do any more damage to it. In fact, whatever he does would only screw up the other big shots' plans. Heck, his spit had the power to even fuck up the many gods' plans. Damon still had no clue about many things, like who these so-called gods were, and which gods had their eyes on his world, and what plans they had in mind for the future, and so on. But he knew it couldn't be anything good. Otherwise, the importance of this game could have somehow been leaked, and a lot more people could be seriously playing this game at the moment. Thankfully, the game's popularity was taking care of this all on its own, but still, Damon felt that things could have been done better. The Super 10 could have revealed themselves right at the beginning and started mass recruiting and training people and preparing them for the future. He was not an expert in these things, and other experienced leaders could have handled it much better. Instead, they had been arrogant, secretive, and slow, letting greed and pride blind them. In this life, not even a month had passed by after the game launch, but in his last life, even after 3 years had passed, everyone still believed this was nothing more than just a game. Just from this, Damon could understand the intention of these guilds. The common people in the world were nothing more than pawns to them. Ironically, he was pretty sure that these guilds were nothing more than pawns to their gods. They wanted the masses to be ignorant, weak, distracted by shiny baubles of loot and petty PvP squabbles, while the true foundations of power were quietly claimed in the shadows. Why? Did they want to enslave everyone? Sheep left fattening themselves while wolves sharpened their fangs? Damon's lips curled into a cold sneer. If they think they can control this world like last time, he muttered under his breath, fingers drumming against the throne, then they're in for a rude fucking awakening. He was not some sort of hero or savior, but he would definitely love to fuck up with the plans of these motherfuckers. There was a freaking apocalypse coming to the planet after all. Who knew what might happen if things became chaotic? The thought made his blood stir, a wicked thrill curling in his chest. And what better way to kick the board over than unleashing something nobody could predict? His eyes flicked toward the bottles again. Should he spit on those gods' plans? Damon remained silent for a long moment before making his mind. Let the world burn. It was time to go nuts. He stood up to personally head to the auction house when he suddenly remembered something. There were 2 people to whom he owed something. He sat back down and sent a message to Bloodwraith. "Come over to the Blood Hall. I have something nice to give you."
It was only a simple message, but the impact it had was clear. Within a few minutes, calls and messages bombarded his system interface, and a few more minutes later, a blood acolyte guard was escorting 2 figures to the throne room. The throne room doors creaked open, and in strode Blood Wraith, swaggering as always and looking handsome as ever. But right this second, his usual heroic appearance and gentlemanly smile were missing. Instead, his face was full of teeth as he quickly hurried over to meet with Damon. "Boss Blood God, you finally called me. How are you? I watched the whole battle from a close-up. You were freaking awesome!" Damon smiled. His gaze shifted to Phoenix, who silently walked behind him. Unlike the happy chatterbox, the woman was very silent. However, her silence spoke volumes. Damon gave her a nod. "Thank you." He directly met her eyes as he said it. Just 2 words, but they carried weight. "Ha! Don't just thank her, Boss Blood God. I was there too, remember? Front row seat. I was even cheering for you, Boss Blood God." Damon let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. "I was thanking both of you. You chipped in at the right time and helped tip the scales in my favor." "We did not really do that much." "No need to be humble. I took out a vial from my storage space and handed it to Blood Wraith, who had now run all the way to his throne and nearly tripped over the last step in his eagerness. He snatched the vial from Damon's hand with both palms like it was some kind of holy relic. Boss, this is..." Blood Wraith stammered, trying his best to make an amazing guess and impress Damon, but he absolutely had no fucking clue what it was. It did not look like anything he knew at all. Blood Wraith turned the vial over and over in his hands, squinting at the contents. Some sort of power-up elixir? He prepared to open it to analyze the contents when Damon immediately stopped him. "Stop. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You cannot handle the poison inside." Phoenix widened her eyes as her gaze darted between Damon and the vial. Damon's few words were enough to make her instantly guess the contents of the vial, but she couldn't bring herself to believe it. She quickly walked over to Damon as well, increasing her pace, and grabbed the vial from Blood Wraith. "Is this the same poison that was auctioned that day?" she asked, staring at Damon with shock. Damon leaned back in his throne, one leg crossing over the other, and watched her with a sharp grin tugging at his lips. "I have a few more where I came from. Are you interested?" Phoenix's fingers tightened around the vial, her knuckles paling. She glanced down at the liquid, then back at Damon, as if searching his face for some hint of mockery. But there was none, only that sly, dangerous grin that promised he was dead serious. Blood Wraith, meanwhile, nearly bounced on his heels. "Boss, are you kidding me? Interested? Hell yes, I'm interested. This stuff nearly drove the auction into madness, and you're just handing it out?" He laughed, the sound high and unhinged. "Boss Blood God, you're too generous." Damon laughed. "Well, I am not exactly handing it out, per se. The first one comes free, considering our past relationship and your timely help. But I am low on cash at the moment, so you do have to buy the rest from me." Blood Wraith gasped. Phoenix froze in shock. You have more than one?" They both blurted out in unison. Damon grinned again. "Let's just say I have as many as you could ever want." Blood Wraith's jaw dropped so far it nearly hit the polished stone floor. Then, with a sudden burst of manic energy, he threw his hands into the air. "Boss Blood God, you're absolute madman! You are freaking awesome as always! I love it, bro!" While her brother ranted like an idiot, Phoenix's grip on the vial tightened even further, her usual calm cracking as her pupils dilated. That's impossible," she whispered, almost to herself. The auction house had treated a single drop of this poison like a priceless treasure, something so rare entire guilds had nearly torn each other apart over it. Yet Damon was sitting on his throne, smirking like a devil with an endless supply.
And what happened at the auction house was just the trailer. She had already heard several rumors in her circle about how potent and efficient the poison was. The big shots had already sent many of their men to specifically search for this mythical item, as it was absolutely game-breaking. She did not know exactly what they had killed with it, but she knew that they were all hunting for the rare elixir and the alchemist who had made it like there was no tomorrow. She never thought in a million years that it would be Damon behind everything. Phoenix's lips parted, but no words came out. Her heart thudded against her ribs as the weight of realization sunk in. "Can you create this elixir?" she slowly asked. "Yes, you could say that." Damon smiled. Phoenix again became silent. She kept staring at Damon, even making Aaron feel uncomfortable. She then unexpectedly asked something that Damon did not expect. "Can you tell me what you need the money for?" Damon would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised, but he did not show it on his face. He continued looking at the beautiful woman who no way looked any less stunning than Aaron. He had the same polite smile when he answered casually. "For managing the blood hall. There is another war coming up." He did not lie. He did not feel the need to. Besides, it was not really a secret. Many players should already be aware of this from either the quest board at the blood hall, the holy church, or the divine temple. The woman in front of him was clearly very shrewd, and there was no point in hiding such a trivial thing from her. "How much money do you need?" she asked again. Damon smiled. This time he did not give exact numbers. He only answered vaguely, "A lot." Phoenix's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. She was sharp enough to know when someone was being evasive. She did not press the matter further. She exchanged a glance with Bloodwraith and then continued, "I have some information which could be helpful to you. It could potentially give you a lot of gold coins. I'm talking in millions." She barely finished talking when Bloodwraith hurriedly added, "Boss, we also have a few million gold coins with us. I can give you everything we have." Phoenix gave him a stare, and he quickly quieted down. She then spoke on his behalf. "Naturally, we are willing to offer everything we have if you need the money. We have about 50 million gold coins. If that is enough, then we can simply make an arrangement right here and now. But I suspect you need a lot more gold coins than that." Damon nodded. "I do. But I wouldn't say no to the 50 million if you give it to me right here and now." Phoenix's face twitched, but she knew better than to miss an opportunity to help the guy who might very well one day rule this whole world. "Then consider it done," she said evenly. 50 million transferred immediately." Damon's grin widened as he watched her. Shrewd, ruthless, and willing to gamble big. He liked that. The notification promptly arrived, and he was now 50 million richer, just like that. To complete the transaction, he too took out about 25 vials and handed them over. This was a lot more than he had auctioned the previous day, but he did not care. While these two might not be his close friends just yet, they were potential allies who had proved their worth at a crucial moment when he needed them. He did not plan on being stingy with them. Neither Phoenix nor Bloodwraith even pretended to reject his offer and quickly accepted it. "Thank you, bro. This is truly a blessing," Bloodwraith gushed. His grin stretched so wide it looked like it might split his face in two. "Boss Blood God, you're the best thing that's ever happened to us. With this, our future will become so much easier. We can level up like crazy and power level all the way to the top." Phoenix didn't gush. She tried to remain calm, but her body was trembling from head to toe, clearly revealing her feelings. Damon nodded at the two of them. "Don't thank me just yet. Handling these will be very tricky. Even the slightest mistake could take you down, along with the boss you want to kill. You need to be very careful and use the right precautions. He paused, thinking about it for a moment, and continued. If you have any skill that could grant you immunity for the next 10 seconds or so, that would be the best way to go when using this poison. Phoenix nodded. I expected as much. I indeed have a skill like that which I am planning to use. Damon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then you're already a step ahead. Bloodwraith, on the other hand, looked a bit frustrated. Sis, what skill is that? I am confused. Since when did you have such a skill? He looked at her, genuinely confused, which made Damon look at her as well. Damon quickly realized that the poor woman had bluffed in front of him and even pulled it off. But thanks to her brother, her lying became apparent. Phoenix looked indifferent, but he could see the faint blush on her cheeks and the anger bubbling inside her. She probably wanted to kill her brother right about now. But she controlled herself. Let's talk about it later. Right now, I think we should fill Blood God in about the Guilford mine. I don't think he has time for your idle chit-chat. Damon leaned back into his throne, amusement flickering in his eyes. He did not call her out, though he easily could have. Instead, he let her keep her dignity, filing away the little slip of tongue for later. Guilford mine, Damon repeated. He did not think of it at first, but now that he heard the name, he remembered that one of the mid-tier guilds in his last life was obsessed with this mine. Thundercats. Yep, they were pretty much hanging out in Guilford City all the time until finally one of the Super 10 kicked them out. He had always thought it was about the dungeon in Guilford City, which had a high chance of dropping pet eggs, but maybe there was something more to it after all. If Phoenix was telling the truth, then maybe those guys had been guarding something much bigger all along, something they weren't strong enough to monopolize forever. Interesting. Go on. What's so special about this mine that you're suddenly bringing it to me? Damon calmly asked. Phoenix nodded and quickly started explaining. Guilford City has a dungeon and a mine. The dungeon is good, but the mine is better. The surface ores are trash, a perfect smokescreen, but the deeper tunnels produce rare mana crystals, raw, condensed nodes of energy. Refined properly, they could sell for absurd amounts of gold. Whoever controls the mine controls a steady river of wealth, enough to fund armies. Bloodwraith also chimed in. Boss, we're talking millions! And the best part? The Iron Fangs, who currently squat there in the dungeon, have no damn clue what they're sitting on. They only see it as a low-value grind spot. Easy prey. How do you guys know this? Damon was curious. Bro, we saw a merchant guy who was shouting at someone, claiming that they were corrupt and cursing the heck out of him. Sis decided to ask him about it, and the man blurted everything out after taking one look at Big Sess. Bloodwraith beamed proudly. Phoenix glared at him, but the guy was completely oblivious. Sis just had the smile at him a bit, and the guy was more than willing to give away all the details of the mine. Phoenix could not stand it any longer and cut in. There is a problem, though. The mine is located quite a distance from the city, and there are some local tribal people living in the area. These people are very violent and refuse to vacate the area. They don't allow anyone to step inside the mine either. The tribal clans aren't just violent, they're strong. They know the land inside out and fight like demons when protecting their territory. Even the Iron Fangs haven't been able to get across them. That's why the mine hasn't been fully exploited yet. Bloodwraith jumped in again. Yeah, bro, these guys are savages. They fight with everything and are insanely strong. I tried fighting one of the guys who had wandered alone in the outer areas. Neither Phoenix nor I could take down that single guy. In fact, he came close to killing both of us. Damon thought about things silently. He tried to remember any details about this place, but the city was pretty ordinary and he hadn't really been there that much. The two of you nearly killed by a single stray tribal? That's saying something considering you're not exactly weaklings. Phoenix's lips pressed into a thin line. She clearly didn't like admitting it, but she also wasn't foolish enough to pretend otherwise in front of him. They're not ordinary mobs, Blood God. These aren't your typical dungeon spawns or wandering elites. They are only around level 60, but they fight with precision, coordination, and skill like a warrior clan bred purely for battle. It was more like fighting a raid boss than an NPC. Bloodwraith waved his hands dramatically. Exactly, dude. He had no weapon, just some bone spear and painted tattoos all over his body, and he moved like lightning. I swear he dodged my skills so easily. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost the fight. Damon remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. All right, your information seems solid enough. It's definitely worth looking into. Come, let's go and check out this territory immediately. If it's indeed a mana vein 9, then it could be invaluable and might even be enough to solve my current problem. I do need an hour or so before leaving to take care of some personal things, so I will see you both in Guilford City in a bit. How does that sound?
Bloodwraith grinned from ear to ear. Boss, you're actually coming with us? Hell yeah, he whooped, pumping a fist into the air. The Iron Fangs, the Tribals, whoever's in that mine, none of them stand a chance if you're on the field. This is gonna be legendary. Phoenix gave a faint smile before starting to walk out of the blood hall with an embarrassed expression. Clearly, she wanted to put some distance between herself and her brother, making it look like they did not team up together. "Sis, wait for me!" Bloodwraith shouted and chased after her. Damon could only laugh at the two as he watched them leave. Soon after they left, he started activating Bloodgate again, preparing a portal for the Hollow Graves, a location where most of the undead players typically gathered. It was time to meet his next customer. The Scarlet Gate hissed open, like a wound in space, bleeding tendrils of blood and nether mist. Damon stepped closer, his mind already calculating. This was going to be a difficult negotiation. He knew it. He decided not to bring Aaron here and meet up with the guy alone. The entire thing was going to be extremely unpredictable, so it was best to do it alone. It was very important that he remained low-key while negotiating, and Aaron was not exactly low-key. That little bastard had probably already prepared some sort of ambush for him. He might actually need to kill him a couple of times just to get his message through. Damon sighed. This was going to be troublesome. Being a good guy sometimes really was difficult. He then stepped into the portal and disappeared. The next second, he appeared in the familiar territory of the Hollow Graves. A wave of deathly chill slammed into him, thick with the stench of rotting flesh. The entire landscape was shrouded in a half-fog, half-nether haze. Jagged tombstones jutted out of the ground like broken teeth, while skeletal hands occasionally clawed free from the dirt before collapsing back into restless silence. The entire place looked very creepy and somewhat scary, but it wasn't exactly deserted. All around him, players were walking about. There were quite a few players, too. After all, just like vampires, the Necromancer class also had a huge following. In fact, in his last life, it had been one of the top classes players chose. Not many converted into the undead race because of how ugly most of the undead avatars looked, and the fact that most women found them creepy. But necromancy itself, it was quite popular. All around Damon, many hooded necromancers marched with skeletal minions in tow, bony warriors clattering with rusted weapons, stitched abominations lumbering after them like patchwork nightmares. Even though the place reeked of death, it pulsed with activity. Damon had fully covered himself, a hood hiding his face, so he silently moved through the crowd. Being a dark faction player helped him not stand out, even if he was a different race. He quickly walked out of the main area and into the deeper part of the Hollow Graves, where fewer players lingered. The air here was thicker, the fog swallowing sound, and every step crunched against bones half buried in the blackened soil. Damon knew exactly where to go. Sure enough, at the far edge of the graveyard, the ruins of a collapsed cathedral loomed, its spires broken, its stained glass windows shattered and replaced with pulsing necrotic wards.
A dozen skeletal knights stood guard at the entrance, their soul flames flickering like watchful eyes. As Damon approached, several skull-helmed heads turned toward him in eerie unison. The guards crossed their weapons, forming an X that barred his way. Before he could speak, the great doors of the cathedral creaked open, a hiss of cold mist spilling out. From the shadows within, a short and thin kid emerged, draped in black robes embroidered with bone-white runes. The robes were a little baggy for him, the edges even trailing on the ground. He was also holding a staff in his hand that looked oversized. Damon could tell that the whole ensemble was pretty high tier, perhaps even a full set of epic-grade gear, but it still only ended up looking very comical on a person that size. It was as if he were wearing a costume for Halloween. It took a lot of effort for Damon not to burst into laughter at the sight of the kid. His fiery green eyes, glaring at Damon with an intense murderous aura, only made everything that much worse. Damon knew he had already insulted him quite a bit before, but he no longer wanted to do that. There was no point. He had been catfished just like everyone else from his last life. This was the necro god everyone loved and cheered for. This was the dark hero whom the masses loved. There was no other option here except to accept the hard truth. I did not come here to fight. Damon quickly decided to clear up the misunderstanding. His crimson eyes glimmered beneath the hood as he raised his hands just slightly, a gesture of truce. The kid's staff trembled for half a second before slamming against the stone floor with a sharp crack. Deathly green sparks hissed upwards like fireflies. The skeletal guards rattled, but did not advance. The kid's voice then came out shrill and venomous. "Why? Are you afraid of me now, blood god?" "I am not." He waited a moment as he felt too cringed to even say it out loud, but he did anyways. "Necro god." The kid, however, didn't seem to care at all. "Blood god versus necro god. Shall we see once and for all who is the stronger god?" He slammed his staff on the ground again. The next second, without warning, the ground split open beneath Damon's feet as several skeletal claws erupted from the cracked stones, reaching for his ankles. The fog thickened into a swirling wall, and a dozen armored undead rose in unison, shields raised, blades gleaming with spectral fire. Damon didn't even flinch. His lips twitched as he looked past the impressive spectacle to the kid who was grinning like an evil villain. He let out a sigh. Yep, this was going to take him a long time. Unless... Damon all of a sudden grinned even more wickedly. It was time to show who was the real villain here. He decided to demonstrate his product firsthand. A good salesman would never miss such a marketing situation. Without any hesitation, he took out a vial with his spit, and right in front of the kid's eyes, he popped the cork and tossed the contents into the wind. Before the boy could react, he used Wind Bullet, a simple skill now dangerous and deadly. He created one wind bullet after another, each one containing a bit of his spit. It was only a tiny amount, but it was more than enough to do the job. Several wind bullets scattered in all different directions, and even as Necro God tried to evade, he eventually got struck by one. The bullet slipped past the swirling fog and clipped Necro God's sleeve, making him instantly stagger. His staff shook in his grip, and his face turned pale as a vein of sickly purple crawled across his arm before he could do anything. He did not even have the time to try and attempt to suppress the poison before his health bottomed out and his body went limp. In his last moments he stared with his mouth agape at Damon, his eyes filled with fury and anger. The boy's body crumbled against the cathedral stones, staff clattering from his limp fingers. His summoned knights froze mid-step, then collapsed into a rain of brittle bones, their spectral flames guttering out like dying candles.
The whole fog barrier dissolved in seconds, leaving only the stink of rot. Behind them, the necromancer players who had been watching remained frozen in place, their eyes wide, disbelief written on their pale faces. The necro-god, their so-called prodigy, had been erased in less than 10 seconds. No glorious duel, no drawn-out exchange, just a single attack and the notorious guy was down? Damon strolled forward as if he hadn't just erased one of the most feared prodigies of the dark faction in less than a breath. He walked over and picked up the staff that Necro-God had dropped. Spectral Bone Staff. A necrotic artifact forged from the spine of a lich and bound with lingering fragments of its will. Boosts necromantic affinity by 20%, increases the number of skeletal summons by 5, and amplifies death magic by 20%. Bound upon equipping, can be upgraded. Damon's eyes widened. The description itself wasn't that much, and the staff did not even give any bonus stats, doing only the basic function of increasing the number of summons and a bit of affinity in total damage. At first glance, it was unimpressive, but the small detail that it could be upgraded made all the difference. This meant that the staff could even be upgraded into a legendary item. Perhaps this was the reason why Necro-God had become so powerful in his last life and was able to stand toe-to-toe against a super guild even if he was all by himself. Damon quickly tossed the staff in his inventory and then started walking over to the respawn point just outside the cathedral gates. He folded his hands behind his back and waited patiently. It took about 5 minutes, but soon the familiar figure appeared in front of him. "You fucking bastard!" The kid's face was pale with both rage and shame, green eyes blazing murder. Damon did not let him speak. "You see how pathetic your defenses are? Your bone knights, your fog, even your staff. All of it crumbled with a single vial of my poison. Imagine for a moment if instead of being your downfall, it was your weapon. What the hell are you blabbering about? Just fucking die already!" The kid did not really hear him as he stood trembling in uncontrollable anger, fully prepared to attack one more time. Damon sighed. "Are we going to do this a few more times?" He took out another vial, and the kid instantly backed away. "I can stand here all day, keep feeding you a vial, and you can keep coming back to collapse at my feet. Or maybe you can actually listen to me?" The kid trembled, his grip white-knuckled around the staff, his face a twisted mask of fury. Every part of him screamed to lash out, to tear Damon apart. "I am going to kill you even if it is the last thing I do." Damon did not know how to get through to this idiot anymore. "Dude, I just want to sell you this shit." He shadow-stepped and appeared right in front of his face and shouted loudly so that this time the idiot would actually hear me. The kid flinched when Damon appeared inches from his face. "Dude, listen!" Damon barked, shaking the vial under his nose. "Did you hear about the poison elixir that went for a few $1 million at the auction house recently? This is the same shit. I want to sell it to you." "Huh?" For the first time, along with anger, there was also a trace of confusion on his face. "Sell?" "Yep, sell! I told you that I did not come here to fight. I came here to sell you some of this good stuff." Damon let out a sigh. He then took out the staff the kid had dropped and offered it back to him. "Now, I can sell this to you as well, if you want." Necro-God's face twisted, flickering between outrage and bewilderment. "Give that back to me, you bastard!"
Damon only chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, shadow-stepped a few meters away, dangling the staff lazily between 2 fingers like a shiny toy. "Tss, tss. Is that really how you ask for a deal? You don't sound like someone worthy of owning a potentially legendary weapon." The boy's teeth ground audibly, his fists shaking at his sides. He lunged forward, only for Damon to flicker again, reappearing behind him and letting the staff's end tap the necromancer's shoulder. I won this staff fair and square. It's mine, you know. I am not saying I will keep it, but I am not going to fucking give this back to you for free. Do I look like an idiot to you?" Necrogod became livid with anger. 20 million gold coins for your legendary item. Damon sent him a message. "There are many eyes around us. How about we go somewhere private and discuss the rest of the deal privately?" Necrogod's face went purple with fury. 20 million? Are you insane?" he barked aloud, though his voice cracked halfway. Around them, the silent audience of necromancer players exchanged nervous glances. For all his bravado, the prodigy's trembling fingers betrayed the truth that he wanted that staff back desperately. Damon only smiled and tilted his head, letting the staff catch the light in a slow spin. "Insane? No, kid. Practical. You and I both know what this thing can become. You want it? Pay the price. Otherwise, I'll happily find a customer who understands its value." His message popped up again in Necrogod's interface, crisp and merciless. "Private trade request. 20 million gold coins." Necrogod gnashed his teeth in anger. "You first give me the staff, then I will send the money." Damon barked out a laugh. "Oh, that's how you want to play this? Kid, I was born before you. Do you think it would be this easy to pull a fast one on me?" He twirled the staff again, its skeletal spine glinting like a sinister prize. "You think I don't know the oldest scam in the book? Give me the item first. I'll pay later. Please. That's some rookie con job bullshit." Necrogod's face flushed crimson, caught between fury and embarrassment. "You dare?" "I dare," Damon cut him off with a flick of his hand, the staff tapping against his palm like a gavel. "Here's the reality. I hold the staff, which means I hold you. If you want this back, you pay first. 20 million. Clean and simple. I don't have a lot of time to waste on you. I don't really need to return this to you, you know. I will give you 1 more minute. Otherwise, I will disappear from here, and you will never see me or your staff again." Damon activated Bloodgate and started making a portal. He sent a party invitation to Necrogod so that he too would be able to use the Bloodgate. Time ticked by slowly, and soon a glowing crimson portal appeared in front of them. 20 more seconds. Tick-tock. I know you have the money, dude. A player like you wouldn't be broke. So, are you buying or not? Necrogod's jaw clenched so tightly it looked like his teeth might crack. His green eyes flicked between the spinning staff in Damon's hand and the glowing crimson portal yawning open beside him. Every second felt like a hammer against his pride, beating down the illusion of control he had just minutes ago. 10 seconds, Damon smiled. The necromancer prodigy's fingers twitched, his whole body trembling with fury. But behind the rage burned fear, the kind of fear only someone who understood the artifact's potential could feel. He hissed through clenched teeth as he completed the trade. Trade request complete. 20 million gold coins. His voice broke when he spat. Take it, you bastard. Damon's grin widened, sharp and wolfish. With a lazy flick, he confirmed the deal, his gold counter skyrocketing in an instant. The staff vanished from his hand and reappeared in Necrogod's grasp, the boy clutching it to his chest like a drowning man gripping driftwood. Damon gave a satisfied hum and stepped back toward the Bloodgate, his silhouette framed in crimson light. Pleasure doing business with you, partner. Next time, shall we try talking like normal human beings? He offered a mock salute, then stepped into the swirling gate, vanishing from sight. Necrogod did not follow him. He never planned to. He did not trust the dirty bastard, and today only proved that his instincts were right. His knuckles whitened around the staff, nails biting into his palms as the crimson portal sealed shut, leaving only the echo of Damon's mocking farewell. Humiliation burned hotter than any flame. He, the so-called prodigy, reduced to handing over 20 million gold in front of his peers like a child buying back his stolen toy. His title, his reputation, his aura of untouchable dominance had cracked, and he could feel every pair of eyes digging into him like knives. Necrogod lowered his head, shadow swallowing his expression. "This isn't over," he promised himself. Damon might have walked away richer, but he had just signed his own death sentence. "Blood God," he whispered under his breath, venom lacing every syllable. "I'll make sure the entire dark faction remembers your name as a fucking loser." He clenched his fists and turned around to leave when he suddenly noticed something. Something new was added to his inventory along with his epic-grade staff. A vial. Necrogod's eyes widened as he stared at the contents of the vial. "Use it carefully, little bro. It is extremely toxic. Consider it as a bonus for the 20 million you gave me, though the contents of the vial are worth a lot more than that." Rage again erupted in Necrogod's chest, but it tangled strangely with something else. Hesitation. His first instinct was to hurl the vial against the ground, to smash Damon's so-called gift and stomp on it many, many times. But his fingers froze halfway. Damon let out a sigh as he arrived at the outskirts of Twin Moon City. "I'm pretty sure that idiot just trashed the vial without even taking a look at it. Fuck it. At least I somehow got 20 million gold coins out of him." His lips curled into a wry grin, the crimson glow of the Bloodgate fading behind him as the sprawling city walls came into view. Still, his mind wasn't only on the gold. The real prize was the knowledge he had pried loose. The spectral bone staff wasn't some common drop. If it truly could be upgraded into a legendary, then Necrogod's rise in his previous life suddenly made perfect sense. He naturally did not return the potential legendary item to the guy out of the goodness of his heart or for good karma. He already had 3 legendary items in his possession, all 3 incomplete, and all 3 requiring time and effort from him. He simply did not want to add one more to this list. The current idiotic version of Necrogod was weak as shit. If he played his cards right, then he would be able to snatch the legendary staff from him in the near future without much effort at all. He had nothing against the little dude, but there was no guarantee that the kid would grow up to become the man he had known, especially considering how different this timeline was. Just Damon's presence in the game had the ability to mold him into a different person. The ball was already rolling, and there was nothing he could do about it. This meeting only proved that any chance of meaningful alliance with that guy was simply non-existent. Instead of letting another enemy grow, better to take out the guy and nip this danger in the bud. Heck, if he did not take that legendary staff from that kid's hand, it might even end up in the wrong hands. Chances were that the deviant king Mo Chang from the Chinese Super Guild could end up with it, and that would only make them all the more unstoppable. Damon pushed aside these thoughts for now, as he quietly walked into the city and into the famous tavern, the Drunken Bastard. He slid into a shadowed corner, ordering a cheap drink just for show. His gaze swept across the room, cataloging faces, guild crests, and overheard chatter. Soon the person he wanted to meet entered the tavern. Slam Dunk, the guild leader of a mid-tiered guild, Crown Eagles. The guy was pretty much a nobody, same as his guild. But a few months into the game, he suddenly shot up in fame. He had received some sort of class upgrade, which made him a top-tier player. The best part was that many guilds, including the Super 10, had very actively, aggressively tried to recruit him. However, the guy refused all of them and stuck with his guild until the very bitter end. It was not known exactly who it was who hunted that small guild, but ultimately Crown Eagles were destroyed without a trace. Slam Dunk had also vanished along with them. Damon was not sure if his intervention here was going to make any difference, but what the heck? He would never know if he did not try. Damon's eyes narrowed as the man stepped into the drunken bastard. Right now, he was nobody. But in a few months, this man would become a powerhouse, a rival many would regret underestimating. When Slam Dunk finally noticed him across the room, Damon raised his glass slightly. Slam Dunk silently walked over, not drawing any extra attention to himself. He sat down next to Damon and calmly asked, "Bro, please tell me you are not wasting my time. Do you really have that poison that can kill any boss under level 150? The same one that was auctioned?" Damon swirled his untouched drink, the liquid catching the dim tavern light. Straight to the point. I like that. And yes, the vial everyone went crazy for at the auction, this is the same shit. Slam Dunk's instant calm facade immediately disappeared. "Bro, you are not scamming me here, right?" Damon immediately sent the trade request, and his nickname, Blood God, was displayed. "Why would I scam you?" "Then why are you giving this to me?" "I need the money." Damon bitterly smiled. I only have 3 million gold coins. It's not much. The vial got auctioned for a lot more." Damon nodded. "It's fine. Every little bit helps." Slam Dunk stared at him, as if trying to see through the mask, his lips parting slightly before he shut them again. Then, without another word, he accepted the trade. Trade completed. 3 million gold coins. The next moment, 10 vials shimmered faintly in Slam Dunk's inventory. "You gave me 10 of these, Blood God?" Damon leaned back in his chair, taking a slow sip of his drink at last. "Careful with that. It'll kill a raid boss under level 150, sure, but it'll definitely kill you and your entire team along with it. Take precautions. Use some sort of immunity skill." Slam Dunk nodded blankly, staring at Damon with his mouth wide open. "You gave me 10 of these? For this little gold? You could have gone back to the auction house and made 10 times more." Damon shrugged, swirling his drink again, as if the number of vials he had just handed over was nothing worth mentioning. "It's fine. Don't worry about it. I need to leave now, but good luck with everything." Slam Dunk could only continue to blankly stare even after Damon left the tavern. What the hell just happened? Meanwhile, outside the tavern, Damon smiled. Well, that went better. This was not the main reason he had come to this city, but he was glad to throw another curveball out in the wind, a small experiment which he was curious to see how it would pan out. As he silently continued wandering around the city aimlessly, his main reason for coming to this city finally popped up in front of him.
"Here I thought I was your best friend, and you were doing me a favor, but you are handing out this shit like candy?" Ghost laughed as he tossed an arm over Damon's shoulder. "How are you doing these days? You sure have bounced back pretty well." Damon smirked, letting Ghost's arm weigh down on his shoulder without brushing it off. "Candy, please. You think I'm Santa Claus? I don't hand this kind of thing to just anyone. Slam Dunk needed it. You..." His crimson eyes flicked sideways, sharp and amused. "Already have enough ways to get yourself killed without me adding poison vials to the mix. Forget about me. How are you doing? Did you take care of your problem yet?" Ghost shook his head with a bitter smile. "Nope, still running around in circles." Damon did not say anything. It was very clear from the way Ghost avoided Damon's gaze that still running around in circles was an understatement. It was also very weird for him to hear the elusive guy actually admitting to being so helpless and vulnerable. "Check this out." Damon tossed him a vial. "See if this will help at all." He tossed a vial to the guy. He then sent a bunch more through the personal trade option. Ghost's brows lifted. "What the hell is this? Don't tell me this is the same poison you're peddling around. You know I don't need poisons to get my shit done." He twirled it between his fingers. Damon chuckled. "Fine, don't use it if you don't want. Just keep it with you anyway." Ghost shrugged and took it without arguing any further. "Why are you doing this?
If this is some sort of super poison, shouldn't you be hoarding it and keeping it for yourself? I have enough, Damon grinned. Also, I need some money. Ghost rolled his eyes. So that's why you came to see me. Dude, you could have just asked. Damon raised a brow in surprise. Hey, I am not joking here. I need a lot more than $1 million or $2 million. Even you can't help me. I have some plans, though. We'll work something out. As he was speaking, another personal trade interface popped up in front of him. Ding, you do wish to accept a transfer of 500 million gold coins. Damon froze. 500 million gold coins? What the fuck? Why do you have so much money? Damon looked at the guy in utter shock. Never did he actually think that Ghost, of all people, would have this kind of money. Dude, why do you run away from brothels without paying when you have so much gold? Ghost laughed. Well, firstly, I like chests, and especially big ones. Got a lot of these from popping open some ripe ones. Secondly, bro, come on. A handsome guy like me shouldn't have to pay for sex. It's just unfair. The girls would feel bad if I did. I'm just doing them a favor. Damon laughed. You are a complete idiot. He finished, shaking his head, but still chuckling. Thank you for this help. Once again, I'm indebted to you. Ghost looked at the vial again. It's fine. Maybe this shit is worth it. I have a lot more where they came from. Damon offered him more, but Ghost immediately turned it down. I don't like crutches. What you gave me is more than enough. Damon shook his head. Do you have to make things more difficult than they have to be? Look who is talking, Ghost laughed. Damon did not say anything. Don't look at me like that, Ghost said with a lopsided smile, flicking the vial between his fingers again. It's just money. You'll burn through it anyway. Better you than me. I've got my own shit to deal with, and believe me, no amount of coin fixes that. Okay, if you say so, but I will pay you back later. I'm not going to say no to more gold, but you don't have to rush. Take your time, and meanwhile, feel free to call me Big Daddy. Gotta go now. I will catch you later. If I stay at the same place for long, some nosy bastards will sniff me out. Bye. Ghost gave a lazy salute with 2 fingers, already turning away as if the conversation was over. His cloak rippled in the wind, and just like that, he was melting back into the shadows, the kind of exit only someone like him could pull off. Damon stood there for a moment, staring at the trade window still glowing faintly before it flickered out. 500 million coins sat in his balance now, heavy as a mountain. And just like that, he was closer than ever to achieving the target. He let out a quiet breath, a crooked grin tugging at his lips. That bastard is in for a surprise. He badly wanted to see Ghost's face when he realized it. He had given Ghost the new and upgraded spit. The older one was already super effective, but this new version should be able to deal with beings a lot stronger than level 150. Hopefully this can help solve his problem somewhat. After a while, Damon silently left the spot as well. He went out of the city and once again made a blood gate portal. He had a few more meetings lined up, all with potential allies. Thankfully, most of the meetings went well, and they all reacted like slam dunk instead of necro god. This made things quicker, but there was still a lot left to be done. Damon did not waste any more time with these small fires he was setting all around, and teleported to Guilford City. He first needed to take care of shit. Fricking around could wait. Damon arrived at the city and immediately noticed the 2 waiting for him. Hey, I'm here! He waved and walked over to them. Let's go see what this mine is. Guilford City was filled with its usual hustle and bustle, but it was not difficult to spot the 2 big shots amid the crowd. Phoenix had her entire body covered, an oversized hood even covering most of her face, but Bloodwraith clearly had no intentions of keeping a low profile. The guy was, as usual, surrounded by women on all sides. Bloodwraith never did subtle. Where Phoenix slinked through the crowd like a shadow with her hood pulled low, he practically glowed in the chaos of Guilford City's market square. He had a drink in one hand, his other arm draped lazily over the shoulders of a giggling woman, and 3 more clung to him as though he were the center of their orbit. He looked more like a rogue prince than a player. "Can we ditch your brother?" Damon sent a message to Phoenix as he waved at them and walked over. Clearly, the woman read the message as her cherry-red lips curved upwards into a beautiful smile, but she did not respond. When Damon reached them, the contrast between the siblings was almost comical. Phoenix barely moved, the faintest tilt of her hood acknowledging him, while Bloodwraith spun half a circle with his entourage. The girls clung tighter to him, and one even pouted when Damon's presence drew Bloodwraith's attention away from him. "Big bro, you're finally here. Shall we go?" "You really don't know the meaning of low profile, do you?" Damon muttered as Bloodwraith finally detached himself from the giggling women, leaving them pouting in the square. Bloodwraith smiled shamelessly. "I really tried, bro." Damon gave him a flat look. Phoenix shook her head helplessly. "All right, I do not have the time to play around with you both, so let's leave quickly." Damon started walking out of the city gates first. The other two had no problem catching up to him, and soon all three were out in the forests. "The dungeon is that side, big bro. Our mine should be on this side. We haven't actually seen the mine in person, but we know it's in that direction. The NPCs here are so strong that we can't even get past them to take a quick look at the mine." Bloodwraith gestured vaguely toward the distant tree line. "Every time I poked my head that way, it's instant death." Phoenix also chimed in. "I tried circling the perimeter a few times myself. Patrols are frequent, and they're no ordinary NPCs. Their strength rivals mid-tier bosses, and they don't wander aimlessly. They're organized." Damon nodded as he silently observed the surroundings. All around them there were tall trees with thick trunks and lush canopy that allowed only streaks of sunlight to bleed through. There were strange runes and symbols etched on the trees which Damon had never seen before. "Should we stop? Figure out some sort of strategy?" Phoenix asked, nervously. "What are you talking about, sis? Boss here is awesome. There is no need for any strategy or shit. He will just thrash them all with pure strength." Bloodwraith quickly shut his mouth, sensing a death glare from his sister. Phoenix was about to say something else when suddenly Damon stopped them both. "Shh! They're here." The next second, a few men appeared from behind the trees and surrounded the three of them. Phoenix's breath hitched under her hood as 6 figures stepped out from behind the massive trunks. Their skin was as dark as tempered obsidian, their muscles carved like stone, each one built like a war champion. Even the women in their ranks were similarly built. Heavy axes rested across their shoulders, broad spears glinted with fresh polish, and strange markings wound like serpents across their bare arms. The lead warrior, broader than the rest, slammed the butt of his spear into the dirt. "Trespassers, you walk in forbidden ground. You shall be punished." Then, without any warning, the group started charging forward. Bloodwraith and Phoenix did not notice it, but Damon saw it even in that split second. The runes and the symbols on the trees were glowing. The markings on the men were in fact extremely similar to the one on the trees. The marks were like living conduits, veins of power tied directly to the glowing runes across the forest. It was as if the entire grove had come alive to fight against them. Damon's crimson gaze flicked from warrior to warrior, then upward to the pulsating carvings on the bark. If he fought recklessly, the forest might reinforce their strength endlessly. It wasn't just 6 enemies charging at him. It was the entire forest itself. Damon's blood boiled from excitement. He had never faced such an enemy before. He wanted to see just how strong they were and just how strong they could become. "Both of you, step back," Damon grinned. "Why? Blood God, don't underestimate them. They are really strong," Phoenix shouted. She erupted a big barrier of fire around them, but that did little to stop them. The men simply forced their way through the barrier as if the fire burning the skin meant nothing. "Trust me, if both of you are not here, I can take care of this very easily." Phoenix was about to say something else when Bloodwraith instead activated one of his Warrior Knight skills and grabbed them both out of there. The next second, the two of them appeared almost a mile away from the scene. "Damn it, Bloodwraith, you should not have done this. He might be Blood God, but these guys are still troublesome. There's no way he can handle this alone." However, before she could finish the sentence, notifications started pouring in. "Ding, you have killed a rune-bound guardian. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have killed a rune-bound guardian. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, you have killed a rune-bound guardian. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, 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 ding." The moment the two of them disappeared from the area of effect, Damon calmly activated one of his new skills, Poison Burst. The next second, a wave of poisonous air erupted outward from Damon's body like a rotting gale. It rolled through the clearing in a violent surge, thick clouds of black, purple, and green mist clinging to bark, soil, and flesh alike. The runes carved into the trees flared angrily, their light flickering as if trying to repel the intrusion, but it was useless. Even the giant trees were not spared. The rotting poison was relentless. It slithered into the grooves of the bark, seeped into the glowing runes, and crawled through the roots like venom coursing through veins. The forest shuddered as if alive, branches groaning and leaves wilting in seconds. What had once pulsed with sacred, ordered power now twisted under poisonous corruption. The horrific scene shocked the group to the bones, and their eyes froze as they witnessed the forest that they had worshipped until now, and even considered as their god, changed into something grotesque and dead. The guardians staggered back, their eyes wide with disbelief as the towering trees they drew strength from warped before them. The proud runes that had once blazed with divine authority now writhed like infected wounds, oozing violet ichor that dripped to the forest floor. The air, once vibrant with life, now stank of rot and decay. One of the warriors fell to his knees, clawing at his chest as his rune markings turned black and jagged. "No, this cannot be! The forest god!" Before he could finish the sentence, he simply dropped dead, blood oozing out of his orifices. In the blink of an eye, the entire area became similar to a graveyard with nothing living in sight. The towering warriors, once overflowing with borrowed power, now lay scattered like broken statues. Their weapons clattered uselessly to the forest floor, their obsidian-toned bodies already dissolving into mush under the corruption eating away at them. Not one had lasted more than a breath against Damon's poison. The fight had ended before it had even begun. Damon quickly began absorbing all the blood essence, and a series of notifications popped up in front of him. "Ding, you have killed a rune-bound guardian. Ding, you have gained experience points. Ding, blood extraction successful. You have acquired the skill Minor Harden. Ding, you have gained +1 strength." Damon's crimson gaze flicked across the scrolling text, his expression flat. These were scraps and crumbs thrown his way from mowing down enemies who should have been untouchable to anyone else. "Tch!" he muttered, dismissing the screens with a flick of his hand. The corrupted clearing hissed quietly around him, the poison mist still thick in the air. Before the two walked into the area and got themselves killed, he decided to meet them first. He opened the map, checked the coordinates, and then blinked twice to reach them. "Hey, I'm back!" Damon casually waved at them. The two, on the other hand, were staring at them dumbfounded. Phoenix was the first to open her mouth. "You killed them all by yourself?" Bloodwraith looked equally shocked, despite his earlier overflowing confidence. He had said many things, but he, too, looked like he never actually expected Damon to dominate the people here so effortlessly. "Yeah, there's some sort of rune guardians or some shit. They're using the forest to buff themselves. That's why it was difficult for you guys to fight them. You were basically fighting them on their turf." Damon only barely finished speaking when once again the space around them felt odd. The trees seemed alive, and a distinct feeling of being watched pressed down on them from all directions. Phoenix's head whipped toward the tree line, her hood slipping back enough to reveal wide, fearful eyes and a stunning face that could drive men crazy. "No, this isn't over." Bloodwraith frowned. "Don't tell me there's more of those muscle freaks." Damon observed curiously as he watched a group of men emerge from the forest around them. More precisely, these men seemed to have the ability to teleport right out of a tree, possibly using the trees to move from one location to another. "What a cool skill!" he whistled, while the two next to him were extremely nervous and anxious. Phoenix had already started casting some sort of fire mage skill, while Bloodwraith was erecting shields in all directions. The men in front of them were higher level than the rune guardians they had faced before. Each and every one now was at least level 70. Damon was the only one powerful enough to stand in front of them. He was about to once again order the duo to vacate the premises. But unexpectedly, a sharp pain erupted in his head. Damon staggered back, unable to focus when two of the rune guardians charged at him to use this setback to their advantage. Their sharpened weapons slashed at him, and his crimson blood splattered everywhere. With a ruthless gleam in their eyes, the two men raised their weapons again to finish this troublesome enemy once and for all. But their cruel eyes abruptly widened in shock, and their bodies froze in place, becoming sluggish and paralyzed. Their veins started bulging, and just like before, they dropped dead without any warning. The other men were shocked as they witnessed this unbelievable sight. They stared at the ground in horror as the poison from the blood quickly started seeping into the ground. And just like that, once again, the ground they were standing on became a vile and toxic graveyard. Damon was the first to recover, and he immediately grabbed Bloodwraith and Phoenix and ran out of the poison zone. Fuck, I did not think these guys would have mental attacks at their disposal. All the men he had seen so far were thick and bulky and muscular, and seemed to rely purely on their physical strength and enhancement. He did not think that they would also have the ability to send a mental attack. Maybe that's why they had honed such an attack to catch their opponents off guard. Damon made a mental note not to fall for something like this again, as he dropped the brother and sister duo a little distance away. He then once again rushed into the poison madness and took care of the other men who had by now become slow and sluggish and almost paralyzed. Those who had come in direct contact with his blood were already dead, but the rest were still alive, even if barely. Damon finished the job he started, and also absorbed the blood essence from all the dead guys. He received a few more of the same type of skills, but nothing relating to rune buffing or mental attack. It looked like luck was not on his side. He could only hope that there were more of these guys as he quickly got back to Bloodwraith and Phoenix. Damon looked at the two who still hadn't recovered. Lugging around the duo was taking time. "Bloodwraith, can you give me a few minutes? Can you erect a shield or something and hold on?" The guy weakly nodded. The mental attack was very strong, and these two were affected a lot more than he had been. Phoenix still had her eyes closed and was sweating profusely. It looked like she was affected the most. Damon summoned Elena just in case and left her with them as a backup. His figure then vanished into a blur as he started combing through the forest. In no time he ran into 3 more groups of patrols, and with just a single poison burst, he took care of the big guys. Damon had never fought with poison before in both his lifetimes. Using such an overpowered, poisonous ability felt like a cheat. Ghost was right. If he relied on this too much, then all his other skills might become lacking. But right now he was extremely short on time, so he took the shortcut. He continued tearing through the forest, most parts of which had become a corrupted groove by now. Every patrol that emerged from the trees barely had time to react before Poison Burst swallowed them whole. The once proud Rune Guardians, so terrifying to Phoenix and Bloodwraith, crumbled in seconds, their bodies collapsing into sludge as their runes blackened and rotted. The notifications rolled endlessly across Damon's vision. Ding! You have killed a rune-bound guardian. Ding! You have gained experience points. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Skill gained. Minor vitality boost. F. Passive. Ding! Your skill, minor vitality boost, has leveled up. Etc., etc. Damon continued savagely culling down every rune guardian in his path until he spotted the mine in the distance. Then he sent the coordinates to Bloodwraith and Phoenix. Phoenix had recovered by now, and the duo quickly managed to get there on their own. "Bro, you are really OP," Bloodwraith bitterly smiled. Phoenix did not say anything, but there was an embarrassed expression on her face. Clearly, both of them had seen all the decay and plague on their way, and how Damon had single-handedly dominated the whole tribe. Damon casually leaned against a half-rotten trunk, crimson eyes scanning the mine's entrance. "It's fine. They weren't that strong. They had a pretty big weakness." "Of course, in front of Big Bro, everything is indeed weak. The whole tribe was just unlucky to be on your path." Phoenix opened her mouth to say something, but she simply closed it without any words coming out. "All right, that's enough. Let's go inside and see what the mine is really worth. There might still be stronger members of the tribe around, so keep your guards up." Damon walked over to the cave entrance when suddenly another shockwave spread through the area. A low, guttural sound rolled through the forest, a chorus of whispers woven into one terrible voice. "Blasphemer! Thief of blood! Your poison feeds me!" The ground quaked under their feet, sending cracks through the already rotted soil. Black ichor bubbled out from the roots of the corrupted trees, spreading like veins across the forest floor toward the mine's mouth. The guttural voice echoed again, this time closer, reverberating through their very bones. "Humans, you have come to the wrong place. You have aligned yourself with the wrong being. This filthy bloodsucker has corrupted you, and you no longer deserve to live." Roots sprang up like serpents from the ground, thick as tree trunks, writhing with unnatural speed. They lashed out at the trio, tearing through stone and soil with sickening cracks. One slammed into the half-rotten trunk Damon had been leaning against, shattering it into splinters. Another whipped across the ground, gouging a deep scar in the earth where Bloodwraith had been only a breath ago. Phoenix's hood flew back as she conjured a blazing barrier, fire roaring into the shape of a dome around her and her brother. The roots struck it again and again, each impact rattling the shield and dimming the flames. Her face was pale, sweat running down her temples, but her crimson eyes burned as she held her ground. The voice roared louder, shaking the canopy above. "Blasphemer! Thief of blood! Your poison is mine now, and through it your blood shall be mine as well." All of a sudden, even more roots sprang up, and these were stronger, emitting a strong, poisonous aura. Bloodwraith cursed, hacking through one of the roots with a greatsword. Ichor sprang across his armor. Damn things won't stop coming. Damon had no problem dealing with the roots, but he had a feeling they wouldn't be the only thing they would have to worry about right now. His instinct was spot on, as immediately he felt a searing pain in his head. "Ah!" Phoenix screamed. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Damon as if she was seeing a devil and started backing away. "Let go of me! Don't! Let go of me! Don't touch me! Ah!" She ripped her robe and started tearing her clothes. "You cannot touch there! Let go! Let go!" She then fell on the floor, curled up, and started gasping and moaning loudly. Damon's face twitched. What the hell was going on here? His pain was under control now, but it looked like the others were completely out of it. Phoenix was arching her back and convulsing on the ground, still trying to tear off her clothes. Bloodwraith was staring at the wall in horror. Damon let out a sigh and looked around him. More and more roots erupted from the ground, attempting to coil around their limbs like serpents, eager to drag them under. The air reeked of ichor and decay. Damon's crimson gaze narrowed. Annoying. Phoenix let out a strangled cry as one of the roots lashed around her ankle. Damon got his shadow out and ordered it to take care of the roots trying to bury the other two. At the same time, a crimson lance appeared in his hand as he started slashing his way through the mess of roots. From what he could see so far, there was a central entity controlling everything, and perhaps even everyone here. As for where that entity was located, he had no doubts about it. If his guess was correct, then it should be right here in this mine. The corrupted grove shuddered as if in response to his thoughts, the roots thrashing harder, slamming into the earth with enough force to split stone. Damon twirled the crimson lance in his hand, each sweep carving bloody arcs through the writhing forest. The ichor hissed and spat as it was cleaved apart, staining the ground in foul, steaming puddles. Yet no matter how many roots he destroyed, more kept coming, as if the entire grove itself was funneling its lifeblood into this desperate attack. Damon's shadow clone hacked apart the roots that dared to get too close to Phoenix and Bloodwraith. Phoenix still convulsed, sweat pouring down her temples, her breath ragged as the corruption dug into her mind. Bloodwraith muttered nonsense under his breath, swinging blindly at enemies that weren't there. They were fine for now. Just in case he summoned Elena as well. He then spotted a particularly big gaping hole in the ground and dove right through it. He activated Flaming Cloak, a skill he had stolen long ago. While it was just an E-rank skill, his high fire affinity and the amount of mana he shoved into the skill made it extremely effective. The roots immediately recoiled from the blazing aura, hissing and curling back as the flames licked across their bark-like flesh. The hole led him into a slanted tunnel, walls slick with black ichor and carved with pulsating runes that shifted like living veins. The deeper he went, the hotter the air grew, thick with the stench of decay and smoke. It was simply unbelievable for Damon to see that the entire place had adapted to such a degree in such a short time. Before he set foot in here, this should not have been a toxic atmosphere, and yet now he might as well be in the plague lands. I wouldn't be surprised even if the entire forest became decayed and corrupted by the time they made their way out of here. What an incredible adaptability speed! However, there seemed to be a limit to it. He now started using fire attacks, and the roots continued to be susceptible to fire even after he had used it many times. Flaming Cloak lit the darkness around him in a crimson gold glow. Roots speared from the tunnel walls, snapping toward him like harpoons. Damon spun his crimson lance in a wide arc, Flaming Cloak trailing behind him like the tail of a comet. The roots split apart with each strike, burning into ash before they could even writhe. He pressed forward, step after step, until the tunnel widened into a cavernous chamber. At its center pulsed something blinding and alive. It was a colossal mana stone, the size of a dog. It pulsed in a steady rhythm, each throb radiating waves of corrupted energy that made the cavern tremble. Its glow was not the pure azure Damon expected of a mana core fragment. It was a twisted blend of violet and black, streaked with cracks that oozed ichor like bleeding wounds. Roots sprouted directly from the stone, weaving upward like arteries feeding into the cavern walls. Every pulse of light traveled along them, sending tremors through the ground and stirring the air into a suffocating haze. Damon's crimson eyes glinted with interest. "So, you're the heart of this mess. Such a big mana core? And that too, it was connected to azure blue veins running all over the mine? It was no wonder that the tree or whatever was controlling this thing was able to do so much and have such a big influence." "Filthy bloodsucker! You should not have come here!" A loud shriek echoed through the cavern, and the mana stone flared violently, its corrupted light filling every crevice of the chamber. The azure veins running through the walls darkened, twisting into streaks of violet, as if the corruption was bleeding backward into the very source of the mine. From the stone's cracked surface, black ichor bubbled forth, shaping into grotesque forms. Bark-armored humanoids clawed their way free, their hollow sockets burning with the same violet glow as the core. Dozens of them, each tethered to the stone by glowing root-like tendrils, lurched forward with inhuman cries. The stone pulsed again, louder this time, the whole cavern shaking and trembling. "Your poison strengthens me! Your blood will complete me!" Damon snorted, twirling the crimson lance as fire blazed brighter across his body. He was about to blast apart the whole damn thing, but he stopped himself. Instead, he conjured a radiant wellspring. "You know something?" he spoke to the giant manicore. "You are very similar to my bloodline."
Do you know something? He spoke to the giant manicore. You are very similar to my bloodline. The crimson glow around Damon shifted, a soft radiance blooming from his chest as radiant wellspring flared to life. Unlike the sickly violet light of the monostone, Damon's conjured energy shone brilliantly and pure, dispelling and cleansing all the vile and toxic aura. The cavern reacted instantly in a very violent manner. The corrupted roots recoiled, shrieking as if the stone itself felt pain. The bark-armored guardians faltered mid-step, their tendrils thrashing wildly as the glow of the wellspring washed over them. Damon tilted his head, crimson eyes gleaming. Just like my body, you can also adapt yourself to whatever you want. I mean, you are a bad copy of me, but you are still a copy. I have a feeling that in the future, I might have some important use for you. It would be such a waste to burn you and bury you right here. What do you think? The monostone pulsed erratically, its cracks splitting wider, as though it understood his words and hated them. The chamber shook with a furious roar, the corrupted voice thundering inside Damon's skull. "You compare yourself to me? You are a stain, a parasite, Damon's expression didn't change. His voice was calm. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking. I'm telling you. You can either keep thrashing around like an animal, or—" He silently summoned Azuna. The world spirit immediately appeared in front of him, and from the looks of it, she was extremely happy to see Damon. She looked at him with a radiant, loving smile and sweetly spoke, "You called for me?" The monostone roared louder, the ichor frothing and the guardians spasming as they couldn't process Azuna's presence. How was this possible? How could it be? How could a filthy bloodsucker like you possess a goddess? You must burn for this heresy. Damon did not respond. Azuna instead reacted. She tilted her head at the writhing mass, her crimson hair flowing like a river of blood in the choking haze. Her eyes, deep pools of dark crimson, softened when they fell on Damon, but turned glacial when she regarded the core. "Shut up!" Her voice was cold and murderous. "A weak little thing like you dares to raise its voice against my master?" The corrupted stone screeched, its veins flaring violet black, shaking the cavern as though trying to collapse it around them. Bark-armored guardians convulsed, then charged forward, their bodies cracking apart from the strain of holding form under Azuna's presence. Azuna clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward as if peering into the monostone's soul. "Do you want me to purify it, Master? It would only take a moment." Damon shook his head. "I might need it in a while to do some experiments. Is it possible for you to just absorb the whole thing and allow it to grow in your world?" Azuna's lips curved into a small, delighted smile, crimson light shimmering faintly around her. "If that is what you wish, Master, then it shall be so. But I must tell you that you won't be able to access the plant for a while. I am still unable to stabilize myself." Damon nodded. "Don't worry about that. I can wait a while to see this thing again. There is no rush." Azuna's smile deepened, her hands lifting gracefully. Behind her, reality itself seemed to ripple. A crimson horizon bled open, her inner world spilling through like a dream made flesh. endless skies bathed in scarlet, rivers of blood glimmering like liquid rubies. The cavern shuddered as chains of living crimson light erupted from the rift, coiling around the corrupted mana stone. The guardians howled and disintegrated the moment the chains brushed past them, their bark shells crumbling into violet ash. The core itself writhed, pulsing violently, black ichor spraying in defiance. "I am the lord of this place. I command infinite power. You cannot take me," the voice shrieked, rattling the very marrow of the mine. "I will not be devoured." Azuna only tilted her head, her tone soft, as though humoring a child. "It is not your will that matters. It is his." The chains tightened. The stone's cracks tore open, spilling ichor like blood, and the next moment the entire damn thing was yanked out. A loud shriek sounded, but it was useless. The whole thing was dragged into the rift, kicking and screaming. With a soft sigh, the portal then folded in on itself, vanishing. Azuna turned back to Damon, her expression reverent. "It is done, Master! I will nurture that thing and turn it into something more obedient and useful for you." Damon smiled. "Thank you, that would be nice. The stronger it grows, the more interesting the experiment will be." As the last traces of crimson light faded, the entire place became silent. The suffocating presence was gone, and now only Damon and Azuna were there. Damon looked around the mine calmly. A lot of damage had been done to it, and it was not really the gold mine that I was looking for at this right moment, but there was still a huge potential for it. "Azuna, do you think there is any unadulterated mana shard left at all? Is the whole thing gone?" Azuna shook her head. "There is some left, Master. The mine itself is intact. This place will heal slowly and soon produce abundant mana cores." Azuna disappeared into the earth, melding into it and becoming a part of it. Then she returned after a few seconds with a small mountain of sparkling mana shards, each one the size of a human head. Damon's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the place to produce such big mana shards. Azuna explained, "There is a natural formation here which constantly draws in ambient mana. Without the corrupted core, the mine will recover. It is like a wounded beast. It will scar, yes, but the veins will thicken with time. When it stabilizes, this place will yield mana shards of remarkable purity." Damon looked at the giant mana shards and exhaled deeply. Right now, mana cores and even these mana shards might seem pretty much useless for most of the players, except for people who chose alchemy or smithing. But all of that was going to change now. Today, people dismissed them as crafting scraps. Tomorrow, they would be the currency of power. Once a person reached C rank, leveling became a lot more complicated. It wouldn't be simple monster farming anymore. At that time, one needed a huge amount of resources to make any progress. An inevitable bottleneck would strangle even so-called geniuses when they finally hit that wall. When that time comes, a lot was required just to take a small step forward, and along with that, a shit ton of mana cores were also needed. As he thought about it, Damon realized he had been far too one-track minded. He needed to hit the auction house more and purchase things which were currently sold at a ridiculously cheap price and would later on shoot up in value when their correct use was discovered. There were a few more things he could do like that, like purchasing lands and shops and so on. All of this was extremely bothersome and would waste quite a bit of his time, but the returns would be tremendous. He at least needed to pawn this work off to someone else and somehow get it done. Otherwise, he would be scrap-picking like this for money every time something important popped up. He needed a constant source of revenue. Damon's brain raced with many thoughts as he asked Azuna, "Any chance you could also absorb this whole mine into your world and nurture it? Maybe even pop out some mana shards for me every now and then?"
Azuna remained silent for a moment and then slowly shook her head. "I am sorry, Master. I understand your wishes, but right now such a thing is not possible for me. Perhaps if I could obtain just one more item for my domain stabilization, I could definitely do something like this, and even a lot more than grow a simple mine." Damon nodded. He had kind of already expected this. "Another item, huh? Then I'll find it for you." If Azuna could stabilize her world enough to store mines, and who knows what else, then the possibilities were endless. He wouldn't just be farming loot, he'd own the damn production line. However, that needed some seed funding which he couldn't afford right now. It had to wait. "Please forgive me, Master." Azuna looked a little sad. Damon smiled and patted her head. "It's okay, don't worry about it. You have already done a lot for me. Take care of that idiot tree or plant for me. That's enough for now. I will feed you with good stuff soon, I promise." Azuna lowered her gaze shyly, crimson hair cascading like a curtain of blood. "With that, my world would become strong enough to sustain entire domains. Whatever you place inside, I could reshape, refine, and even multiply. It would be yours, Master, all yours." Damon waved her goodbye and dismissed her. He then placed all the mana shards in front of him into his storage space. There was no point in selling this right now. He would only get a fraction of its value, and it wouldn't be anywhere close to the millions of gold coins he needed. He looked at the mine again. It looked tired, battered, and bruised like a housewife, but he had no doubt that it would recover pretty soon. He did not have to wait that long. He could potentially sell its location to the vampire base even now. Once again, that wouldn't net anything close to the amount he needed. It would truly be a waste to hand over something this useful. He would be selling the golden goose for a couple of cheap dollars. That was also not the right decision. Damon started exiting the mine in deep thoughts. Though this trip had been fruitful, it still did not do much in terms of solving his money problems. This left him with one option, one very risky, troublesome option. But he had a feeling it would pan out and might even work in his favor. The only negative part was that if he did that, then he would officially make an enemy out of every damn super guild and would probably be hunted to the ends of the world no matter where he ran. This situation was going to happen one way or the other, but it did not have to happen so soon. Damon was thinking about it as he reached the mine entrance where Bloodwraith and Phoenix were still kind of twitching from the mental attack. It looked like they hadn't completely recovered yet. He cast a gentle healing spell on both the siblings and continued to mull things over in his mind. First, he dealt with Phoenix, and then he finished healing Bloodwraith. Normally, healing wouldn't really help with mental attacks, but it looked like these two were already past the brunt of the attack, so a simple healing skill helped quicken things along. Damon could see Phoenix stir awake, and in front of him, Bloodwraith was also waking up. Damon stood up, still thinking about what to do, when suddenly he felt a warm body jump on him. Huh? He turned around to see a stunningly beautiful face pressed up against him. Phoenix had jumped on him and wrapped around him tightly with her long legs, locking him in. Damon was completely speechless. "What?" He started to speak, but before he could say anything, the woman directly smashed their lips together and even stuck her tongue in. For a heartbeat, Damon's mind went blank, his body locked between shock and instinct. Phoenix tasted like chocolate, and her tongue was hot and demanding, moving with wild aggression. Her nails dug lightly into his shoulders, and her hands grabbed his head. When she finally pulled back for air, her lips still brushing against his, Phoenix was completely breathless. "Why did you stop? You said you would fuck me 1,000 different ways until I screamed your bloody name. Why did you suddenly stop? Just do it already, you bastard! You forced your way until now and all of a sudden you decide to grow a conscience?"
Damon was totally confused. What the hell was this woman blabbering about? He did not mind the aggressive kiss, and he definitely did not mind and request, but he just did not understand what came over her all of a sudden. Without warning, Phoenix slid down from his hip, her hands tugging impatiently at her own clothes as if they were suddenly poison on her skin. Armor clattered to the stone floor, her movements feverish, eyes glazed with a strange mix of heat and desperation. On the other side, Bloodwraith, who was now slowly regaining conscious, froze like a deer in the headlights. "Ah, sis, what are you doing?" Phoenix did not even look at him as she threw an item on his head. "Right, I got it." Bloodwraith scambled to stand up in a hurry and then ran out of the mine cave, not looking back. He did not dare stay there for another second. He did not want to see anything that could permanently give him trauma. But even he did not get it. What the hell was wrong with his sister? She never acted like this before. Countless men had groveled at her feet before, begging for her slightest attention, but Phoenix never once spared them a glance. She was proud, untouchable, fire incarnate. Yet now here she was throwing herself at Big Bro. Fuck it, he did not care. If they truly end up in some sort of relationship, then he would be the happiest person in the whole world. Blood God would officially become his big brother. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Phoenix only managed to undo some of her clothing before she desperately grabbed Damon's hand and shoved it in between her thighs. Her skin was flushed and her breath ragged. "Don't make me beg, just take me already." She once again crashed her mouth against his and stuck her tongue in as her hand guided Damon's hand to a softness. Damon's eyebrows shot up. He was touching something soft, hot, wet, and sticky. He kind of knew what it was, and his mind went blank. This was the first time he was touching a woman there. Seeing that he was not doing anything, Phoenix once again pulled away from her kiss and gasped, "What the hell is wrong with you? First you start groping me out of nowhere, and now you stop? Fucking eat me already! What happened to the dominant, arrogant you? Just suck everything out of me, you damn idiot!" Damon froze. He then suddenly understood. This woman had still not come out of the mental attack. And her mental attack was about him? He snapped out of it and gently pushed her away a little before blinking the hell out of there. Damon reappeared a few feet away, his chest rising and falling, not from exhaustion, but restraint. His hands were still trembling slightly, and he was pretty sure they were covered in a questionable liquid. He looked at Phoenix, who was still completely out of it. She stumbled forward, blinking in confusion, lips still swollen, eyes glassy with lust and haze. Slowly the confusion in her eyes was clearing up. Damon maintained his distance, not wanting to take advantage of her condition. He might be up for some things, but he was definitely not someone who would take advantage of a drugged woman, which she might as well be considering the effect of the mental attack. Then he looked at her current condition, half naked. Well, mostly naked, and her clothes in tatters. If she wakes up to see herself like this, it could be a huge blow to her. "Ch!" Damon cursed under his breath. No matter how much of a headache this would cause later, he didn't have the heart to leave her like this. In a blur, he dashed forward. Phoenix blinked up at him, lips parting, but before another fevered word could escape, Damon's hand chopped cleanly against the side of her neck. Her eyes rolled back, and her body went limp, collapsing into his arms. He exhaled slowly, steadying himself as he looked down on her unconscious form. "You'll thank me later, or maybe try to kill me. Either way, better than letting you wake up like this." Damon adjusted Phoenix's limp body in his arms, careful not to brush against too much bare skin. Her heat still lingered, a faint ember of the frenzy she had just gone through. He took out a decent robe and covered her up first. He glanced at her sleeping face, the faint crease of pain in her brow betraying the aftershocks of the mental attack. Then walked out of the mine cave, still holding her in his arms. Bloodwraith, who was now slowly regaining conscious, finally noticed the two of them.
He watched his hero carry his sister like a princess so gently and lovingly, and his heart warmed. "Ah, you too." Bloodwraith's eyes shimmered as though he was watching the greatest romance drama unfold right before him. His hands clenched into fists, and he whispered under his breath, "So this is what true love looks like. Big bro carrying sis in his arms? Ah, perfect." Damon's expression darkened, a vein twitching on his temple. "Shut it," he said flatly. "Don't remind her about this when she wakes up. She was under some sort of mental attack, and she should be fine when she wakes up." And he quickly added, "I did not do anything to her. You can trust me." Bloodwraith stared at Damon dumbly for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. "Right. Of course, bro. I trust you. I won't tell her anything. I promise. I definitely won't tell her."